Chapter 1251 Start in 10 years. No way. Joanne had to let Ruby work harder again, taking some blood samples from her and casting a spell analysis. Compared with the analysis result just now, the change is still very obvious. Ruby successfully awakened 5 spells. Following this momentum, 2 more awakening agents were injected, and the remaining 5 spells could also be developed. In addition, this blood analysis also brought an unexpected surprise to Joan. Ruby's supernatural ability shape change has also evolved. Joan contrasts with the magic marks before and after the evolution of the shape change, and the difference is quite obvious. Ruby's original shape change only allowed her to change between the 2 forms of the miniature blood mosquito and the 5-foot-long giant mosquito. After the injection of the awakening agent, the advanced shape change added 2 forms on the basis of the original version. One is the half-human half-mosquito form, and the other is the humanoid form. These 2 new forms are actually more like Joan's own physical changes, that is, the characteristics given to him by insectosis. Joan naturally thinks that Mrs. Josephine, who is also a worm, also has the ability to change shape, which can become the form of giant mosquitoes or half-humans and half-mosquitoes. Joan has seen these 2 forms of the Countess transformation, and it can be speculated that when Ruby becomes a mosquito or humanoid form, it should look like a Lily version. The Countess. Between the thoughts, Joan had another question. Mrs. Josephine did not explicitly tell the origin of Ruby, but from the point that Ruby can become a humanoid, she is likely to have a hidden human lineage. So how did this lineage come from? The difference between humans and giant mosquitoes is so great that it is difficult to imagine the intersection between the 2, unless magic comes into play, such as transformation, just like the breeding experiments of warlocks. Joan felt more and more terribly thoughtful, and quickly dismissed the idea. There was no need to investigate further. Ruby, your transformation ability has evolved. Can you try to become a humanoid to show me? Well, Brother Joan, Ruby is also curious about what it looks like to be human. There is a mirror over there. You will know by taking a look at the mirror after you have transformed. Joan pointed his finger to the mirror on the bedside table. This is a mercury mirror, a high-end product produced by the Kingdom of Colas in the Far East. Audrey bought 2 sides, one in her bedroom, and a mirror in Joan's bedroom. Joan has long known that mirror coating can enhance the reflectivity, and the details reflected are more vivid and vivid. The traditional mirror coating technology is very troublesome, such as pouring the melted tin on the back of the mirror and smoothing it with a spatula, so that the processed mirror is expensive, and the tin film on the back is easy to come off. The Far East people did not know what technique was adopted. Even the mercury was evenly plated on the glass surface. The adhesion is very tight, it is not easy to fall off, and the price is cheaper than the traditional mirror. A small mirror seems ordinary, but the powerful industrial capabilities and innovative spirit reflected behind it make Joan astounded. It is impossible to imagine that this is an industrial product produced by a barren country that has been independent for less than 2 years. Just as he was looking at the mercury mirror, Ruby had fluttered his wings and flew to his bed, stood in front of the mirror, and silently started the shape change, and a circle of golden magic aura representing the school of change appeared around him. At the same time, the magic mesh thread distributed in the space around Ruby also slightly twisted, like an invisible gauze, wrapping her up. After just 3 seconds, Ruby transformed from a bright red giant mosquito into a pink and lovely little girl. The head hasn't changed much. It's about 4 feet tall from head to toe. The skin is white like snow. The long red hair is draped over the shoulder. The pair of beautiful and flexible eyes show a pure and charming wine red. Seeing the little Lily in front of her, Joan first thought of Mrs. Josephine and Duo. The same long red hair and pupil color, similar appearance. Ruby looks exactly like the Countess and Duo when she was a child. Although Joanne has not seen the 2 ladies when they were 7 or 8 years old, it is not difficult to imagine. After the initial shock, Joan suddenly realized that Ruby was in the form of red-haired Lily, still naked. When Ruby was in the form of a giant mosquito, He didn't need to wear clothes, and no one would criticize a mosquito for being naked. But she was now in a girlish shape, and it was a bit inappropriate to still be naked. Joan was embarrassed to keep staring at her and hurriedly looked away. Ruby didn't realize this problem at all, and for the first time in her life, she became a human form. Although she mastered basic skills including walking through a priori knowledge, she still found her new form very strange. Ruby twisted his legs and raised his legs in the mirror, making various funny gestures, then touched his arms and forehead again, feeling a little sorry for losing his wings and antennae. "Brother Joan, is my appearance strange now?" Ruby turned to face Joan with a calm face. "Without wings and tentacles, it feels a little inconvenient." "And how is this strangely constructed mouth?" "What's the matter? How do you juice?" "The body structure of humans and giant mosquitoes is very different. After these things, you will gradually realize it. The most important thing now is to find a dress for you." "Brother Joan, Ruby, I want to wear a beautiful red dress like my master." Ruby has never turned into a human before, but when it comes to beautiful dresses, she is like a real human girl. Her excited eyes are shining, showing that the heart of beauty is not only for everyone, it can even cross species limit. Ruby said cheerfully, jumping from the bed and rushing directly to Joan. Joanne was startled by her dangerous movement and quickly raised her hand to catch her. Ruby got into his arms skillfully, rubbing back and forth. Joanne knew that she was not yet familiar with the human body and still maintained her former habit. But for Joan, holding a big mosquito in her arms and a beautiful girl with a luscious fragrance, it is completely two different feelings, and there is a sudden urge to spray nosebleed. He didn't want to start in 10 years, the highest death penalty. Quickly hugged Ruby back to the bed, grabbed the blanket, and wrapped her tightly from head to toe. "Ruby, you are now in human form. You can no longer run around naked like before, understand?" Miss Ruby grasped the corner of the blanket with both hands and nodded solemnly. It seems that she is not ignorant of the basic gender common sense and ethical customs of human society. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1252. Ruby's new clothes. Joan frowned as he opened the closet. She has never been very particular about dressing. In addition to 2 sets of winter and summer clothes in the wardrobe, there is only 1 set of dresses from the Countess. No matter the style or size, it is not suitable for this kind of little girl of 7 or 8 years old. "Where?" Joan pulled open the drawer under the closet and turned out a large piece of red satin. This was the casting material he had originally purchased for the exhibition of flying insects and beasts. Later, only a small part of it was used, and the rest was piled here, and now it is just in use. Joan unfolded the satin to Ruby and asked her how it was. "It looks great, little brother. Are you going to use this red satin to make me a skirt?" Ruby asked expectantly. Joan nodded, picked up the satin and measured it twice on her body, confirmed that the size was enough to make a dress, and then went back to the desk, imagining the shape of the dress. Although Joanne didn't have any special skills in tailoring, when he was studying at Leiden College, he did not help Master Alls to sew scarecrows. The sewing work was very good. However, a girl's dress is different from a scarecrow's coat. If Joan cuts and sews in a conventional way, it is too much trouble, and the resulting skirt may not be fitted. Fortunately, Joan is a mage, and magic can always help him bypass such technical problems and solve problems in a simple and rough way. Joan tiled the red satin on the table and performed 3 rings of subordinate ghost work against the drawings. Under the magic light, the fabric twisted and deformed quickly, and a dress was automatically generated in an instant. Joan lifted the skirt and showed it to Ruby. Ruby's eyes were shining, and a pair of small hands clapped hard. "Little brother is amazing, Ruby. I really like this red dress. It looks exactly the same as the master often wears." Joan secretly laughed. Of course it was exactly the same. He copied it in the red dress that Mrs. Josephine wore this morning. He put the skirt on the bed, turned his back, and said to Ruby, "Change the clothes and let me know." Behind the rumbling movement, about 3 minutes later, Ruby said with a chuckle, "Little brother, I'm fine." Joan looked back, and the pretty girl in the red dress stood on the bed in a beautiful manner, suddenly felt her eyes light up, and couldn't help blowing a whistle. Joan noticed that Ruby was barefoot, and her hair was scattered on her shoulders, a little messy, so she used the remaining cloth to make 2 ribbons for her hair, and made a pile of white with cotton yarn for her socks, and finally opened the storage bag, turned out a large piece of white soft leather, used the secondary axe, and made 2 pairs of white leather boots for Ruby. Ruby the red ribbon, put on his socks, boarded his little leather boots, and took a photo in the mirror. He felt satisfied with himself and turned back to look at Joan for inquiry. Joan gave her a thumbs up. Her appreciation was self-evident. After such a well-dressed Ruby, it is definitely the most beautiful and lovely little Mage Joan has ever seen in his life. He used an expensive piece of white dragon leather to make shoes for Ruby. "Brother Joan, thank you for making clothes and shoes for me, but only 1 set of clothes is not enough. Can you help me make more sets for easy washing?" Ruby asked expectantly. Joan scratched his head. Listening to her, it seems that she wants to maintain Loris form for a long time, otherwise she has to replace so many dresses. "Well, I don't have any clothes at hand, but don't worry, Audrey's bedroom is next door. She should have a lot of high-end fabrics. I'll take you to visit her and borrow some fabrics to make clothes." "Okay." Ruby rushed to open the door. Joan stopped her quickly and asked, "You first change back to your original form, lest someone see a little girl in my room and misunderstand." Ruby nodded cleverly and changed back to the giant mosquito form. The dress and shoes and socks on his body also merged with the new form under the magic power. Joan took her out of the bedroom and was about to knock on Audrey's door. The door next door was open and the Holden probe came out. "Joan, I just heard you talking to a woman. Are there any guests?" "Really?" Joan pointed to Miss Ruby hiding behind her. "Oh, Joan, have you finally summoned the magic pet? Why did you choose a big mosquito?" Holden looked over curiously. "Ruby isn't a magic pet, Miss Ruby." A serious rebuttal. "Ruby, my brother's girlfriend." "Don't talk nonsense." Joan glared at her angrily. Oh, it turned out to be the little Ruby of the Countess' house. No wonder it looked a bit familiar. Holden once met Ruby on the top of Bylon Mountain, and then finally recognized her. "Ruby, little sister, why are you in Joan's house?" Kiao and Wai feared that Ruby was confusing again and quickly explained, "Mrs. Josephine went out on vacation and was inconvenient to bring Ruby with her, so I asked her to take care of Ruby for a while." At this time Audrey also pushed out the door and looked at them with a smile. "Joan, what are you talking about? So happy." Joan quickly introduced Ruby and the fact that he was forced to work part-time as a dad, and finally made a request to Her Royal Highness. "Ruby needs fabric to make dresses. In addition, I remember you have a fashion catalogue in your house. Lend it to me for reference." "Okay, come on first." Audrey invited the 3 men into her room and asked her brother to pour tea for Joanne and get a glass of juice for Ruby. Her Royal Highness ran to the closet on her own, brought out a lot of clothes with different textures and colors, and by the way pulled out 2 large fashion booklets from the bookshelf, and handed it to Ruby, letting her read it by herself and choose her favorite clothes. Skirt style. Ruby turned into a human form, and immediately aroused Zion's brother and praised her for her beauty. Audrey couldn't help but hold her in her arms, as if it were a doll. She touched her, and she spoiled her eyes. Holden looked up and down at Ruby, borrowed a pen from Joan, and then drew 2 dresses on the paper and showed it to Ruby. Ruby looked at Mr. Poet's paintings and immediately left his fashion pictorial aside. He said to Joan and Audrey, "The dresses painted by Brother Holden look better. They look better than the fashions in the book." "Little sister, have a vision." Mr. Poet sat in his armchair, and came up with a tactical back. "What is an artist? You all understand now." Joan looked at Holden's paintings, which were not only beautiful, but also elegant and generous in style. No wonder the little girl caught the eye at a glance. He asked Ruby to choose his favorite clothes, with Holden's design, and cast 2 new dresses. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1253 Special Hobby. Holden encouraged Ruby to put on new clothes that Joan had sewed for her, and tried the fit. Miss Ruby is also eager to try. Excuse me, ladies, change clothes. Please avoid 2 men. Audrey raised her face and drove Joan and Holden out of the door. Holden closed the door of the bedroom, and suddenly smiled strangely, and whispered to Joan's ear. Joan listened silently and nodded suddenly. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Audrey opened the door and greeted the 2 of them back to the bedroom to admire Ruby's new outfit. Holden clapped again and again. Everybody praised. Joan also boasted that she was pretty and cute. But in a moment, he remembered Holden's advice. Turning around and walking to Her Royal Highness, she scratched her head a little embarrassedly, and finally braved her courage to speak. Audrey, are there any styles you like in the fashion pictorial? When I was processing dresses for Ruby, how about helping you make some new clothes? The princess squeezed lips, couldn't help but tilted upwards. Her sapphire-like eyes overflowed with joy and brilliance from the heart. Or the girl's mind is more delicate. Audrey's concern for Ruby is not only at the level of clothing, but also inquire about her living arrangements in detail. When she heard Ruby say she lived in Joan's bedroom at night, she immediately said that this was inappropriate. There are 2 main reasons. First of all, of course, there is a difference between men and women. Ruby turned into a humanoid girl equivalent to 8 years old. It is not too small. It is inconvenient to live in a room with the opposite in many ways. In addition, Audrey also pointed out Joan's anti-human work and dressed ruler sleep only 2 hours a day. Most of the time is specializing in spells. Joan himself can maintain a full day's energetic as long as 2 hours of rest time. Ruby can't stand this sin. Miss Ruby was when she was growing up. Joan was working with a lamp in the middle of the night, which would inevitably affect her rest. Insufficient sleep will seriously affect her physical development and her skin will lose its luster. On the other hand, Joan hated being disturbed when he was studying in his bedroom. However, keeping Ruby, a lively and active girl, always quiet at all times is a kind of torture, and it will inevitably depress her mood in the long run. On the contrary, if she is allowed to play her nature, Joan will not expect Anne to do the learning quietly, to ensure that the tossed hair faint. In summary, Audrey thought that Ruby was not suitable for sleeping in Joan's house, and suggested that she move the small bed to the next room and share the room with herself. As a big sister, Her Royal Highness Princess thinks that she is more suitable for taking care of the little sister's life than Joan, and there are more topics to talk about between girls, and the regularity of work and rest is also in line. These remarks are well founded. Although Ruby was a little reluctant to separate from Joan, he did not particularly exclude living with a beautiful and dignified big sister who was very caring. So he hesitated to look at Joan and ask him, help yourself get an idea. Joanne considered Audrey's suggestion, admitting that her analysis made sense, and nodded to Ruby in support of her moving to Audrey's side. Holden looked next to him and couldn't help but sneer. Sister, you'll really pretend. The mouth is so grand, but in fact the little thoughts in my belly, I've seen through it long ago. You shut up. Her Royal Highness glared at her brother, preventing him from demolishing his desk. Joan looked at the sisters and brothers, and was vaguely disturbed. He didn't understand why Holden sneered, at least in terms of him. He really couldn't see Audrey taking the initiative to take care of the children. What kind of selfishness could he say? Why Holden doubted his sister's ulterior motives. Was that the usual ridicule between the sisters and brothers, or was Holden out of a deep understanding of the sister, really seeing something deep? Otherwise, why did Audrey rush to stop her brother from expressing her opinion? Joan thought about it carefully, pulling Audrey aside in a responsible attitude towards Ruby, and it was difficult to ask her something. Audrey, there is something related to privacy. I don't know that it is not convenient for you to disclose. There is still a need to cover up between us." Her Royal Highness Princess smiled freely. "Say what you want to ask directly. I promise to answer frankly." "That's it. Sometimes I see you being too affectionate and embracing something to Hyla, and occasionally you will take the initiative to kiss her. Hyla always complains about hug coyly. I don't quite understand the way of communication between your girls. Just a little curious. This is the normal way of expressing friendship, or do you have the kind to other girls? Cough. The one beyond friendship." Joan said, more and more embarrassed and poor. Audrey listened quietly, her beautiful cheeks flushed, her eyebrows curved, and her smile deepened. "Joan, I know what you are worried about. Just tell you that I do have a bad taste of molesting beautiful girls, but I don't have a particular sexual preference. At least not so far. I am flirting with Hyla because she also likes being flirted with me. This is a kind of intimate way of expressing friendship between girlfriends. Don't over-associate." "Oh, is that true?" Joan nodded, still a little incomprehensible. "We men will not express friendship in this way. It's such a shame. Seeing handsome boys getting close to each other like a couple can always move me deeply. It's even more exciting than being in love." The expression looked a little trance. "Aren't you serious?" Joan looked at her Royal Highness in amazement, completely unable to understand her strange taste. Audrey quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes dodged, and she smiled a little guilty. "No, it's nothing. Just a joke." He. "Really just a joke." "You can rest assured that I am an upright paladin. If I really have any moral flaws, or evil thoughts that do not see the light, how can I firmly protect the holy light in my heart?" "This is also true." Joan felt relieved, although there was a moment when Audrey's expression was a little, squinted, but he suspected that it was just his own illusion. As Audrey himself admits, the Paladin of the Sun has absolutely no dark side in his heart, nor is it perverted. Audrey folded her smile, showing her knighthood. "Joan, don't worry, I will take care of Ruby, just like my sister." "I don't believe you look at Holden." "If it weren't for my sister's proper care, I would have fallen into a rogue." "I hope so." Joan resisted the urge to vomit. If Holden listened to his sister's words, I'm afraid he would be moved to tears. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1254. To be interviewed. In the early morning of August 5th, Joan returned to the bedroom upstairs after breakfast, and then changed into a formal suit when he returned to the living room downstairs. The white shirt and tuxedo were spotlessly clean, and he wore a bow tie sent by Mrs. Josephine. Before going out, Joan saw that Ruby, who turned into a little girl in red, was chasing cats and dogs, and had fun. So she gave up her plans to take her to school and instead told Mrs. Anderson to take care of Ruby instead of giving. "She eats too many sweets and drinks too much juice." The landlord's wife smiled and nodded, looking at Miss Ruby with a spontaneous indulgence. It only took 2 days to get along, and the well-behaved Ruby pleased Mrs. Anderson, and was loved by the old lady who lived alone as a granddaughter, and changed the pattern to make her delicious desserts. Joan is worried that Ruby eats too many desserts and has tooth decay, but then thinks about it. Ruby's body is a mythical giant mosquito. If it really grows tooth decay, it is too incredible. Regarding Ruby's snacking problem, her second guardian Audrey was quite open, saying that it didn't matter if Ruby really had cavities. Dental caries is a common dental disease, and Audrey can be cured with a holy treatment. Joan couldn't agree with Her Royal Highness' indulgent attitude towards Ruby. Tooth decay is still second. If Ruby develops the habit of eating snacks, he will not eat much at dinner, and will become picky. He only loves sweet juices, but refuses to drink more balanced vegetable juices. If such a bad habit is formed, when Mrs. Josephine comes back from vacation, Joanne can't pay her a job. Dad is really bad. Joan sighed and left the apartment to go to school. Today, the Austrian Law Society will send a reporter to Mage University to interview Joanne, and also write a newsletter based on the content of the interview, telling the birth and growth experience of the youngest Rising Star Award winner in history. The reporters Joan had contacted in the past, such as Xiao Miao, Akai and teacher Benny in Leidenport, are somewhat different in terms of image and style of action. However, the reporters who came to interview him this time were a little different from Xiao Miao, waiting for people to have a completely different style of painting. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Joan followed Professor Moriarty to the office of Dean Franklin. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a beam of light was raised in the center of the dean's office, and a figure appeared. Joan looked over with curiosity and unexpectedly discovered that the visitor was an old gentleman with a pale hair, only 5 feet tall. The short stature and the top hat on his head made this little old man look a little funny. "Hey, Avel, my dear old friend, I'm so happy to see you again." Dean Franklin greeted him with a big smile, hugged warmly with the old gentleman who passed him, and then held his hands before Professor Moriarty and the teachers and students of Joan. "To introduce you, this is a special correspondent of the Austrian Law Society, Dr. Avel Dennison, my old friend. In fact, without your introduction, Mr. Franklin, I have dealt with this respectable Mr. Tennyson long ago." Professor Moriarty shook hands with the guests, and his smile seemed strange. "It was indeed a meeting, Professor Moriarty." The old man Tennyson turned to Dean Franklin and complained sorrowfully. "When I first met the young and promising professor at the ski resort, I almost fought one. Ha ha. I heard this about Trofim. He was on vacation at that time. You rushed to find him, grabbed his collar, and accused him of wronging his children, and he was not worthy of being a university teacher. Albert, you should be able to imagine that when I received the first paper delivered by Joanne Vida, how angry I should be after seeing it. This child's excellent Austrian talent, and his sincere love for scientific research, are reflected through the lines between the words, but the thing he sent is not a formal paper at all, which can only be attributed to his mentor did not fulfill his responsibilities." Old Tennyson waved his arms excitedly. "Okay, my dear friend, don't mention the past again." Dean Franklin smiled and rounded the field. "In any case, Trofim accepted your criticism and later tried his best to guide students. Joan can achieve today's academic achievements at a young age. The most grateful person is his mentor, followed by your wise editor-in-chief." Qiao An was listening to the teacher chatting next to him, and he was already awake to the beginning of this special correspondence, and he couldn't help but wonder. "Mr. Tennyson, aren't you the editor-in-chief of the editorial department of the Austrian Law Review? How did you become a reporter again?" Faced with Joan's question, the old man Tennyson laughed. "Originally, the editorial department planned to send a young man to interview you. I thought about it, and finally decided to take a trip in person to meet the young genius who used to communicate through letters. Mr. Vader, you will not refuse to accept my love interview with the strange old man." "On the contrary, Mr. Tennyson, this is my honor," Joan said gratefully. "The Austrian African academic community produces a Rising Star Award winner every year, but there are not many winners who have personally interviewed the old man Tennyson, which makes Joan deeply flattered." "Joan, I want to correct one of your mistakes." Dean Franklin patted the old friend's shoulders with a proud look. "My old friend Avel, whose position at the Austrian Law Society has just been adjusted, has stepped down as editor-in-chief of the Austrian Law Review and turned to editor-in-chief of the entire publishing group. In other words, not only the Austrian Law Review, the 3 higher-level journals, the Austrian Law Journal, the Austrian Law Newsletter, and the Austrian Law Quest, all belong to my old friend Tube." Professor Moriarty smiled and congratulated. Joan looked at his tutor and followed his example, congratulating Mr. Tennyson. The old man Tennyson waved his hand embarrassedly, unwilling to mention it. Inadvertently embarrassed expression made Joan feel particularly cordial, and the tension was relieved. In the following interview, the old man Tennyson did not deliberately trouble Joan as he had previously claimed, and all the questions he raised were within Joan's expectations. Due to the full preparation in advance, Joan basically responded well in the interview, and old man Tennyson was very satisfied with his performance. After the interview, Kiao Angang was about to breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, the old man Tennyson spoke a half-truth, causing his heart to just let go, and raised his throat. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1255 Special Invitation. Mr. Vida, you are the most talented of all the young people who have risen in the Austrian academic circle in recent years. The Rising Star Award is just a small achievement. I hope you will not be satisfied by this. We all look forward to your further scientific research. A new work will be published in the Austrian newsletter in the near future. New work, Austrian newsletter. Joe Anton felt pressured. At his current academic level, it is relatively stable to publish the Journal of Austrian Law, but asking him to produce a higher-level paper with enough weight to be published in Austrian newsletter is a bit difficult for a strong man. At least a few of the topics he is currently preparing for have not yet reached that level. In order not to disappoint the teachers who have cultivated himself, he has to rack his brains and try to hold a big move out. After the interview was over, Kian followed the instructions of the tutor in advance and invited Mr. Tennyson and Mr. Dean to lunch at the Tuileries Hotel with a little embarrassment to express their gratitude. The two old men smiled at each other, and they saw that Joan was trying to imitate the adult socialism in a young and childish way. Joan, I know you hate social entertainment the most. The idea of inviting us to dinner will never come from you. Was your tutor teaching you to say this? Dean Franklin deliberately raised his face and pretended to be majestic. Joan was terrified by the old man of the dean, and quickly turned his head and turned to the teacher for help. Professor Moriarty coughed twice and touched his nose awkwardly. Since the two old gentlemen don't give face, then forget it. Joanne, let's go to the restaurant ourselves, have a good meal, and celebrate. Wait. The old Franklin stared angrily at the most talented and unruly professor in the college, who said we wouldn't give face. Just didn't want to embarrass Joan, and he didn't want to force him to play himself. Character of Dean Franklin turned to look at Joan, his face becoming gentle. Child, do you remember the request you made on the day you received the award? You said you did not want to attend the awards ceremony, nor did you want to accept the tour of the 5 famous schools arranged by the school. After a little dredging, both the principal and the school board expressed respect for your choices, will not force you to show your head, engage in these social activities with no practical meaning, waste your mind and time in vain, and have the energy to participate in social entertainment. I would rather you write an extra paper. Joan nodded again and again. Mr. Dean's remarks were too appetizing for him, completely speaking to his heart. According to the old guys, to drink and socialize, it certainly doesn't suit your heart, if you don't like it. Mr. Dean patted the young master's shoulder and said with a smile, go, my good boy, do what you want to do. Let's go, then. Well, Mr. Dean, Mr. Tennyson, I'm out of company first. Joan bowed deeply to the two old men and left the office with gratitude. As soon as Joan had left his feet, Dean Franklin looked at Professor Moriarty with a smile. Trovim, will you arrange for Alva and I to eat at Tuileries Hotel at noon? It was originally planned that, since Joan did not attend, there was no protagonist for this meal, so there is no need to invite any more. Professor Moriarty rubbed his hands and was about to propose to cancel the seat reserved at the hotel, but was interrupted by Dean Franklin. Midget City's most luxurious hotel. The grade is high enough. Trofim, I want to give you the face. It is rare that your boy has a blood back, and Alvaro and I drink a few bottles of famous wine. What a shame. The old man Tennyson was polite. Don't see Trofim. This has recently started doing business again, and ran to the stock exchange all day. This guy, Trofim, is a person who is not profitable and early. If he is so enthusiastic about securities speculation, it must be to earn a lot. We can't save him money. The old man Franklin said angrily. Professor Moriarty saw that the two old guys were deliberately trying to kill themselves, and it was an iron fact that they used their working hours to engage in securities speculation. The reason was that they had to lose money first, so they had to smile and confess. As soon as he walked out of the door of the dean's office, Joan received the communication technique sent by Hayla and asked him whether the progress of the interview was going smoothly. After replying to the letter, Joan walked out of the teaching building and saw Hayla and Zion's brother waiting for him outside. "Joan, did Mr. Reporter give you a problem?" Audrey asked with concern. Joan shook her head and told her everything was going well. "That's good. Let me tell you the good news. At noon, Sister Fortune invites us to dinner," Holden said with a smile. "It's not that I invited you to dinner, but I represented a big person and invited 3 of you to the luncheon," Hayla corrected seriously. Joan rarely sees her being so serious, so she casually asks who is treating her. It's inconvenient to reveal for the time being that in short it is a big man, and there are very important things to discuss with us. Hayla's mysterious attitude aroused Joan's curiosity and followed 3 friends out of the school. A carriage was waiting at the door, and Joan noticed that there were 8 emblems of gold snakes painted on the carriage, and he exchanged glances with his sister Zion. They all guessed that the big man who invited them to be guests was mostly it is the top level of the Children of Freedom Association. Inviting guests to dinner is just an excuse. The other party's real intention is to ask these parties about the situation of extra-large magic crystal veins. 4 young people got on the carriage. Joan was still thinking about the magic crystal veins. On the one hand, he was worried about his safety, but he couldn't help but guess how much dividends he could get in the end. He was very worried and silent along the way. Hayla and Zion's sisters and brothers also had their own concerns. There was no conversation, and the atmosphere in the carriage seemed a little depressed. The coachman urged the horse out of the city gate and galloped westward along the avenue. After about half an hour, the carriage turned into the country road. There were yellow wheat and tall corn stalks growing on the side of the road. It looked like a farm. After another half an hour, the carriage was parked outside the gate of a manor. Joan got out of the car and looked around. He found that the mountains and the water are here. The scenery is pleasant and quiet, but it is a good place to cool off in the summer. It must be a holiday villa for a rich or powerful person. Hayla is very familiar with the environment of this country manor and leads Joan, Audrey and Holden after getting off the car. On the way, I met some men and women dressed as servants, all standing beside the road bowing to salute them, but no one asked them where they came from, and they seemed well trained. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1256. Mysterious Master Joan and his party walked about 200 yards along the paved avenue. From afar, I saw a 3-story villa with a blue roof and creamy white walls. The architectural style gives a refreshing and elegant impression. A handsome man in a brocade robe, in his early 30s, is slowly walking on the lawn in front of the villa with his hands behind his back, seeming to hear the footsteps of the visitor. The extraordinary gentleman stopped and turned, giving a welcome smile to Joan and his party. Joan felt that the man was a bit familiar from the distance. Hearing Hayla greet each other and called him Uncle Joseph, his mind flashed abruptly, and he suddenly recalled that this extraordinary man was not the only one in Lehigh. Joseph Adams, who met at Port Don. The Freedom Sons Association is said to have 3 high-level officials, known as the Big Three. The identity of 2 of them is unknown. The only one of the Big Three who often makes his appearance is this Mr. Adams. "Uncle Joseph, what do you plan to invite us to eat at noon today?" Hayla asked with a smile. "I don't know yet. In fact, I am also a guest." Adams shrugged his hand. Hayla froze for a moment and asked in doubt, "Aren't you the owner of this manor?" "In fact, the owner of the manor is an older brother of mine, but he rarely lives here, so he will leave the manor to take care of it." Adams opened the door and cast a profound glance at Joan. "Mr. Vader, after a year, we have met again." "Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you again here." Joan couldn't help but feel the swiftness of the passing of time, and in a year, he recalled the scene of meeting Adams for the first time. "Mr. Vader, as well as Miss Zion and Mr. Zion, in fact we should have met long ago. only because of some reasons it was delayed until today. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Adams. Audrey smiled politely. Don't say that, Your Honored Princess. I am the one who should feel honored. Adams raised his chest with one hand and bowed deeply to Audrey. Audrey's complexion changed slightly, as if he was surprised when he saw his identity. Come with me, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to a real big man. Adams opened the restaurant door and led 4 young visitors into it. The interior layout of the restaurant is not as luxurious as Joan expected. There are no expensive carpets, no crystal chandeliers, white napkins on the long table, ordinary armchairs on the table, and a fireplace. The 2 lazy cats are all fat like balls. The sight in front of him reminded Joan to visit White House Estate during the weekend while studying in Port Leiden. The restaurant of Sister Castis is similar to the decoration style of this room. Stepping into a familiar restaurant, Joan couldn't help but feel a little trance, as if he stepped into the old time of a year ago. He felt warm and welcoming, and at the same time there was a trace of unspeakable melancholy. Just as he was stunned, footsteps were heard outside the restaurant. A tall, cold-faced Assam man, dressed in a white shirt tuxedo, with a bow tie upright, and spotless white gloves, dressed like an unsmiling butler, led the waiter into the restaurant. To the visitors bowed to salute. Good afternoon, Heimdall. How is Lord's body today? Adams asked the strong man's butler. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams. The old man looks pretty good today. I look forward to meeting the young guests. Heimdall's tone was low, not slow or slow, giving a calm impression. After arranging the visitors to be seated, Heimdall ordered the waiter to serve, and then left the restaurant to invite the host to dine. Holden looked at Heimdall's tall and steady back and whispered to Joan, "This Mr. Heimdall is extraordinary, not like a housekeeper serving people. In fact, Heimdall usually doesn't entertain guests very much. He is the personal servant of the manor." Mr. Adams smiled, and then seemed to casually say something that scared everyone. Heimdall is a devout follower of the Queen of Cause and Effect Timeless, who was trained in martial arts at the Bayan Temple in the Chaos Sea and is a legendary monk. Biography: Legendary monk? Holden was almost shocked to overturn the coffee cup. Joan couldn't help changing his face. Heimdall, the legendary monk, where are all the powerful figures, even a housekeeper in this small country manor? This can no longer be described as big use. In an instant, Joan naturally had an association. Adams said that Heimdall was the personal servant of the manor, and he was qualified to let a legendary monk serve as his servant. How should he be respected? Joan couldn't imagine it. At this time, footsteps were heard again in the corridor outside the restaurant door, as well as coughing sounds from far and near. Heimdall pushed the door open and hung his hands beside it. Adams also stood up, his expression solemn, his eyes showing respect from his heart. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, a vertical elderly man in a white resident robe coughed all the way on crutches and stumbled into the restaurant. The old man's face was wrinkled, his look haggard, and his sick body was as thin as a wood, as if a strong wind could blow it, and he had to rely on the support of a cane to barely stand. It seems very difficult. Joan also noticed that the sick old man had long hair and shoulders, randomly tied into a bunch of ponytails, and his hair was as white as frost, and he exuded a magic wave that made him feel familiar. At the same time, Joan suddenly felt that his left palm was hot. Tears of God was sending him an emergency warning in an unprecedented and fierce manner. Mythology: Discover 8th Order mythical creatures. Just when Joan secretly shocked, the old man with white hair seemed to perceive a like breath from him, and smiled gently at him. "I'll tell you about it." Mr. Adams solemnly helped the old man to sit down and supported the back of the chair, facing the young visitors solemnly. "This gentleman is the owner of the manor, my eldest brother, and also the most respected in my life. Lord Dandridge Castis." When Joseph Adams spoke, Joan, Hayla, Audrey, and Holden stood up together, looking at the 4 pairs of eyes of the white-haired old man opposite, all exuding the mixed emotions of confusion and awe. "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1257. Lord Cast's Sir Dandridge Castis is probably the most legendary figure in the entire New World in more than a decade. There is no need to introduce the deeds of this grandfather. They are familiar to Joan. Although they just vaguely guessed each other when the grandfather showed up, when Adams announced his identity, he confirmed that he saw the outlier. The legendary characters, the young visitors still can't help but feel a little bit at a loss. Dear Lord, we have been admiring your name for a long time. It is really an honor to finally see the true face of your old man today. In the end, Her Royal Highness was accustomed to the big scene, calmed down first, and greetings from Baigong Beijing. Sir Castis smiled weakly and waved his hands to show that you were welcome. It was such a simple action that he couldn't help but cough again, as if he had spent a lot of energy. Joan was silently watching the old man closely related to his own destiny. He looked at the grandfather's buddies, the fathers of Martha and Rebecca, the most respected people of Uncle Logan, the war heroes of Alfheim, and now the decisive figures of the board of directors of Meadged University and the Colonial Company. At the same time, it is also likely to have an ambiguous relationship with the Free Sons Association and even the Brotherhood of the Virgin. Audrey, based on the face of Sir Castis, respectfully called him an old man, which seemed reasonable, but Sir Castis was not as old as he actually was. Joan remembers Rebecca saying that the year she was born, her father was 32 years old, so that's it. Jazz is now only 46 years old. What does this look like now? Not to mention 46 years old, it seems that more than 64 years old. Joan's eyes turned to Sir Castis' long, icy hair. It is conceivable that this white hair is his hair seal, which is derived from the blessing of Virgin Mother and is also a vicious curse. Joan recalls the uncontrollable heifer seal that Rebecca inherited from her father, and secretly suspected that the reason why Lord Zhu appeared extremely weak, looks like an old man with a winden candle, and the root cause may be on the seal of Yifa. At this point, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the back of his neck. The deformed eyeball also originated from Virgin. The blood seal of the different eyes turned slightly in the palm of his hand at the right time, as if it was resonating with the scarred seal of the different hair across the table. Lord Castis turned his head and looked at Joan deeply. A warm and soft divine power was transmitted to Joan through his eyes, as if a pair of gentle big hands, stroking his shoulders to relax his tight nerves, and the eyeball behind the neck also seemed to be hypnotized similarly. He closed himself and stopped the movement that was not under Joan's control. This wonderful experience confirmed Joan's guess. Sir Castis has seen that he is also a descendant of the mysterious Virgin, and also has a seal, and it is calm. It seems not surprising, except for the legendary monk Heimdall who was standing behind the Lord's seat. He looked at Joan thoughtfully and seemed to be aware of it. No one else noticed the silent communication between Sir Castis and Joan. Talk about some casual homemade topics. Sir Castis seemed to have a lack of appetite. When toasting to welcome the young guests, he only touched his lips with courtesy. When facing a table full of dishes, he almost never used a knife and fork. Mouth soup. Even these few mouthfuls of soup, he barely swallowed. In Joan's view, this is not like eating supplements, but more like taking a medicine to suppress a cough, so as not to disturb guests' interest in eating. Sir Castis, the host, was in poor health, and the mission to entertain the guests fell on Mr. Adams. Fortunately, Mr. Adams, who was born of this lawyer, was so funny that the atmosphere in the restaurant was not too dull. After lunch, Heimdall directed the servant to remove the pan and brought coffee, tobacco and dessert. Mr. Adams lit a pipe of cigarettes, leaned back in his armchair, and sprayed the clouds comfortably, and the conversation became serious. Hey Isla, the super magic crystal vein that you assisted the dwarf prospecting team discovered has alarmed the Imperial Cabinet across the ocean. At the same time, we also received bad news. The Fijian authorities are also determined to obtain the veins. They have already appointed a mission to visit the colony of Jordanheim. The two colonial governments of the North and the South are not willing to give up this treasure to each other. The sovereign state behind the colony also eagerly wants to profit from this treasure. It is not difficult to see that in the near future, the forces of both sides will definitely a fierce battle for the ownership of the mining area does not even rule out the possibility of war. Mr. Adams' analysis did not surprise Joan. The atmosphere of the coming reign is depressing. Joan didn't want to see the two major colonies in the north and south, and even the host country behind him, fighting for the mineral veins. He didn't want to see the Midgard colony become a war zone, so that the ivory tower of Midgard University was also affected by the war, preventing him from being able to study with peace of mind. Unfortunately, Joan knew that he was just a trivial little person. No one would care how he viewed this matter, and his wishes could not calm the dispute that was intensified by greed. Since it is useless to say more, it is better to remain silent. Uncle Joseph, we are just a group of students. It is meaningless for you to analyze these grand international situations with us. After all, we have no ability to change anything. Now we are only concerned about whether we can get the mine dividend we deserve. Heila's straightforward answer represented Joan's voice. As for the younger brother of Zion, because of the royal background of Canaan, he may not care much about the benefits he can get, and he is more willing to listen to Mr. Adams' analysis on the political level. Adams smiled and said to Heila, "You little fan, only care about the benefits of real money. But after all, there is nothing wrong with caring about your own interests. To tell you frankly, the proven reserves of our entire crystal mine area are about 100 million tons, and the proved reserves of Jotunheim are almost the same number. The disputed area that we and the Thiessen people occupy together, it is estimated that there are hundreds of millions of tons of reserves. Even according to the most conservative estimation method, the proven reserves of magic crystal rough in the entire mining area will never be less than 300 million tons. Even if it doesn't count the mining area occupied by Fijian people and the disputed area between the two parties, only the reserves on our side are counted. And there are 5 million gold dugger converted into 5% dividends. With such a large amount of cash, the campaigner's book will not be available. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1258. Dividend. At a meeting of the board of directors, there was a respectable gentleman who proposed to use the stocks and bonds issued by the company to offset part of the cash dividends that should be paid to you. Speaking of which, Joseph Adams glanced at Joan intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. Adams' incisive glance made Joan's heart move slightly, and immediately guessed that the director who made the proposal was probably the old friend of Mrs. Josephine on the board of the colonial company. The Countess had promised to help Joan and his friends fight for the benefits they deserved. The plan proposed by this gentleman, although not paying dividends in cash, is already the most generous and feasible plan for Joanne. However, it is a pity that this proposal of upholding integrity failed the vote of the board of directors and was eventually rejected. To put it bluntly, the amount of money is so large that it makes the board of directors feel painful and reluctant to perform the contract signed with the Klein prospecting team. If you really want to dig into the words of the contract, let's be honest, the board of directors can indeed find out the reasons for refusing to perform the contract. For example, there is a dispute about the discovery rights of the mining area. The dwarf discovered this vein earlier. Adams sighed. As a lawyer, I have to tell you responsibly that if you lose this lawsuit, you will lose only you. Instead of getting a copper plate, you will have to pay the employer a large amount of liquidated damages. Joan and his friends looked at each other, and they were all stunned. There is actually such a ridiculous thing that reverses black and white. Uncle Joseph, it's too unreasonable for the company to do this. Heila shot the table angrily. Reasonable? Sorry, as long as the board of directors spends any tenth of the dividend that should be paid to you, all the most prestigious lawyers in the new continent can be recruited to form an all-star team. Are you sure you want to follow us? Do professionals who earn their living relying on reasoning fight lawsuits? Adam's lips twitched a playful smile. This is awful. Hayla had to make concessions, but he was unwilling. Uncle Joseph, don't go around, tell us the truth. What the group of ironcocks on the board of directors really want, can't be hairless? That's not enough. Mr. Adams smiled and pushed a plate of chocolate pudding in front of the angry girl, motioning her to calm down and pass her breath. After discussion, the board of directors proposed a plan to pay Clan's prospecting team 400,000 Jindu plus remuneration. In addition, Hayla, Mr. Vida and to His Royal Highness Zion, each of you can get 10 Jindu as remuneration. Mr. Adams took a pipe and then said, Klein Stove has accepted this plan. Now it depends on what you mean. If you have any requirements, you may wish to propose it in person. As an attorney, I will be responsible for U.S. replies transmitted to the board of directors. We and Brother Clan's prospecting team were able to get a total of 5 million dividends, but now we are doing well, and we were cut to only 800,000 at a time. We lost a lot of this business. Hayla complained unconvincedly. However, complaining back to complaining, she is not ignorant of the general, knowing that she has no bargaining chips. Moreover, as the head of the prospecting team, Klein has accepted the compromise plan, indicating that he would rather take less money than make the matter bigger. In the current situation, Hayla knows that it doesn't make much sense to continue to fight. It may even cause dissatisfaction from Klein and others, worrying about being implicated by her. Can't get it. Even life is hard to save. With a helpless sigh, Hayla's pretty face was hard to hide, and she turned to look at the three friends beside her. What do you think of this solution? Should we accept it? Audrey and his brother looked at each other, and then looked at Joan's expression. When he nodded gently, he felt confident and calmly spoke. Hayla, I know that you are not upset and feel wronged. However, we have to face reality, and we should also be considerate of the employer's hardships. As Mr. Adams said, we have legal disputes over the right to discover the supermagic crystal veins. It's hard to tell. It was the Nidavellir dwarf prospecting team that we belonged to first discovered this vein, or the Sudranomish prospecting team hired by Fajan first discovered the vein. Now both sides are arguing about this, and it may even cause diplomatic disputes and even armed conflicts between the two major powers. Where is the disputed mine vein so easy to mine? If you want to profit from it, you must invest huge costs. The cost of recruiting mercenaries and maintaining mine security is not a small amount. With our own power, we can't handle these disputes at all. It's better to take this time bomb off while the situation has not deteriorated. The follow-up affairs are taken over by the colonial company. The troubles are all handled by the company, saving you the trouble. Indeed, we haven't been able to get the dividends stipulated in the contract, but compared with the labor we paid for exploring the veins, I think 100,000 gold dugger is already a lot. And the most important thing is to settle the bag as soon as possible. Hayla listened to her analysis and reluctantly nodded. Audrey saw that she had been persuaded herself and turned to look to Joseph Adams. Mr. Adams, the four of us can accept the price quoted by the board of directors, but there is something I must explain. Your Highness, please. In addition to the four of us, there is a dwarf mage named Billing, who joined the prospecting team halfway, and also contributed to the discovery of the giant demon crystal vein, and should receive a reward. Mr. Adams, please tell the gentlemen of the board of directors not to ignore the remuneration that Billing deserves. As far as personal friendship is concerned, Audrey and Billing can talk about the profound friendship. Due to her character, she doesn't like Billing's overly noisy style, who spends all day tempting on the edge of death. But as a paladin, she never confuses personal likes and dislikes with moral principles. Her personal relationship with Billing is not important, but the important thing is to be reasonable and to be honest. Billing has made an irreplaceable contribution to the prospecting team. Others have money to take, and he cannot always be short of him. Since the board of directors ignored this, Audrey felt obliged to speak for Billing and try to help him get the benefits he deserved. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1259. Walking. Adams nodded solemnly, promising to convey this truthfully for Audrey, and to help the dwarf Mage Billing get a reward. The four came to the banquet today, and eating was just a guise. The main purpose was to solve the problem of mine dividends. Now that the conditions have been negotiated, everyone is relieved and there is no need to continue. Hayla made a farewell on behalf of the crowd. Adams cast a look of inquiries at Sir Casts. Seeing that he had no intention of staying, he got up and sent Joan to go out. Joan followed his companion out of the villa and looked up at the bright sun and clear blue sky. 100,000 gold duga is his largest income so far. Although this amount of money is not enough to enable him to achieve financial freedom, at least he can make his life more generous, and he has the capital to engage in some expensive research projects. While thinking, he heard a deep voice suddenly behind him. "Mr. Vader, please stay." Joan was surprised, glanced back, and I don't know when Heimdall appeared behind him, but he didn't hear a trace of footsteps. "Mr. Vader, the Lord invited you to take a walk with him in the garden. I wonder if you can spare time to enjoy the light?" The legendary monk kindly conveyed Sir Cast's invitation. Joan hesitated a moment and nodded, "Of course. This is my honor." Audrey saw that Sir Casts was interested in chatting with Joan alone. Before hearing that Joan had inadvertently talked about his close relationship with his grandfather's family in his hometown, he smiled intentionally and greeted his brother, and Hayla got in the carriage. Joan followed Heimdall to the garden at the back of the house. From a distance, he saw Sir Castis standing on a stick with a cane, looking at himself with a smile on his front. The old man's wrinkled face, pale hair, and a bunch of blooming flowers set off a sharp contrast between aging and youth, which made him feel sad. Heimdall stood at the gate of the garden, silently, like a guard cast of steel. Joan Trail walked to Sir Castis and bowed to him. "You are welcome, boy. We are not outsiders. I haven't been home for many years. Fortunately, through the intelligence network of Son of Freedom, I still know more about the situation in my hometown of Yalfheim. I heard that your grandfather Mr. Guillaume Tell has passed away. Please accept my condolences." Chirong appeared on the face of the Lord. "Mr. Taylor is my older brother. I didn't expect that the letter of help I sent to Mr. Taylor would even cause him to suffer from the destruction of his family. He still feels ashamed to think about it." With a bitter sigh, Sir Castis asked Joan, "Brother Tell, is he still blaming me before he dies?" Joan recalled his grandfather's last words, shook his head, and whispered, "He didn't complain about you, but told me, if you want to explore the mystery of the origin of his strange blood, come to Midgard to ask you for advice." Sir Castis nodded recklessly, seeming to untie a knot and look better. "Child, about your life story, it's a long story. Let's talk later. Let's talk about your studies first. I have been paying attention to your growth for the past year, and you can always surprise me." "Joan, congratulations on winning the Rising Star Award. Brother Tell will be proud of you if you know what you have achieved today." Joan listened silently, his nose sour. "Boy, Adams heard from his little niece named Hayla that you still owe a school loan, and you have always regretted the application for a student loan, right?" Faced with the gentle smile of the old man, Joan felt embarrassed and nodded, blushing. "This student loan is cancelled. The contract you signed with the company was also cancelled at the beginning. Of course, it is good to want to come to the company after you graduate. If you don't want to work, stay in school to teach, engage in scientific research, or engage in other industries. It's up to you. I guarantee that no one will interfere with your choice." Sir Castis said lightly. How embarrassing. Joan was surprised and happy. With his current net worth, he didn't have to worry about tuition for a long time. The student loan is not a large sum of money. Even if the liquidated damages are included, he can afford it. However, after all, it is a heart attack and I feel unhappy every time I think about it. Now Sir Castis helped him remove this heart disease during the understatement, making him a little uneasy and grateful for his gratitude. "Child, This is just a trivial thing, and it is not worth keeping in mind. That's really. Thank you so much. You don't have to be polite, in fact I should thank you. Thank you for your considerate care of Rebecca. Sir Cast's smile was meaningful. Listening to him mentioning Rebecca, Junton felt his cheeks burn, and embarrassed himself. Obviously, although the grandfather was in Midgard, he knew what was happening in the family of Alfheim, thousands of miles away, including of course the emotional entanglement between his young daughter Rebecca and Joan. I'm sorry, sir, when I left Leiden, it hurt Rebecca. Joan explained hard, guilty in his heart. You don't need to mention these things anymore, Joanne, seriously. You instead. I'm afraid the same decision would have been made. Rebecca is still a naive child. He doesn't understand the dangers of the world. He does everything by impulse and never considers the consequences. I know that refusing her makes you very painful. The same is true for her, but this is indeed the most rational decision. That unhappy breakup hurt both of you, and your good friends became estranged, but this is just a small disturbance in your life journey. And it does not mean that you cannot continue to be friends in the future. My good boy, after all, you are still young, and there is an infinite future. There are countless possibilities. When you are more mature, you may know each other. The life traces that once run counter to each other will also reunite together. It will be more profound and mellow than when it was young, and it will stand the test of time and wind and frost. Joan stopped and looked at Sir Castes in amazement. The old man patted his shoulder with a smile. Don't be nervous, my child. This is not a prophecy, it's just that as my father, I wish you and Rebecca. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help coughing violently. Joan quickly helped the old man, patted his thin back, and helped him get better. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1260. Mother of Monsters. One. Heimdall heard a cough, turned his head and looked over here, his eyes full of concern, and was going to help Joan take care of Sir Castes. However, when he saw that Lorge waved at himself, he withdrew his footsteps and remained at the door as always. Grandpa, your body is very weak. Walking and chatting is too much energy for you. It's better to go back to take a nap first and wait for you to recuperate. I will chat with you again. Kiaun couldn't help persuading. Siesta? No. Boy, at my age, such a physical condition, siesta is a waste of life. In fact, I haven't slept in bed for more than 10 years. Sir Castes looked sad. I'm afraid that I can only enjoy a good night's sleep again until the end of my life. Fortunately for me, that day is not too far away. Grandpa, you shouldn't be so pessimistic. Joanne itself is not that kind of positive and optimistic character, so he persuades others to cheer up. But it seems hypocritical, and barely persuades Sir Castes. A few words. He feels pale and unconvincing. Boy, thank you for your concern. In fact, I am not pessimistic, and I did not give up sleep only for the purpose of cherishing time. In fact, I am a cowardly and fearful coward. I haven't been able to sleep peacefully over the years because I was afraid that my hair would be violent while I was asleep and strangle my neck. Sir Castes made a cutthroat gesture between his necks. Joanton shuddered. If someone told him that he was worried about being strangled by his own hair while sleeping, Joan would suspect that the other person's brain was wrong and was persecuted paranoid. However, Sir Castes said this, not joking, but also not blindly worrying about suspense, but stating objective facts. Grandpa, do you mean the seal of abnormal hair is no longer under your control, even killing your host? Joan tentatively asked. Sir Castes nodded gently. But, Imho, this is contrary to common sense. Joanne couldn't help but question. Grandpa, let me tell you, I have similar seals on my body. I have also observed Rebecca's abnormal hair seals more than once, and I am quite familiar with this type of mutation symptoms. Indeed, the Holy Seal, which is a mutated human organ, has a certain degree of autonomy, and occasionally does not listen to the host's call. but I have never heard of the case of the Holy Seal trying to kill the host. The Holy Seal is like a virus that is parasitic in the human body. Compared with ordinary viruses in nature, the Holy Seal has two unique features. First, it has certain intelligence, and second, it cannot be transmitted from the host to other organisms like a real virus, and can only be inherited through the blood. These two characteristics determine that the Holy Seal has to coexist with its host for life. If the host is killed, the Holy Seal itself will usher in death. The Holy Seal's survival wisdom does not allow him to do so. My personal experience and observations have verified this. For example, when I am in danger, the Holy Seal will occasionally give an early warning, not only to protect me, but also to protect myself. Joan looked at Sir Casts with a confused look in his eyes. Grandpa, why is it that your seal of abnormal hair is unreasonable and you try to kill your host? Is this not equivalent to suicide? You have a deep understanding of the Holy Seal. Joan deserves to be a genius mage at Mage University, but the general principles you have summarized do not apply to me as a special case. Sir Castis sighed, and the smile on his lips revealed a bit of bitterness. The reason why my seal of abnormality tried to kill the host was that it sensed a supreme command from its creator, and placed me first in murder, even higher than its own survival. In order to complete in this mission, it has been looking for an opportunity to die with me, and I have been careful to prevent it from giving this opportunity. Joan was stunned and seemed to understand something, but more questions came up. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. There are many questions to ask you. Don't worry, boy, we still have a lot of time to discuss this matter. Just ask if you have any questions. Sir Castis pointed to the pond in front of the garden. Let's go over there, sit down and rest for a while. Slow chat slowly. There is a curved shaded corridor made of white marble on the side of the pond. On the side of the porch near the pond, there are 3 armchairs, which seem to be a place where the owner and visitors can rest and fish. Joanne helped Sir Casts to sit on the poolside porch, and he also sat on the adjacent chair. Grandpa, I'm curious. How can you sustain your body after a long sleepless period? Not sleeping does not mean not resting. Sir Casts explained with a smile. You should know that this race of elves does not need to sleep. As long as you close your eyes and meditate for 4 hours every day, you can dispel fatigue, restore energy and achieve the effect equivalent to getting enough sleep. In order to avoid being murdered by my own hair in my sleep, I managed to learn the meditation secrets of the elves, replacing the deep sleep with meditation, and maintaining a sense of alertness during the break, without giving the seal of abnormal hair an opportunity. In this contest, it is my host who has the upper hand, but the seal of Yifa and the master behind her are not willing to admit defeat. Since they can't kill me altogether, they turn to me in another way. Extracting nutrients from my body and strengthening myself also makes me weaker and weaker. Children, as the owner of the Holy Seal, you have probably discovered a rule that the growth of the Holy Seal is closely related to the nutrients you ingest. The food you eat into your stomach, digesting and decomposing the nutrients, there will always be a part of the Holy Seal absorbed by the Holy Seal, used to strengthen itself. The nutrients stolen by this parasite, usually less than a neat tenth, which does not hinder the host's body. But speaking of it, after all, I am a special case. The parasitic seal on my body can steal up to half of the nutrients, which means that half of the food I eat in my stomach is used to feed my hair. We humans will not be able to become stronger just because we eat more and better food. However, the Holy Seal is different and absorbs more nutrients, so we can evolve stronger. If I eat a lot in order to meet my own health needs, it is tantamount to promoting the evolution of the sacred seal, making it stronger and stronger until it exceeds my control limit. If it were that day, even if my mind was still clear, I would be unable to stop the strange seal from committing murder. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.mentalnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1261 Mother of Monsters 2. Speaking of which, Sir Castis turned his head to look at the garden gate. Joan followed his eyes and saw Heimdall, but couldn't help moving. I vaguely guessed that the legendary monk might not only be Lord's bodyguard, but also his nurse. In the unlikely event that the Holy Seal gets out of control, Lord himself is unable to fight, and Heimdall will try to suppress it. Joan naturally recalled the scene when Rebecca's Abbey Seal went out of control, and he still feels scared to this day. The seal of Sir Castis' hair is obviously stronger and more destructive than the seal of his daughter. In case of loss of control, only legendary strongmen like Heimdall are expected to contain it. In order to avoid the immortal seal being too strong, I had to reduce my diet as much as possible, and the intake of nutrition was barely enough for me to survive, so that the immortal seal could not draw enough energy from me to promote evolution. Sir Steels said lightly. Joan looked at him as skinny and pitiful. Sir Castis said lightly, but the consequences of hunger and starvation all year round have been reflected from his weak body, and the price of suppressing the evolution of the Holy Seal is to destroy his own health. Okay, boy, a lot has been said about me. Now let's talk about your business. Can you show me your Holy Seal? Joan narrowed his neck slightly, but in the soft eyes of Sir Castis, still restraining the embarrassment, he turned around silently, pressed down his collar, and exposed the deformed eyeball behind his neck. Sir Castis stared at him for a few seconds, nodded and said, "The first seal, the initial state." "The first seal?" Joan turned round and asked curiously, "Do you mean the eye behind the neck?" "Yes, the seal of the different eyes ranks first among the top 10 seals awarded to the heir by the mother of monsters Echidna. Of course, this is just a serial code, which has nothing to do with the strength of the seal." Sir Cassis' inadvertent answer revealed a lot of information, making Joan more and more curious. "Grandpa, is the mother of monsters the source of all the blood of the Holy Seal? That is, the mother mentioned by my grandfather?" "It's her, a weird and evil demigod, whose real name is Ercadine." Sir Castis sneered. "This evil is claiming to be the Virgin, and her followers call her idols like this. It is really a great satire and insult to the original noble vocabulary." Closing his eyes and reassuring his indignation a little bit, Sir Castis continued, "Joan, about what happened when I was young, I want you to have heard from Martha and Rebecca. I don't repeat again. The biggest mistake of my life was that I was deceived by the evil Echidna and accepted her Holy Seal. So I was cursed and I have not been relieved so far." "Grandpa, you once won fame in the war with the Seal of Yeefa. Why did you so hate the mother of monsters that gave you the Seal of Yeefa?" Joan asked in a low voice. "Because I discovered that she was just using me, trying to use me as a puppet, using my hands to perform sacrificial rituals in the world, thus making her a true god. The things that Echidna asked me to do are too evil and cruel, and they have exceeded my bottom line as a human being, and I cannot accept it anyway. When I chose to uphold the principles, I was destined to betray Echidna, and she would never tolerate the existence of a rebellious electorate. Taking my life, and even wanting to kill my relatives and friends, caused me to go crazy and lose my nature in extreme grief and pain." Joan listened to Sir Castis' narration, and his heart stirred up a storm. 15 years ago, the mother of monsters tried to conquer the gods. However, due to my betrayal, plus your grandfather and your parents inadvertently broke into the sacrificial scene, ruined her ritual of consecrating the gods, leading to her many years try harder. However, Echidna did not give up her ambition to be a god, and she has been secretly expanding her powers over the years to create more heirs with holy seals. Unfortunately, as far as I know, Joan, you and me who refuse to be monsters are just exceptional cases. Most of the Son of Echidna failed to resist the temptation of the Holy Seal and eventually became the mother of monsters. The minions have been actively running for their mother to become a true over the years. In contrast, there are too few sons of monsters who are willing to stand on our side. Sir Castis laughed bitterly. and a firm glow appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, Ekadina had high hopes for me at first, and infused too much divine power into my voter. My betrayal caused her to be severely bitter and has not yet fully recovered. Unless Ekadina kills me and takes back the power within me, she cannot become the true god. Joan, you may have doubts. As a demigod, Ekadina has so many powerful heirs under her hands to call her. Why can't you get rid of me, an old sick man with only half a breath? Joan nodded quickly, and Lord really guessed his doubts. Sir Castis smiled eccentrically. Because after I betrayed Ekadina, I was fortunate to be protected by a goddess. My Lord Timus is the master of destiny and the queen of cause and effect, but it is not comparable to the half-hanging evil spirit of Ekadina. Thanks to the favor of my lord, he lowered the grace and protected me from the erosion of Ekadina's evil forces, and my weak and aging body became a battlefield against two divine powers. This happened in the war inside me is still unpredictable. Sir Castis' remarks were very obscure, but Joan was not difficult to hear the meaning. The carefully chosen voters of the evil Ekadina should not betray themselves easily, but Sir Castis gave her a heavy blow. This unconventional accident may not be entirely the choice of Sir Cassis' personal will. I am afraid that the control of the Queen of Cause and Effect is indispensable behind it. If Timothy doesn't want to see Ekadina become the true god, then it is undoubtedly a brilliant practice to draw the other party's most important voters into his camp. From a practical point of view, the contest between the two goddesses is the Queen of Cause and Effect Timus. Joan turned to look at the garden door. The legendary monk Heimdall is a devoted disciple of Timothy. He is willing to serve as a humble servant beside Sir Castis, presumably following the revelation of the goddess of destiny. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1262 Shadow Pope. Joan thinks about it for a long time. Sir Castis betrayed the mother of monsters Ekadina and turned to the Queen of Cause and Effect Emperor Moss. When he was in Port Leiden, Joan often went to the White House estate as a guest. The two daughters of Sir Castis, Martha and Rebecca, are pastors of Demosi. Miss Martha, the heir of the Castis family, two fiancés before and after, Daniel Fairfax and George Vassar, are also the paladins of Deimos. Joan thought it was just a coincidence, but now, in retrospect, he is still too naive. What does this mean? Is it not clear enough? Both Alfheim and Midgard are overseas colonies of the sacred Ashan Empire. It is reasonable to say that the mainstream beliefs of the colony should be consistent with the native empire. This is also true in name. The Holy Light Church, which honors Perot, is the official church of the New World. However, anyone who has lived in the new continent for a long time will recognize the fact that there are many people who admire the sun god Perot by their side. But more people worship the Queen of Cause and Effect Demosi. Although the Emperor Moss Church does not have an official halo, it is in fact the largest civilian church. Considering the immense influence of the Emperor Moss Church in the New World, Joan has reason to believe that Sir Castis betrayed the mother of monsters Ekadina and converted to Emperor Moss of the Queen of Cause and Effect. In return, he was promoted from a voter of evil spirits to a voter of great divine power. It was with the background of the Queen of Cause and Effect that this sickly lord could quickly gain a foothold after leaving the country and coming to Midgard, becoming the leader of the entire New World Emperor Moss Church, and incidentally controlling me. The board of directors of Digard University and the Colonial Company have exerted an invisible and huge influence in religion, secularism, and even academia, becoming a veritable shadow pope in the New World. Sir Castis waved gently, drove away a dead leaf butterfly resting on his knee, and continued the conversation. Joan, let's talk about Holy Seal. How much do you know about this? Joan endured the urge to touch the eyeballs behind his neck, thinking about answering. My mentor Professor Moriarty said to me that there are two ways to obtain the Holy Seal, innate and acquired. Inherent Holy Seal, probably like me, inherited the strange bloodline originating from the mother of monsters Ekadina. The Holy Seal is the concentrated manifestation of this innate bloodline power. Acquired Holy Seal, refers to those creatures that are not born with the ancestry of Ekadina, and later joined the sect organization such as the Brotherhood of Our Lady to worship the Mother of Monsters and made contributions or performed very well. If you are pious, you will receive the blessings of its idol Ekadina, and some organs in your body will mutate and evolve into a seal. The mentor also told me that no matter whether the innate seal or the acquired seal is essentially the same, it can also be divided into 10 categories, and evolution can also occur. Mr. Moriarty only told me the initial characteristics of the 10 seals. As for how to evolve in the future and what kind of shape it can eventually evolve into, the mentor did not elaborate. Maybe he didn't know much about it himself. After hearing Joan's answer, Sir Castis nodded thoughtfully. Joan, frankly speaking, your tutor's understanding of the Holy Seal is too superficial. Let me make some supplements. As you said, the Holy Seal can be inherited, or it can come from an acquired implant. Whether it is congenital or acquired, it is essentially the same. You can think of the Holy Seal as a supernatural germ, or use a more vivid and disgusting statement. A parasite. Mother of Monsters Ekadina possesses an extremely perverted ability called pregnancy aura. If a female creature happens to be pregnant and is within the influence of this supernatural aura, the fetus in the body will be influenced by Ekadina's divine power and has strange characteristics after birth. If I guess right, this is how your seal of the different eyes came from. Joan nodded. As Sir Castis guessed, in order to track down the true face of the Virgin, my grandfather had brought his son-in-law and pregnant daughter into the cult place of cultists. It is likely that he received a pregnant aura at the time. After the birth of Joan, a strange eyeball grew behind his neck, also known as the seal of the different eyes. Grandpa, I have a question. Kiawan frowned. Pregnant spiritual light can only explain the origin of the congenital seal, but it cannot explain the acquired seal, such as your different seal. Can it be obtained? This is a good question. Boy, what I'm going to tell you next may make you feel unbelievable or even disgusting, but you have to remember that everything I said is true. Ekadina's power and strangeness are beyond your imagination. In addition to the pregnancy aura, Ekadina also has a more abnormal ability to forcibly implant strange fetuses bred in her body into other organisms, regardless of whether the other party is female or male. You have to be forced to use Mother of Monsters as a tool for surrogacy. The female surrogate can give birth to the heirs of Ekadina. As for the male, because there are no organs for gestating the fetus, unfortunately, the day the fetus matures, he will tear his belly and break free from the abdominal cavity. If Ekadina added an extra power of myth when she exhibited this perverted ability, there is no need to contact the surrogate, just to gaze, or from the place where she lives through the higher discovery face to face. Give a glance to someone in this world, you can make the other person pregnant with her child. Listening to what I said so much, you may find it inexplicable. Does the bad taste of Ekadina have anything to do with the Holy Seal? Child, now I will tell you the truth. The so-called seal is actually the embryo implanted into the body of others by the Mother of Monsters Ekadina. No matter a person like you who was congenitally given the seal, or someone like me who was acquired the seal. Of course it also includes those fanatics who worship Ekadina and regard the Holy Seal as a blessing of the goddess, which are essentially Ekadina's surrogacy tools. Joan heard his hair standing upright, and a cold sweat came out. He couldn't help but touch the slightly hot, pulsating eyeball behind his neck, forced to bear nausea and fear, and asked Sir Castis for advice. You mean, the eyeball behind my neck and your hair are actually developing fetuses? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1263 The Mystery of the Holy Seal 1. This sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Sir Castis smiled with a bit of bitterness, but this is the truth. Unfortunately, I know it too late. Otherwise I would not be silly to accept the temptation of Ekadina and implant her into my devil, as a blessing of the goddess. Seeming to see what Joan was worried about, Sir Castis smiled sympathetically. Child, on how to prevent the seal from becoming mature. Let's talk about it later. I will tell you the evolutionary path of the 10 seals first. If you meet someone who has the seal, you will be better protected. The top 10 seals can be divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, high, and ultimate. The higher the level of evolution, the stronger the power. The first seal is the seal of the different eyes that you have. The first level comes with dark vision and at the same time provides you with the vision behind you. The seal of the different eyes has evolved to the intermediate level, and it will awaken a special ability called indirect gaze. Your sight can be used as a transmission medium to release ray-like spells and all magic, psionic, and supernatural effects that affect the mind. Effects: exempt casting materials, gestures and spells. The seal of the different eyes has evolved to the advanced stage, gaining an ability on the basis of the primary and intermediate levels, which is equivalent to a constant 6-ring knowledge, able to see through all illusions and camouflage. Joan listened attentively to Sir Casts. According to his introduction to the seal of the foreign eyes, it is not difficult to see that his seal of the different eyes is still in its infancy, and another owner of the seal of the other eyes he knows, Miss Betty of Forstdaining, has at least already it has evolved to the middle level, so it can cast charm spells through the eyes behind the neck. The second seal, which is the strange seal that I have, my poor little daughter Rebecca, unfortunately inherited this seal. Speaking of Rebecca, Sir Casts showed a touch of sadness in his eyes. The initial stage of the seal of abnormal hair is basically like Rebecca, which is equivalent to a magic weapon. You already know it well, so I don't need to elaborate. The seal of Yifa has evolved to the intermediate stage, and the toughness and sharpness of the hair have been greatly enhanced. It can easily cut off the hardest substance in nature, Jin, and it will not break when it is subjected to 10 tons of pulling force. When Yifa seal has evolved to an advanced stage, it can be expanded and contracted at will, and it can obtain the special effect of force field, which can penetrate all protective enchantments and even kill ghosts hiding in the spirit world. The third seal, called Sneak Seal, is characterized by variation on the skin. At the initial stage, the skin color and body surface patterns can be changed at will. Like a chameleon, it can be integrated into the surrounding environment and is not easily noticeable. The intermediate stage of Sneak Seal is equivalent to the constant advanced invisibility, while at the advanced stage, you can perform Phantom Spirit at any time and shuttle between the spirit world and the material world at will. The fourth seal is the Poison Fang Seal. It was originally a pair of organs resembling snake teeth. Toxins can be injected when biting an enemy. The higher the level of evolution, the more venomous the seal of tooth is, and it is no longer restricted to bites. You can directly spray toxins from the teeth to kill, and the host itself is immune to all toxins, bacteria and acid damage. The fifth seal is the inverse hook seal. The variation feature is the hair on the body surface. At the initial stage, the barb formed by the body's sweat is sticky and can climb freely on a steep wall like a spider. As it evolves leveling up, the body's surface hair becomes soft and hard, and it can also expand and contract to a certain extent. It is equivalent to a layer of natural armor, which can greatly enhance the host's defense. At the same time, it can also be used as a weapon to stab surrounding enemies, like inlaid in the thorn on the armor. The sixth seal is clearly the Stone Seal. You can guess by looking at the name only. The variability of this seal is also reflected on the skin, and it is the strongest of all seals. The initial stage is equivalent to constant stone skin. The higher the evolutionary level of the Seal of Stone Skins, the stronger the defensive power, and eventually it becomes harder than adamantite. Except for legendary weapons or mythological weapons, other weapons in the world can't hurt them. The seventh seal, called the Touch Seal, can make the hands and feet of the host shrink or stretch like rubber. The higher the level of evolution, the stronger the elasticity and the greater the limit length of stretching. At this stage, the severed hands and feet will grow on their own in an instant. The eighth seal, called the Regeneration Seal, has a very strong self-healing function in all its flesh and bones. It does not need treatment after injury, and it will grow automatically after a while. The higher the evolutionary level of the regeneration seal, the stronger the regeneration ability. At the advanced stage, the host's physique is like a troll. Even if the head is cut off, it can grow back. The more terrible thing is that the advanced regeneration seal, the host, is not as fearful of flames and strong acids as trolls. There is hardly any substance in the world that can inhibit its regeneration ability, just like an immortal body. The ninth seal, named Batwing Seal, grows a pair of bat-like wings behind the host, gaining flying ability. The higher the evolution level, the faster the flight speed, the longer the endurance. The host can evolve to the advanced stage. Feel free to play any door. The 10th seal is the most bizarre face seal among all seals. The seal of the human face, like a human facial tumor that grows on the host, has a complete and sensitive set of senses, including eyes, nose, ears and mouth, which can replace the host to observe, sniff and listen to the surrounding movements. You can also use the mouth of the human face tumor to replace the host to chant the spell. The seal of the human face is the strongest self-consciousness among all the 10 seals. It was originally fixed on the host. It has a low level of intelligence and occasionally speaks. As the evolutionary level deepens, the seal of the human face becomes more and more spiritual and free, and can move freely on the host, or even temporarily detach from the host, parasitic on other creatures, so that it is affected by the original host domination, like a puppet. When the seal of the human face evolves to an advanced stage, even if the host dies, as long as the seal itself is not destroyed, it can be parasitic on other creatures, and within a few days this new host can be transformed into the original host. All attributes, abilities, memories, and even personality are exactly the same as the host's lifetime, like a flawless replica. Joanne, you may have found that when I talk about the evolution of the Holy Seal, it involves at most the advanced stage, but never mentions the ultimate stage. That is because when the Holy Seal evolves to the ultimate stage, it is like immature and ready to give birth. The fetus no longer needs the mother to conceive, nor is it impatient to stay in the mother's womb. Speaking of which, Sir Castis smiled oddly at the young mage who was listening attentively. Boy, you might as well guess what will happen after that. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1264, The Mystery of the Holy Seal. 2. Joan wiped his cold sweat and tried to answer Sir Cast's question. The Holy Seal that has developed to the final stage will tear the host's flesh and come out of the body? Sir Castis nodded heavily. Yes, for the seal of the ultimate evolution, the host is like a coat that loses its value. It is time to discard it and exchange the destruction of the host for its own freedom. After that, the seal will devour the soul of the host, evolved into a Raelson of Icadin, a legendary mythical monster. Grandpa, according to your opinion, the top 10 seals that have evolved to the final stage correspond to 10 legendary mythological monsters. But what are they? Joan questioned with intertwined fear and curiosity. Sir Castes did not answer his question for the first time. He silently watched the waves rippled by the wind on the surface of the pond and spoke for a long time. Children, to be honest, I have not personally seen the Holy Seal that has evolved to the final stage. But I have used the spell of magic to ask my Lord Queen of cause and effect for the same problem and get some inspiration. The revelation of the goddess is always very abstract and vague. I can only interpret it according to my own understanding, and it may not necessarily conform to the facts. Next, I will tell you my guess about the 10 legendary mythological monsters, the so-called top 10 holy beasts of the believers of Icadina. Let me be a reference. If it really happens in the future, how many hearts are there for a holy beast? The holy beast corresponding to the seal of the different A's, according to the revelation of my Lord Timus, should be a three-eyed magic dragon who sleeps day and night. Joan, do you have any symptoms of insomnia? Sir Castes suddenly digressed. Joan stunned slightly and shook his head quickly. No. In fact, the thing I hate most is insomnia. In an instant, he felt a chill in his heart. Occasionally when I can't sleep, because of the fear that insomnia will affect the preparation of spells the next day. My mood will always become very anxious, and I even have a tyrannical impulse for no reason. I want to destroy or kill an irrelevant creature. Vent your anger. Whenever this happens, I will always take my own sleeping agent to prevent my mood from getting worse. But really speaking, I really don't like to spend too much time in sleep. If there is a way to keep a clear head and plenty of physical energy without sleeping, I am happy to try. After listening to Joan's confession, Sir Castis nodded and patted his shoulder, persuading meaningfully, "For the matter of sleeping, my child, don't always stretch your nerves too tight, otherwise it will break sooner or later. Try to relax and find fun from sleep, which is very important to you." Joan nodded solemnly. In fact, just now I heard Sir Castis talked about a way to learn from the elves. Instead of sleeping for a long time of meditation, he couldn't help but be tempted, thinking about whether to ask the Lord to teach him this secret method. After that, even 2 hours of sleep time can be saved and something more meaningful can be done. Now, after listening to the advice of Lord Joan dismissed the idea. As Sir Castis said, sleep is a kind of relaxing enjoyment, not just fulfilling the obligation of survival. If you have to squeeze even 2 hours of sleep, how much fun can people have to live? What is the meaning of sleep? Being able to fall asleep peacefully is the most precious meaning in itself. Always tightening your nerves like this will cause excessive pressure on your body and spirit, and I am afraid that it will accelerate the evolution of the seal of the different eyes. What kind of creature are the three-eyed magic dragons that do not sleep at night? Sir Castis continued the topic just now. I searched the ancient books, but I couldn't find the exact answer to this question. The mention of a Corgis dragon best fits the description of this enlightenment. The Corgis dragon. Joan frowned. There must be no such creature in the Valles monster illustration. He has read almost all of the paleontological literature in the Medgedofa library. There is no impression of this creature, but using etymological analysis can still see some clues. The word Corgis means ancient snake in ancient dragon language. Lord, will it be a snake dragon? Most of the 5 cull dragons and metal dragons that exist in the world of wings, and they belong to a winged subclass under the supernatural lizard class. However, most of the dragons in prehistoric times did not have wings. They looked more like horned pythons, so they were called snake dragons. In other crystal wall systems of the Valais universe, such as Dongfeng Taniu, the snake dragon is also respected as Jialong by local people, and is said to have divine nature. I also doubt that, Joan, the holy beast corresponding to the seal of the different A's, the Corgis dragon, is probably a mythical 3-eyed snake dragon. Sir Castis then gave another side of evidence. Dragons that are common today all have special constitutions for immune sleep spells, but they still need to sleep. In fact, this is already the result of bloodline decline. Before the dragons evolved the dragon wings, their ancestors are said to be able to maintain their energy without sleeping. From this perspective, the 3-eyed demon dragon does not sleep day and night, but it is not necessarily an exaggerated rhetoric. The second seal, that is, my seal of the strange hair, the corresponding sacred beast is probably the mythical snake-haired banshee, which is the so-called Medusa in prehistoric mythology. Joan nodded, remembering Mediegogan, the snake-haired banshee that he had made recently. Sneak seal. The corresponding holy beast is named Harbi. It may be a mythical eagle-bodied demon. The seal of the Fangtooth. The corresponding holy beast is named Cerberus. I got some valuable clues in the ancient epic of the Blue Man, and if nothing unexpected, the word Cerberus refers to the mythical Nethys war dog, which is the watchdog of the Nethys on the 9th floor of the Bartle Hell, the pet of the king of the devil, Asmodeus. The holy beast corresponding to the holy mark of the barbarian presents a huge sow in the revelation of my lord. It may correspond to a female mythical razor wild boar, or a female mythical nightmare? I'm really not sure. The sacred beast corresponding to the seal of stone skin is called the fierce lion of Nemea in Shenki. Perhaps it is a mythical lion. It must look like a lion anyway. The sacred beast corresponding to the seal of tentacles is called Scylla. I checked the literature. It seems to be the name of an ancient sea monster. Unfortunately, there are no pictures left in the world. According to my guess, most of them are mythical deep-sea squids. Monsters like that. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1265 Holy Beast. The holy beast corresponding to the rebirth seal is named Hydra, which is easy to guess. The word Hydra used to refer to Hydra in ancient times, but now it specifically refers to Hydra, so it can be seen that the eighth holy beast is probably a mythical Hydra. The sacred beast corresponding to the seal of Batwing is a wild birth with the characteristics of a lion, a goat and a dragon. Obviously it is a mythical chimera. As for the last seal of the human face, the corresponding holy beast is named Sphinx, the head of the Sphinx, and the eagle wing and python tail. It is also easy to guess that it is a mythical Sphinx. Joan made a careful note of Sarkast's guess, and then raised another question about his own safety. Grandpa, what can we do to avoid the holy seal becoming the ultimate holy beast? The reason for raising this question is simple. He has not lived enough, and he does not want to be squeezed by the holy seal to devour one's soul one day, and devour an evil monster from his body. Now he must try to prevent this tragic ending. In the first 3 stages of the Holy Seal, it is relatively easy to control. Spells such as Reverse Evil or Settle the Mind can effectively suppress the Holy Seal. If you want to completely remove the Holy Seal from yourself, it is difficult. Before the Holy Seal evolves to the advanced stage, you can also remove it with the help of miracle surgery, prayer or mind surgery. Once they have advanced to the advanced stage, these methods will no longer work. I am afraid they can only be removed with the help of legendary spells. When the Holy Seal evolves to the final stage and becomes a mythological monster, it has an independent will. If the host tries to remove it from its own body, it will be repulsed by the Holy Seal and it is difficult to protect itself. But conversely, before the Holy Seal evolves to its final form, it does not have much negative impact on the host, but it is more beneficial. Joan heard the suggestion of Sarkast's, and then took the opportunity to ask how to prevent the Holy Seal from becoming the final form. Joan, have you heard the story of Dr. Faust and the great devil Mephisto? Sarkast's made an analogy with a popular folk tale. The devil signs a contract with people to help each other realize their wishes, and the reward is to obtain the soul of the other party after death. The Holy Seal is like a devil's contract. My child, when you are at the crossroads of life, when faced with difficult choices, the Holy Seal will start on its own, pulsating like a heart, instigating you to choose one that violates reason and conscience, but at the same time makes you feel happy, profitable or satisfying some virtuous desire. If you succumb to the Holy Seal's instigation and make choices that are consistent with your wishes over and over again, you will gradually drift away on the evolutionary path of the Holy Seal. When you finally realize that you have awakened the power of myth, the road will soon come to an end. Conversely, if you have extraordinary courage and a strong will, and are not instigated by the Holy Seal, you can make your choice by free will, even if it is not always contrary to the options of the Holy Seal. It will not become a puppet of the Holy Seal. Joan silently listened to Sarkast's instructions, and subconsciously touched the back of the neck, remembering that he had a fierce conflict with a little dwarf who was teasing himself on the way from school. Although the little dwarf repeatedly claimed that he was only making a joke with him, a prank, but after being teased, he could not show a noble sense of humor like a real gentleman, but instead was angry with the little dwarf killer. In retrospect, Joan still remembers the scene of killing the little dwarf. When he stabbed the dagger fiercely into the opponent's heart, the strange eyeball behind his neck suddenly became hot, beating like a heart, seemingly telling him to kill well and kill him. Not only that, the seal of different eyes was still trying to convey such a belief to Joan. If you encounter a suspicious guy in the future, you should preemptively, no matter if the other party is really malicious, or just want to make a harmless joke, kill the other part. Even if you kill the innocent by mistake, it is better than being humiliated. Joan restrained the instinctive impulse at that time and refused to accept the alien apostle instigation. After that, the same happened several times. The seal of the different eyes seems to have been trying to instill in Joan such a belief he would rather bear the world than the world. Fortunately, at least so far, Joanne has not been able to agree with this concept, and he does not plan to act in accordance with the alien apostle's instigation in the future. Just when Joan was worried, Sir Castis changed the subject. About the Holy Seal, I will talk about it today, Joan. Beware of the people who have the Holy Seal. They are all heirs of the mother of monsters, Echidna, and they are mostly standing hostile to us. Position. Joan nodded his note and then asked him, Grandpa, what do you think of the Brotherhood of Our Lady? This seems to be a semi-open church of Echidna. The Brotherhood of Our Lady is indeed a cult that worships the mother of monsters, but not all the people who worship the mother of monsters are necessarily affiliated with this church. In short, you should not be too close to this group of cultists. It will not benefit you. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. At least as far as the Midgard region is concerned, as long as I live in the world, this group of cultists will not dare to blatantly mess up. If they find you in trouble privately, children, remember to give Irite a letter and I will help you solve the trouble. Thank you for your care, Lord Sir. I have one last question. I don't know if I should ask it. Joan looked embarrassed. Want to ask whatever you ask. I will answer as honestly as possible. Sir Cast's gentle smile gave Joan the courage to ask the question that had been on his heart for as long as possible. You have been incognito. You haven't appeared in public view for more than a decade, and you haven't even dared to contact your family members. Are you worried about the reprisals of the Virgin Mary? There are factors in this area, but I have made arrangements in advance and the safety of Martha and Rebecca is still guaranteed. I have been disconnected from my family for years, and I am ashamed to say that it is difficult for me to explain the real reason. Sir Castis sighed, hard to hide his guilt in his eyes. Perhaps out of inferiority and fear. I don't want the children to see my old and sick now, worrying to scare them, but also worrying that my Yifa Shengyin is out of control and hurting my children, just as they were. I once lost control of my emotions, causing the strange seal to go crazy and hurt Martha and Rebecca's mother. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1266. Either a god or a beast. Heimdall is by my side. You may think this is a precious time wasted by a legendary monk, but you must know that Heimdall's most important job is not to serve me, but when I can't control the abnormal hair in the Holy Seal, he promptly took control of my bloodthirsty long hair, calming the mad monster in my heart. Sir Castis looked up at Joan, his expression more complicated. You may think that these reasons are too far-fetched. If I am really inconvenient to live with the children and cannot meet them from time to time, at least they should keep in touch. It should be so, but I can't do it. Joan, when I left my family for the first year, if I could overcome my inner cowardice, overcome sensitive self-esteem, and take the initiative to write a letter to my wife and daughter, as long as this first step is taken, everything will be different. In the days to come, you will certainly be able to maintain communication with your family. Unfortunately, I did not do that. I didn't write a letter in the first year, because I couldn't think of any happy things I could share with my family, and I couldn't help but complain about my worries in the letter, even worrying my family. I always comfort myself and deceive myself to be too busy with work, unwell, and in a bad mood. Now I just want to be alone. After a while, when my situation improves and is not so busy, or if there is any good news worth sharing with my family, I must write to my family. I have made countless determinations to write to my family tomorrow, but tomorrow will be the day after tomorrow, and year after year will pass like this. The longer the time, the higher the barriers in my heart will accumulate, and the separation from the family in the distance it has also become deeper and deeper, and it has become more and more difficult to write a letter. Now more than 10 years have passed. Let's not write a letter to my family. Even if my feet set foot on the land of my hometown again, it would be harder for me than to set foot on the Sea of Swords. Sir Castis wiped the wet corners of his eyes, and a wry smile of self-deprecation was raised. You may not understand this contradictory mood, my child, because you are still young. I hope you never experience this mood in your life. That is really a shameful thing. Joan listened to the silent confession of the old man silently, and his mood was hard to calm down. In fact, he was fully able to understand the complex and self-blame mentality of Sir Castis, because he had also been sentimental near the hometown, and had the urge to escape from the family and live in isolation many times. The position that human society has arranged for him is like a pair of undersized shoes. In such an environment, even if the people around him are very friendly to him, he will still feel awkwardness, pain and even suffocation from time to time. Just as Sir Castis was full of self-blame, Joan couldn't blame his suffering on others. For him, existence itself is a kind of torture. The more it integrates into the crowd, into society, and gets involved in the intricate interpersonal network, the deeper the pain. In the crowd, the existence of others is like a force field that is self-contained. It always applies gravity or repulsion to you, constantly squeezing or tearing you, making you feel inexplicably painful. In such a society, it doesn't matter whether others are good or bad for you. What matters is that for you, others are hell. This is certainly not the fault of others, especially in the case of Joan. Almost all the people around him treat him with kindness, and morality and reason do not allow him to blame others. He can only blame himself for his awkward situation. This body is heaven, the people around are angels, but you are the devil alone. In the eyes of the devil, heaven is the uncomfortable hell, and hell is his heaven. It is not the fault of others, nor the fault of the world. It is all your own fault. Joan feels that Sir Cassis' mentality is similar to his own. Perhaps this is the reason why he had to escape from family and affection, although this made him very blameful, and often deeply confessed for his selfishness and cowardice. However, escaping from the crowd really allowed him to be alone, so he could breathe and feel relaxed. Child, I want to give you a little advice. Sir Castis wiped the tears in the corner of his eyes, raised his head, and stared at the young man in front of him with a very serious eye. Think about your friends and family, those who are good to you but have not contacted you for a long time. If you still have the courage to do so, you must take the initiative to write to them. Don't be ashamed to complain to your friends and relatives. Carry it alone. Even if you endure nausea, you must write the first line of words. As long as you insist on writing the first line of words, you will have the opportunity to defeat the devil. In the future life journey, you will benefit a lot. If you can't take this first step, you will fall into a vicious circle, becoming more and more lonely in the deepening of self-blame and guilt, and more out of step with the real society, just like me now, the same head the wild beast. Joan was speechless. The advice of Sir Castis just hit the scar in his heart. Since the death of my grandfather, his emotions are stronger than the grief of losing his loved ones. Instead, he is an impulse to escape from his hometown, or releasing more precisely. The only family member with whom he was blood-related is no longer alive, and he has done his filial piety. It seems that he has received an amnesty order and can finally escape from the jail cell, and he no longer needs to bear to maintain emotional communication with others. Obligations. He did not want to admit this distorted mentality, but his body was very honest. In the past 2 years, he has not returned a letter to his relatives and friends in his hometown, which also includes Candy, Rebecca and George Vaser, who treated him like his family. He felt self-blame for his cold-heartedness and ungratefulness, but the more he blamed himself, the more he wanted to escape from it all. As Sir Castis pointed out, when you are afraid to write a letter, things become dangerous. The longer you drag on, the more difficult it will be for you to write and speak, until you eventually lose the ability to speak out to the outside world. I wish everyone could forget you and let you die. You are still alive in the world, you are still in good health, but at the social level you are already deaf, dumb, and blind. You are already socially dead. So, should we strive for self-healing, starting with writing the first letter? Trying to change ourselves and save ourselves? Reason will give a positive answer. Unfortunately, as far as this issue is concerned, the power of reason is too weak. You certainly know that in this case, every letter you send to the outside world, no matter what you write specifically, is essentially a call for help. You all know the truth, but your reason can't control your behavior. And neither your self-esteem nor inferiority allows you to issue this letter of help. This is the root of all tragedies about you. End of Volume 5. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1267. Letter from Medea. On the morning of August 5th, Joan was interviewed by Mr. Tennyson. In the afternoon, he went to the out-of-town manor to visit Sir Dandridge Castis, who has long been famous. The busy day was not over. When he returned to the apartment that night, Joan received a letter that was unexpected, thoughtful, and reasonable. This magic text message was sent by Mage Joan and entrusted Joan to help find literature about petrochemical supernatural creatures in the Austrian library of Mage University. It is best to list each petrochemical creature exactly the corresponding habitat. In addition, Mage also invited in the letter, hoping that Joan would use her summer vacation time to help her systematically study various supernatural petrochemical creatures and try to figure out the principle of the petrochemical effect. If possible, the United States also wanted to invent a universal spell to prevent petrochemical effects based on the research results of the two. Mage also made a commitment in the letter that the research results of the cooperation between the two can be published in the Austrian and French academic journals according to Joan's wishes. Joan can sign the newsletter as well as one work. Mage herself only needs one work in parallel. If the journal does not allow one work in parallel, she can also give her a second work. Anyway, as long as she sees her name on the publicly published thesis, she will be satisfied. I have to say that Medea's letter happened to scratch Joan's itchy place. He was originally interested in the topic of petrochemical effect, and also had plans to conduct research on related topics. Medea's initiative was like-minded for him. On the other hand, in an interview yesterday, Mr. Alva Tennyson once encouraged him not to be satisfied with the small achievements he has made so far, but to devote his main energy to the creation of high-level papers. French newsletter. Although Mr. Tennyson's encouragement was semi-joking in nature and was not a mandatory requirement, Joan still kept this matter in mind and took it seriously. At his current academic level, it is almost impossible to create a paper that meets the acceptance level of the Austrian newsletter completely on his own. After all, he is only a small 6th-level wizard, and he can only master 3 ring spells at most, and the articles published in the ARC newsletter usually use spell tools not lower than 4 ring, otherwise it will be too cheap. A more reasonable approach is for Joan's mentor to take the lead in setting up the project. Joan works for the mentor and does all the work that he can do. The job beyond his ability is handed over to the mentor. Finally, a high-level essay is produced by the mentor. The signed corresponding author, Joan signed a work, voted for Alpha News. This is the standard operating procedure of the Academy Master-Apprentice Workshop and the mainstream teaching method of the Olympic Law Institute of Mage University. Mr. Tennyson looked forward to Joan going further. His new work tried to contribute to the Austrian newsletter. In fact, he did not expect him to finish all the work by himself, but expected him to work with his mentor to complete a high-level project. In the process of starting for the tutor, he improved his academic level and experimental skills, incidentally issued a core journal paper, and continued to maintain the star popularity in the academic circle. However, Joan's situation is somewhat special. If his mentor is the highly respected and dedicated Dean Franklin, This traditional model of scientific research is of course applicable, but unfortunately he has a less reliable mentor. Dear Professor Moriarty, how can you still do research now? All my brains are thinking about securities speculation. Mr. Professor now runs to the stock exchange every day. He occasionally returns to the laboratory. He talks to Joan about his speculation experience. He always wants to encourage Joan to be his partner in the securities business. Joan can only tell the truth. He is not interested in the securities industry. Really cannot help the mentor, he can only ask him to forgive me. In this case, Joan couldn't count on Professor Moriarty to take his own task, but he could only manage to hold a big move by himself. This letter from Medea Joan seemed to him a long drought, which happened to solve his troubles. The issue of petrochemical research described by Medea in the letter is undoubtedly a major project. Joan himself was unable to complete it, but with Medea, the 11th level warlock, it became much easier. What's more, Medea not only has a strong spellcasting ability, I am also a snake-haired banshee who is good at petrochemical gaze. I also have a male and a female and 2 petrified lizards in my family. I bring my own samples for research, which can save a lot part of the workload. If this subject can be successfully completed, Joan is confident to publish his paper on the cooperation with Medea in the Alpha newsletter, which can be described as each needs cooperation and win-win. Joan became more and more excited, and wrote to Medea that evening to accept her invitation. Early the next morning, Joan burrowed into the Austrian law library, looking for literature on petrochemical organisms. After spending a whole day, Joan almost turned the library upside down, and finally collected more than 40 related documents, involving a total of 7 kinds of petrochemical organisms. These 7 kinds of creatures with petrochemical capabilities are ranked in order of threat to humans, from low to high: horned rabbits, chickens and snakes, petrified lizards, snake-haired banshees, siesta, petrified cattle, and demons. The creatures listed by Joan only consider supernatural petrification abilities, such as the petrochemical gaze of snake-haired banshees and petrified lizards, the petrochemical spits of petrochemical cattle, and the petrochemical bites of chickens and snakes. Enter a creature that is good at 6-ring petrification, otherwise there will be too many samples. Wouldn't it be necessary to arrange high-level mages such as Professor Moriarty and Dean Franklin? This is too nonsense. In addition to consulting the literature in the library, Joan bought 2 petrochemical scrolls as research materials. Wait for her and Medea to get the petrified creatures listed above, sum up the rules of the petrochemical effect, and then compare it with the petrochemical spell configuration to complete this sample. The 6th ring petrification itself was developed based on the supernatural ability of petrochemical gaze as a prototype. The law applicable to petrochemical gaze, Joan felt that, in theory, the same applies to the 6th ring petrochemical. Joan had been busy working all day, returning to the apartment in the evening, and found that Zion's younger brother was packing luggage, and Hayla also ran to eat. Tomorrow is August 7th. The day of the summer vacation at Mage University. Hayla is going back to Freeport to report to his adoptive father, Hella, on the disputes caused by the giant crystal veins. Audrey and Holden followed the call of the Canaan royal family and will return to Bethlehem, the capital of Canaan, this summer. In addition to reporting on the crystal veins, the sisters and brothers have to go home to assist their elder brother Crown Prince of Canaan Corofat in preparation for the World Expo. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1268 Unlucky Venus Flytrap. Before the school started, this was Joan's last dinner with 3 friends. Everyone eats and chats and imagines their summer plans. Hayla impatiently spent the summer in Freeport alone, and decided to stay with his foster father at home for at most a week. After that, he pulled a scroll of teleportation and went to the old world to find his sister Zion and take a vacation in Bethlehem. Audrey and Holden would not like their friends to come to Canaan as guests, expressing a warm welcome to Hayla, and reiterating the old saying, asking Joan if he could find time to come to Canaan for a vacation. Xiao Anwen refused the kind invitation of Sister Zion, but was not embarrassed to say that he had just received an invitation letter from Mage Joan last night and planned to use the summertime to cooperate with her on a series of researches on petrochemical organisms. August 7th, the first day of summer vacation. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Joan took Ruby to use the school's teleportation array to first transfer to the base camp of the Abyss Mine, and then to a transfer station newly built for the exploration and mining of superlarge magic crystal veins. This newly built transfer station is located in the northern part of the Abyss Mud in the 4th district of the underground world. It is within 100 miles of Media's hidden Temple of Silence. After leaving the teleport site, Joan became a bee, carrying the Miss Ruby, who turned into a giant mosquito, and flew towards the depths of the abyss according to the map provided by Medea. Joan intends to first approach the area where the Temple of Silence is located, and then send a short message technique to Medea and ask her to come and pick it up. At the speed of his and Ruby's flight, it takes just over an hour to reach the destination. Despite being only a short trip, Joan was still very cautious. On the one hand, she stared at Ruby, who was too excited, reminded her not to leave her too far, and at the same time cast her own 3-ring higher mosquito fingering. With a left hand, the tail finger is a cast material, creating a blood mosquito with invisible and silent enchantment, and sent her to the front to find the way. Ruby's temperament is only equivalent to 80-year-old Lily. When she first came to the underground world, she felt fresh and interesting when she saw everything go chasing the mole again. This time it hurt Joan, a part-time dad who had to chase the energetic Miss Ruby everywhere, lest she might be in danger. Yo, there is a beautiful big flower in front of it, exuding the aroma of honey. Let me try it. Is it sweet? In the algae clusters by the swamp, Ruby found a huge roseate leafopod spreading like a parasol. The waxy leaf surface was condensed with crystal dew, exuding a honey-like fragrance, and both eyes suddenly shinned. Ruby shook her tentacles, fluttered her wings to the leaf pods, sucking the dewdrops with a long mouthpiece, and it really tasted sweet. While she was indulging in sucking honey, the shell-like leaf pod above her head suddenly closed down, and with a thud, she closed her tightly in the leafopod. I knew it would be like this. Joan looked at the giant fly trap that had just captured Ruby, shook his head helplessly, and fluttered his wings. The tightly closed leaf pods were trembling violently, and there was a loud mosquito whine inside, and it was audible that Ruby was frightened by this sudden encounter and was trying to break free of the cage. Miss Ruby in the giant mosquito form, the strength attribute is only 14 points. If it becomes a mixed form of small Lily or mosquito head body, the power is not as good as the giant mosquito form. The strength of the giant flytrap is comparable to that of an adult ogre. After the 2 leafopods are closed, it is equivalent to a large beast trap. With Ruby's pitiful power, it is impossible to get rid of the trap. Thinking about it this way, Joan took a black agate from the spellcasting material package and planned to cast the Mage Nether Palm, ripped off the leaf pods, and rescued the little daredevil from the trap. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a small red spot creeping on the edge of the leafopods of the canine teeth of the big flytrap. Joan's head moved slightly, suspended the spell, and flew to the big flytrap, adjusted the miner's lamp on his head, and hit the searchlight beam to the edge of the leafopod. A red blood mosquito the size of a grain of rice, probing the brain out of the gap in the edge of the leafopod, shaking its wings, flying in the air, flying proudly around the leafopod, singing loudly. Joan recognized that it was the ultra-miniature blood mosquito form that Ruby used the supernatural ability to shape change. An activated plant such as Dionymus sipula is very large, and the target prey is relatively large. I have never considered including ordinary mosquitoes in my own recipe. It is not enough to stop the teeth. Just like a lion doesn't waste energy trying to catch fleas. Because of this, the jagged structure of the leafopods of Dionymus sipula shows that the upper and lower parts are not so tightly fitted, leaving a slight gap, enough for mosquitoes to enter and exit easily and steal honey juice. Ruby was trapped in the leaf pods, and he could find this small loophole at the critical moment, and using this to get out in time. Joan had to admire her wit. But having said that, in the Guardian's mentality, Joanne does not intend to praise this little girl, lest her tail be lifted to the sky, and continue to die later. I told you not to run around. Do you know it is dangerous now? Joan raised her face and scolded Miss Ruby. Ruby changed back into a half mosquito and half life form. First, she lifted her hands in a daze and wiped off her cold sweat. She accepted Joanne's criticism with frustration and guaranteed safety, but she didn't stop for 2 minutes. Brother Joan. The honey juice secreted by the leafopods of Dionaea muscipula, sweet and delicious, Ruby, seems to be addictive. Do you want to try it? Don't want. What if there is poison? Ruby, I am immune to all toxins and germs in nature. After all, people are mosquitoes. Well, I don't have as good a constitution as you. Brother, tell you a secret. Ruby, I have tasted a food, and I can analyze whether it contains toxins. For example, the honey juice that Ruby I tasted just now is not harmful to the human body, but it is very nutritious and contains breasts whitening ingredients. I don't have the need for breast enhancement and whitening. Joan shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Joan, don't be polite to me. Ruby, I already thought of a good way to collect honey juice safely. How about you drink it? Joan saw that Ruby was going to make trouble again, lest she could not control her naughty impulses, and quickly inspired a mythical force to establish a mythical link with her. Through the myth link, Joanne can share all of Ruby's senses, understand her health anytime, anywhere, and also ensure her safety through Ruby's spellcasting. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1269. Ruby really can play. Brother Joan, rest assured, Ruby, I promise there will be no danger. If you don't believe you, just wait and see. Miss Ruby flapped her wings happily and turned her head back to the big flytrap. Ruby first turned into a tiny blood mosquito, passing through the gap in the edge of the leaf pod and drilling into the still closed leafopod. Ruby, don't you care? Joan remotely tapped the shell of the leaf pod of the big flytrap by remotely controlling the mage's hand. Liquid, don't stay in it for too long, otherwise you will be burned by acid. Brother Joan is assured that I have at least 3 ways to get out of the cage of leaf pods at any time. Ruby returned to the form of a giant mosquito inside the leafopod, let go of the belly and sucked the honey juice, and at the same time, through the myth link, telepathic with Joan. Which 3 ways? Joanne himself is also a hopeless curiosity baby, unconsciously being biased by Ruby. First of all, just like before, Ruby I can become a tiny mosquito, free to enter and exit from the edge of the blade. The second method is to use the any gate to send directly from the leaf pods. The last way is to bless yourself with animal variation, increase your strength by 8 points, double your size, and forcibly open the leaf pods and get out. Joan nodded again and must admit that the 3 ideas Ruby envisioned were all feasible. Since he helped Ruby develop his bloodline potential, Miss Ruby has newly awakened several bloodline spells, including the 4th ring of any gate and the 5th ring of animal variation she just mentioned. Obtaining these new spells, in a sense, made Ruby more naughty. Perhaps for her, the powerful ability to cast spells is worthless if not used for fun. Joan couldn't help but envy Ruby's optimistic attitude, and at the same time vaguely realized that Mrs. Josephine entrusted herself to care for Ruby, and it may not be that she really couldn't find a more suitable guardian than him, and the main reason is to find him a character. Complementary playmates forced him to temper his temper while taking care of Ruby, lest he become more and more lonely and introverted. Taking care of naughty children is actually a difficult interaction, especially testing patience and negotiation skills. If you can obediently obey a naughty bag like Ruby, Joan feels that she is not afraid of dealing with anyone. Unfortunately, from the present point of view, he is still far away from such a realm. and even a vague appearance has emerged can't restrain Ruby, so he joins Ruby and plays with her. Joan couldn't help but shame. If Mrs. Josephine knew that he had no way to deal with Ruby, but instead this little girl would lead her nose and run, I am afraid she would break her belly. At this moment, the familiar noise came from the edge of the blade, and Ruby drilled out again, changing back to the form of a giant mosquito. The belly was bulging like a little pregnant woman. Brother Joan, find an empty kettle. Seeing her intentions, Joanne couldn't refuse, so she had to open the backpack, take out the spare kettle, pour out the water in the kettle, and make room. Ruby inserted the slender mouthparts into the spout, and then squeezed out their honey juice temporarily stored in the belly, and installed most of the pots. Brother Joan, taste the honey I picked, and you like it? Ruby urged excitedly. I don't want to drink your saliva. This is how to spit in the heart, but Miss Ruby has a difficult feeling, but Joan doesn't want to hurt her heart, but sips for it. The sweet and sweet taste slides down the throat into his belly, which makes him refreshed. Hey, it tastes better than expected. Joan sucked his mouth, and after taste it, he couldn't help but take another sip. How? Brother, Ruby, I didn't lie to you. Ruby shook his tentacles proudly, glanced at the mouth of the pot, and said to himself, I'll go pick some honey and come back, fill this pot, and keep us on the road. Joan also wanted to dissuade. Ruby had turned his head and flew away, and happily sang his own chord. Bang beow 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 beow. I'm a little bee, happy little bee. However, she had just flown to the big fly trap before it could be transformed. The big fly trap responded first, pulling out the roots from the mud, like a stumbling elderly man, turn around and slowly creep into the depths of the swamp, seeming to stay away from Ruby. Ah! Honey ran away. Honey ran away. Ruby fluttered his wings in surprise and yelled. Joan was also taken aback at first, but suddenly thought that the giant fly trap is a supernatural activated plant, although most of the time it takes root like ordinary plants. But when they encounter an irresistible natural enemy, it will also use roots to act as legs and feet like a tree man, as far as possible from danger. Obviously, for the giant flytrap, which was stolen honey, Ruby is its natural enemy. Can't afford the quirky Miss Ruby of the elves, the big flytrap has to choose the best strategy. However, things are not that simple. Large flytrap, don't run. After Ruby's initial surprise, she flapped her wings vigorously and chased her. Ruby, stop chasing. Joan couldn't help but sympathize with the severely crushed flytrap, even if it was Karma wool. He couldn't hold a sheep to the Karma. However, Ruby didn't intend to let go of it. His wings fell on the leaf pods of Venus flytrap. His eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. Miss Ruby lowered her head sharply, using her mouth part as a sword, and scratched a scar on the blade to seep juice. Ruby twisted his body, turned into a plume of blood, and drilled into the scars on the leaves of the giant flytrap. The plant of Dionyma scipula trembles violently, like a mad sheep. It takes about half a minute to calm down and slowly turn around. The lower limb with its twisted roots twisted back to Joan. Ruby, you are. Joan looked puzzled at the big flytrap. You shouldn't be. The large flytrap was silent, swinging its rattan and leaves dancing wildly. Seagrass seaweed. Just like a seaweed. Seagrass seaweed. Ruby like a seaweed. Dancing in the waves, waving with the waves. Along with the hot dance of Venus flytrap, Joan felt Ruby's laugh through the myth link. All this confirmed his guess and couldn't help but sigh. Miss Ruby, who is full of ghost ideas, just used her unique bloodline spell 4th ring parasitic technique turned into a group of virus spores, parasitized in the body of the big flytrap, completely dominating this poor plants, making them puppets manipulated by themselves. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1270. Suspicious monster. Ruby manipulated the leaf pods of the giant flytrap, like a rosewood butterfly fluttering. Brother Joan, now Ruby, I'm a big flytrap. We won't worry about no honey in the future. Brother, if you are thirsty, You must tell Ruby. Ruby, I will give you honey on the spot. How much is it? The Miss Ruby parasitic in the Dionemusipula twisted its branches and leaves, expressing complacency in body language. Joan couldn't help crying and laughing. I really didn't know what to say. The so-called walking of Dionemusipula is actually creeping on the roots and moving slowly on dry ground. However, it is completely muddy in the water, and its movement method has completely changed. In the mud, the roots of the Venus flytrap only play a supporting role in walking. The light and fluffy wooden body can float on the water, relying on countless rattan paddling to provide forward power, and the drifting speed is faster than on the land. Much faster. Joan simply saves effort, and the convergent B-wings land on the giant flytrap, just like riding a natural floating raft and drifting in a deep swamp. Going forward for more than half an hour, Joan compared with the map presented by the navigation compass, and found that he and Ruby were approaching the sphere of influence of the Silent Hall. Opposite this wetland, there is a grave highland, forming a large island in the swamp. The island is called the Temple of Silence, that is, the snake witch Medea Goganant is the residence of the servants. This island, located in the middle of the abyss, is called the Temple of Silence by the awe of the local residents, and it is inseparable from the bad name of Medea. Those monsters who tried to break into the hideout of the Serpent Warlock, including those dwarf illusions or dwarf explorers who tried to steal Medea's treasures, were all petrified and turned into a silent sculpture. Joan didn't want to cause misunderstandings by the residents of the island, so he took out a piece of copper wire from his pocket and planned to send a letter to Medea and asked her to come and answer. At this moment, Joan suddenly sensed the alarm from the blood mosquito 100 yards in front of him. A suspicious creature was found. Joan hesitated for a moment, then put away the copper wire, and then ordered Ruby, who was parasitic in the flytrap, through the myth link to go to the front to see what suspicious creatures the blood mosquitoes had discovered. Ruby was bored. Hearing that there was a monster, he immediately got excited and flicked two thick vines to act as a paddle. He swept towards the invisible lurking zone of the blood mosquito. Joan switched the viewing angle to the blood mosquito scout, first noticed the unusual ripples on the water surface below, a 5-foot length of grey, dead wood-like floating objects, gently shaking by the mire. Joan observed carefully and confirmed that the shape resembling driftwood was just camouflage. In fact, it was an adult blind crocodile. Blind crocodiles are relatively common reptiles in the abyss of mud. They look like alligators in the surface world. Their rough grey backs look like a rotten wooden pile. They lie in the mud and hunt all year round. You will be ambushed by these cold-blooded animals. The blind crocodile, as its name implies, has already degenerated its visual organs, but this creature's hearing and smell are particularly sensitive, and it is more suitable for survival in the dim and dark underground world. A blind crocodile is not worth the fuss about blood mosquitoes. In fact, the suspicious creature referred to by the blood mosquitoes is not a blind crocodile, but a monster wandering leisurely by the mire. This guy's size is really not small. It is 10 feet long from head to tail. From far away, it looks like a raptor dragon. The back is bright green, the abdomen is lighter in color, and the whole body is covered with black spots and stripes. Walking with a pair of strong hind feet, the forelimbs are particularly short. This feature is particularly like the carnivorous dinosaurs of the surface world. Are the dinosaurs inhabiting the dark areas? Joan secretly wondered, and had a strong curiosity about the monster resembling a raptor dragon. The remote bloodsucker spy turned on the invisibility and quietly flew near the monster to observe the other party more clearly. With the eyes of the blood mosquitoes, Joan quickly found out from the monster that the characteristics of dinosaurs are different from the surface world. First of all, the monster's visual organs have been completely degraded. The place where the eyes should have grown is just two shallow grooves. In addition, the monster's mouth is very special. Unlike other beasts, there is a pair of gums in the upper and lower jaws, but the entire mouth is covered with gums, and a circle of dense teeth spreads all the way to the throat. deep. The monster's mouth looked like a sleeve inlaid with countless barbs. Just a glance made Joan's scalp numb and immediately goosebumps. One can imagine what a terrible consequence it would be if it were bitten by this monster. After the blood mosquitoes flew to the monster, Joan noticed a detail again. The monster's ears have strange shapes, like two large snail shells, buckled on the sides of their heads. The spiral auricle is twisted into three vortex-like structures. Through the auricle, a ring of sphincter-like tissue in the ear canal can be seen vaguely. Joan has extensive anatomical experience. Based on what he sees in front of him, it is not difficult to guess that the muscles growing in the auricle are soft and flexible, and he can adjust the volume of the volume incorporated into the ear according to changes in the external environment. If the outside world is relatively quiet, open the pinna completely, collect as many sonic signals as possible, and if the outside noise is high, contract the muscles, narrow the pinna, or even completely close it, for the purpose of filtering noise. The monster's ears have a peculiar structure, and they seem to have a pair of ear plugs, which makes Joan secretly claim to be strange, and also triggers the association. I vaguely remembered seeing the similar appearance of this monster in the Vare's monster illustration. But for a moment can't remember whether it was in the Magic Beast or Strange. As he tried to recall, the blind monster resembling a raptor dragon had reached the edge of the quagmire, and almost found the blind crocodile lurking in secret. The blind crocodile, with its broad teeth and wide mouth, protruded out of the dirty water, preparing to launch a raid. However, at this moment, the blind crocodile seemed to smell the scent emitted from the prey, suddenly realized that the other party was a ruthless character he could not afford, and quickly dived under the water. At the same time, the monster on the shore turned to look at the blind crocodile. Although it is also a blind man, his sense of smell and hearing are well developed, and it is no less than that of a blind crocodile. His thick hind limbs slammed into the quagmire. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1271. Dark Tone. Blind monster puff. Mud splashed, and roaring sounds followed one after another. In the mire, a fierce fight. Joan hurriedly ordered the blood mosquitoes to spy to increase the flying height so as not to wet their wings with splashing muddy water. In this way, the blood mosquitoes could not clearly see the fighting situation in the mire. Fortunately, the giant flytrap parasitic on Ruby had arrived in time for the scuffle. Joan cut the observation perspective back to his body, stood on the big flytrap, and stood on the sidelines watching the melee in the quagmire. The blind crocodile is obviously not the opponent of the monster whose size is comparable to that of the raptor dragon. The tail was bitten by the opponent, screaming in pain. In order to save life, the blind crocodile can only use a trick similar to the distant relatives of the crawling class of the surface world. He twists his buttocks sharply, disconnects his tail, and desperately swims to the distance, dragging a scar of blood behind him. The monster resembling a dinosaur originally held the blind crocodile with a pair of short and sharp front paws, and at the same time bite the crocodile's tail tightly in his mouth, thinking he had a good meal. Unexpectedly, the prey cut off its tail to survive, and only a tail fell into its mouth. It was so angry that it spit out the crocodile tail, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened a toothy tubular mouth, and went towards the blind crocodile. There was an unusually sharp and long roar in the direction. This monster has a terrifying lung capacity, roaring endlessly, and the tone is high and low, just like a human flesh siren, like a soprano singer showing off her singing voice. Joan initially thought that the monster's roar was just venting his anger, but soon discovered that things were not as simple as they seemed. As the monster roared, the magic nets distributed around its mouth resonated with it, and the surging magic waves fluctuated, using the sound waves emitted from its mouth as a carrier, and quickly spread toward the distance. 30 feet away, the broken-tailed crocodile, who was burying its head and fleeing, was bombarded by magic sonic clusters, and its thick body shuddered. The sonic frequency from high to low seems to be that the monster is deliberately debugging, and when the magic sound wave it emits agrees with the natural frequency of the blood and bone of the blind crocodile, it resonates in the body of the blind crocodile, and a horrifying scene follows. Just before Joan's eyes, the blind crocodile that resonated with the magic sound wave slammed in the body. The whole body burst suddenly, the bones shattered, and blood splashed. Seeing this scene, Joan couldn't help but take a breath, and the blurry image in his mind became clear. That's right, this monster resembles a raptor dragon and can emit devastating sound waves. It is called Shadow Blind Monster. It is a kind of strange monster that is very rare in dark areas. According to the relevant entries in the Vase monster illustration, the dark sound blind monster is good at a supernatural ability called Destroy Resonance, which can adjust the sound wave frequency according to the structure and density characteristics of the attack target. Ore and even various metals can cause devastating damage. After the blinded blind monster vented his anger, he stopped roaring, instead of chasing the blind crocodile that had just been bombarded by it, but turned around and sniffed at Joan and Ruby vigilantly. Volute-like areas swell and expand, like two small speakers, listening to the slight movements of the outside world. Joan saw that the dark voice blind monster had found himself, and ordered the blood mosquito secret agent to telepathically, so that the invisible little mosquito temporarily suppressed the silent enchantment and landed on the dark voice blind monster's back. Brother Joan, the blind monster opposite, looks awkward. Yes. So we better not provoke it in the past. Joan warns Ruby through a myth link. Miss Ruby was surprisingly well behaved this time. She didn't take the initiative to provoke the dark tone blind monster, control the big flight raptor stand in the muddy water, and make an alert posture. The dark tone blind monster skewed his head, listened to his ears, and sniffed deeply. He seemed to be using his sense of hearing and smell to trace the shape of the intruder in his mind. Somehow, the expression on his face was a bit hesitant, as if trying to suppress the desire to attack. He hung his head deeply, drew a horizontal line on the mud with a hard jaw, and then stomped his foot, giving Joan a warning roar of meaning. The intelligence level of the blind tone blind monster is much higher than that of ordinary beasts, but unfortunately it cannot speak, and can only express its inner thoughts with body language. Joan looked at the horizontal line it drew and analyzed the movements of his limbs a little, then guessed that the dark blind monster was warning himself and Ruby not allowed to cross the horizontal line, otherwise it would not welcome. Joan couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and there was surprise in his eyes. According to the Vase monster book, the dark tone blind monster is a kind of innate evil monster. It is happy to kill and destroy. Even if it is not hungry, it will actively hunt all creatures within the scope of perception. However, the behavior of the blind blame on the opposite side is obviously not in accordance with the records in the book. It has been aware of its strange intruder, but it did not attack in the first place, but tried its best to restrain the evil and brutal nature, marking on the ground, warning outsiders not to break into the forbidden ground. The practice of blind monsters looks like a guard on a patrol mission, not a brutal monster. Joan carefully observed the dark tone blind monster with curiosity, and found that he was wearing an obsidian collar on his neck. Because the color of the collar was similar to the stripes on its neck, he could not tell until now. The dark blind monster does not wear a collar for himself. Obviously, this guy is not a beast, but a domesticated livestock that is strictly domesticated, like a large hound. From this it is not difficult to understand why it can control its fierce nature. However, the blind tone blind monster is a strange monster after all. The constraints imposed on it by the acquired acclimatization are very limited. It is found that Joan is slow to leave. The monster is finally impatient and opens his mouth with a harsh roar. The magical fluctuations that this roar stimulated were much milder than when the blind crocodile was bombarded just now, showing no killing intention, mainly due to the nature of the demonstration. Even though it was just a demonstration, the sharp sound wave still hurt Joan's eardrum and made him dizzy. The big fly trap under him was also impacted by sound waves, and the vines trembled violently. The waxy layer on the surface of the leaves was shocked by high-frequency sound waves. Allowing the blind voice to continue to roar like this, Joan worried that his ears were deafened, and quickly issued a wave of thoughts, ordering the blood mosquito agent attached to the back of the blind voice to open the silent enchantment. The harsh sound stopped abruptly. The dark-toned blind monster is under the envelope of silent enchantment, his mouth wide open, but he can't even pronounce a single note. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1272 Stone Blind Barbarian. The blind blame is not stupid. After a short period of consternation, he realizes that the route of preventing himself from roaring is behind. However, it has a long neck, a large head, and a forelimb as short as a carnivorous dinosaur. It can't reach the tiny blood mosquito attached to its back, and can only be forced to shut up. It can't think of any way to get rid of the silent enchantment that envelopes itself. Losing the ability to hear and speak, the blind murmur loses the way to perceive the outside world, hurries to reverse his body, completely relies on memory, and stumbles in the direction of the silent palace. Seems to be asking for help. Joan waved his hand to stop Ruby from chasing the dark voice blind monster, and recalled the blood mosquito agent, and waited in situ. Unsurprisingly, after a short time, the dark voice blind monster turned back, followed by a group of murderous strongmen. These guys looked like humans at first glance, but when they came near, Joan took a closer look and immediately noticed that there was a significant difference between the other party and the humans in the surface world. Their dull complexion almost blended into the dark environment of the underground world, cold and lack of luster, dressed in humble leather armor, all with their hairs radiated, and a rough stone axe polished with obsidian in their hands. Their facial contours are similar to those of humans, except that the place where they should have grown their eyes has degenerated into two smooth muscles with light skin. Although their faces are not ugly, they are very uncoordinated due to the lack of visual organs. Seeing the weird appearance of this group of people, Joan compares the illustrations in the Vare's monster illustration, and it is not difficult to guess that the other party is a stone-blind barbarian. It is said that the stone-blind barbarians were originally humanoid creatures living in the surface world. There are records in the literature that they are ancestors of human beings, but there are also studies showing that the blood lineage of the stone-blind barbarians is closer to the half-orc hybrid of humans and orcs. It stands to reason that the stone-blind barbarians living in the dark areas should also belong to humanoid creatures, just like dark elves belong to a branch of elves. However, it is not, except that the vision has been degraded, regardless of their physical appearance and life customs. The she-blind mens are like humanoid groups with relatively backward civilizations. However, they are not humanoid creatures, but in the biological classification, they are the same as meds with a snake head. Asian relations are closer and belong to humanoid monsters. The stone-blind barbarians have neither innate ability to cast spells nor supernatural abilities. Their ancestors are ordinary humanoids. The reason for the subsequent gene mutation is entirely the result of external interference. To be precise, it is the sins created by the demons. There was no stone-blind barbarian in the world until one day, a group of mind-grabbers had a whimsy and decided to kidnap a group of strong humanoid creatures from the surface world to serve as slaves. In order to allow this group of slaves to work willingly, the demons used quite scientific research methods to perform craniotomy on the slaves and forcibly implanted instructions to sacrifice their lives at their loyalty. Just spiritual loyalty is not enough. These people from the surface world have lived in the warm sunlight for the first half of their lives, unable to adapt to the harsh environment of the dark area, and soon began to get sick and die in batches. Destroyer demons don't want to ruin their property in vain. Not to mention that they have reformed the brains of the slaves. If they all died of illness, wouldn't the previous effort be in vain? In order to allow these slaves to adapt to the dark area as soon as possible, the mindmans have transformed their physiological functions, so that these people born in the sun have become adapted to the dark environment like the indigenous people of the underground world. If you want to discuss life in a dark area, a pair of eyes with night vision is necessary. The slaves from the surface world had poor night vision, and the Master Devil was very dissatisfied with it. They decided to upgrade their eyes and use surgery to force them to dark vision. Human body transformation is certainly the most traditional skill of the devil, but occasionally it is missed. Unfortunately, the transformation of the eyes of the surface slaves ended in a catastrophic failure. Instead of obtaining the dark vision as expected by the Master Devil, these slaves were all blind. Destroyer demons feel this. It doesn't matter. Anyway, slaves are just toys they use to have fun. Become a blind slave. You can still use it for waste. Anyway, the game has been broken. Let them try some more interesting and dangerous experiments, such as transforming the blind sight ability. Most of the slaves died tragically in the whimsical torture of the Master Demon Master. I don't know if it was lucky or unfortunate. A few slaves still survived and really gained blind sight. Destroyer demons kept these successful samples in captivity and continued to improve the transformation of their visual organs until they ensured that the blind sight ability obtained after the operation could be passed on to future generations. Of course, initially not all offspring are blind with the ability to blind sight, and most newborns are still normal people with sound vision. For Heart Devil, babies with good eyesight are useless waste products. They will continue to be used as samples for human experiments or as desserts for brain squeezing. After multiple generations of screening, the blindness and blind sight of the slaves gradually became the innate characteristics of stable inheritance, and a race was born, which is the stone-blind barbarian. The ancestors of the stone-blind barbarians, from the spirit to the flesh, were brutally devastated. They were transformed into chaos, and they could no longer be called humans. They also preserved a large part of their cultural traditions. Scholars they can only be classified as humanoid monsters. Today, most of the stone-blind barbarians in the dark area still live in the shadow of Mind's layers, playing the role of slaves and experimenters. Fortunately, the toys of the flayers are far more than the stone-blind barbarians, and they have long lost interest in the stone-blind barbarians, so there will be some lucky stone-blind barbarians, or the master died in a disaster, or out of a certain this accidental factor got rid of the enslavement of the Mind's layer and fled to settle away from the former slave master's sphere of influence and live a free life. The slavery and oppression suffered since ancient times have distorted the souls of the stone-blind barbarians. These humanoid monsters, whether they have been freed or not, mostly show a gloomy and brutal temperament, a bit like the half-orcs of the surface world. The editors of the Monster Book of Veils placed the stone-blind barbarian into the evil camp, and also piggybacked that some stone-blind barbarian tribes learned from their heart-wrenching devil masters that they were unhealthy. Mage Joan sincerely hopes that the group of big brothers of stone-blind barbarians who appear in front of him at this moment should not have an unrealistic appetite for his brain with a high intelligence attribute of 33. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1273 Bell. More than a dozen stone-blind barbarian strong men circulated around their heads, surrounded by Joan and the big flytrap, their ears trembling slightly, seemingly judging their behavior by hearing, picked up the stone axe and surrounded them. At the same time, the blind Blame who led the way ahead proudly raised his head and uttered a wailing noise to Joan, as if threatening him to surrender. A blind monster brought a group of blind men to make them bold, which is really funny. Joan felt Ruby's vomiting through the myth link, and he also felt a little funny, but he still warned little Lili not to talk nonsense, so as not to anger the stone-blind barbarian and plainly cause trouble. Kiawan recalled the records in the literature, and the she-blind barbarians seem to have a unique language. He doesn't speak the language of this race, So he first sends a friendly greeting to the group of people in the underground world to show his identity and try to see the reaction of the other party. If the group of barbarians cannot understand him, Joan will perform 3 rings of smart words to ensure smooth communication with each other. He spoke in a melodious voice, and the group of stone-blind barbarians across from him hadn't noticed any reaction. A woman's voice came suddenly behind him. "Young sir, you claim to be an explorer from the surface world, and you are also visiting your friend Mage Joan in the Temple of Silence. However, as far as I know, Miss Medea has few friends. I know all the friends who come here often, and even half of them do not have them. I can hardly believe you are her friend. In fact, I'm more inclined to suspect that you are a spy hired by the old evil dragon Janus. If you don't want to cause a misunderstanding, sir, it is best to prove your identity to me." Joan could hear that the woman behind him was speaking in standard underground lingua franca, although her tone of voice was a little indifferent, and there was a distrust of him in her words. She still maintained basic courtesy, and her words were organized. It can be seen that the other party is a calm-headed person, and it is more rare to be willing to reason with a stranger and give him the opportunity to explain it. It seems very educated. Such a person is rare among the stone-blind barbarians. For security reasons, Joan first took out the Iron Virgin, held it in his hand, and was in a state of being able to excite at any time, before turning around. Not far behind him, a tall mushroom shoved the umbrella cover. The woman's voice just came from under the mushroom cover. Joan couldn't see the other person's figure, frowned, and was about to touch the prosthetic eye to open the see-through invisibility. A slight footstep sound came from under the cap, and a tall figure came out of the invisible state and slowly appeared. The other party seemed to be a young stone-blind barbarian woman, as Joan had guessed. Compared with her male compatriots, this lady has a lighter complexion, delicate and shiny, and her well-groomed silver-grey hair hangs down her shoulders. A black ribbon with wide around her face, covering the degenerate eyes, but cannot hide the beautiful face. Joan also noticed that the blind lady wore a set of grey tight leather armor made of unknown leather, which outlined a slender and beautiful carcass. There were still slight magic fluctuations on the surface of the leather armor, which could easily identify 2 rings stealth configuration. By this set of magic leather armor with invisibility, coupled with the other party's superb stealth skills, Joan subconsciously believes that the other party is a thief or assassin. However, after careful observation, he denied his first impression. The blind lady across the back, obliquely carrying a long-handed giant axe of almost her height, with symmetrical blades on both sides, thick and sharp. Under the illumination of the miner's lamp, it showed a chilling light, obviously one magic weapon with forged steel handle. In Joan's impression, thieves who take the light spirit route will not use such exaggerated heavy weapons. The blind lady does not look like a muscular woman with a strong body, but the muscle lines wrapped in the tight leather armature are well proportioned and beautiful, giving a female leopard-like and healthy impression. Plus the giant axe behind her, it can be seen that there are extraordinary occupations of the warrior class, and the level is probably not low. Finally, Joan also found a feature that surprised and confused him. The blind woman had a pair of grayscale wings, which were gathered behind her and were not easily noticeable, like a giant moth resting on the ground. Joan couldn't help but glanced at the folded scales behind her back more and more curiously. Ordinary stone-blind barbarians will grow a pair of giant moth-like wings. Does this lady also have the pedigree of supernatural lepidopteran insects, just like the moth cassette? The blind lady seemed to be aware of Joan's strange eyes and coughed heavily, looking a little unhappy. Joan recovered and realized that she was rude and apologized to her. "Dear lady, I am indeed a friend of Medea. If you do not believe me, I will send a letter to Medea now and ask her to prove my identity." The blind lady listened to Joan's defense in silence, her cold face eased. "Since you dare to say this, I really want to be the friend of the young lady, but for your own safety, I still trouble you to send a letter to the young lady, so as not to be difficult for us as guards, Please forgive me for the offense. Joan took out a piece of copper wire to send SMS, and after waiting for 2 minutes, the magic wave ran ahead, opening an arbitrary door between him and the blind woman. Mage Joan hurried out. Greybird, haven't you clashed with Joan? The serpent warlock asked the blind lady nervously. The stone-blind barbarian girl named Greybird shook her head and calmly replied, Belle ran to the police just now, saying that an enemy had invaded. I thought it was the villain from the Abyss Dragon Nest that ran into trouble again, so I hurried to bring people over check. Fortunately, this young gentleman does not smell like a bad guy, so I told my men not to start and chat with him first. That's good. Medea patted her plump breasts, took a breath, and turned to smile at Joan. Welcome to my house as a guest. Let me introduce you. This lady's name is Greybird. Yes, my friend and captain of the guard. Other stone-blind barbarians are also my servants. Oh, yes, and Belle. Medea patted her forehead as if suddenly remembering something, turned and whistled. The blind man who had a clash with Joan not long ago heard the whistle, and immediately ran over with his legs, and obediently stood beside Medea, like a pet dog. This guy's name is Belle. Don't look fierce, it's actually very good. Medea patted the dark head of the dark voice blindly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1274. Greybird. Shortly after Belle was born, my mother was killed by the snakeman. Greybird and I rescued the little guy from the snakeman and brought them back to the Temple of Silence to raise them, just like our family. Medea introduces Joan to the blind monster domesticated by her. Joan nodded suddenly. No wonder Belle and the dark-tone blind monster described in the Book of Different Temperaments, and they do not reflect the evil and ferocious ethnic characteristics. It was originally a domestic strange monster domesticated by Medea and the Greybird, just like the wild wolf and the domestic dog, although they are all canines, but their habits are very different. Medea also introduced Joan to Greybird, Belle and her stone-blind barbarian servants, calling him a like-minded friend, a senior student at the Olympic Research Institute of Mage University, which made him a little embarrassed. It turns out that Mr. Vader is a mage. No wonder I just smelled a scent of arcane spellcaster from him, but I can't be sure that he is a mage, or a warlock like you, Miss. Greybird said to Medea. Joan listened to her and couldn't help but grab her sleeve and smelled it. She couldn't smell any special smell, so that she exposed herself as an arcane spellcaster. However, when I think about it, the stone-blind barbarian is born blind and completely relies on hearing and smell to perceive the outside world. The nose must be sharper than its own, probably smelling the scent of the cast materials that it carries. In fact, Joan is also very curious about this Greybird lady, wondering why she has a pair of wings behind her. Is there any special bloodline? However, considering that they had only met each other for a while and were not very familiar with it, it would be too abrupt to ask such a question. It is better not to explore her privacy in person. Just as Joan, Medea, and the Greybird greeted each other, they felt that they had been left out by Ruby, turned into a cloud of red spores, and detached from the body of the giant flytrap. Hovering over Joan's shoulder, his eyes widened like Ruby's, and he looked at the two strange women across from him curiously. Huh? What a beautiful big mosquito. Medea's eyes were immediately attracted by Ruby and asked Joan in surprise, "Is this your favorite pet?" Before Joan could answer, Miss Ruby yelled. Ruby is not a dear favorite, but a brother's girlfriend. Don't you bullshit. Joan sullenly glared at the little girl full of gossip and explained to Medea, Ruby is a child of my friend's family. When a friend goes on vacation, it is inconvenient to take the child with him. Temporarily foster Ruby with me. It turns out so. Medea suddenly smiled strangely. That's really interesting, Joanne. You don't look like a child caregiver no matter how you look. If I have a daughter, don't worry. Take care of you. You say it's a bit too much. In fact, Joan has been studying hard to take care of children during this time. He thinks he has done his best. At this time, The sound of shaking leaves and branches came from behind. Joan looked back. The giant flytrap that had just gotten rid of Ruby's parasite seemed to realize that the place should not stay for a long time, so it wriggled its roots and tried to sneak away. Huh? Honey jar. No running. Ruby fluttered her wings and flew up to stop the flytrap. Although the grey bird's eyes are invisible, he uses his keen sense of smell and hearing to know the surrounding wind and grass, lest little Ruby be injured by the big flytrap, and flutter his wings to the big flytrap before it seems to kick out. A whip leg kicked the big flytrap on the spot. The large flytrap, which was severely hit, opened its serrated leaf pods angrily, like a large iron tongs, which lightningly caught the blind lady's right leg before she could recover it. Wow! Sister, beware. Ruby knew exactly how terrible the bite of the big flytrap leafopod was, and when he saw the grey bird being pinched by it, he couldn't help but exclaim. Grey bird smiled slightly at Miss Ruby. Her cold face rarely showed a touch of tenderness. At the same time, she tightened her leg muscles. Her long legs with beautiful lines seemed to instantly become iron pillars, and she stiffly broke the jagged edges of the large pods of the flytrap. The grey bird protruded out his hands and grabbed a leaf pod respectively. His arms pulled and clicked, as if the clip of the beast was opened, and the tightly bitten leaf pod was forcibly pulled apart and flew up. With one foot, the big flytrap kicked and rolled out far away. Wow! Miss Sister is so powerful. It turns out that you are a Hercules. Ruby, I adore you. Ruby flew around the grey bird in excitement. There was a flush of blush on the cheeks of the blind lady. She even showed a shy look, pursed her lips, and raised her hand to caress Ruby's tentacles. Medea saw this scene next to him, snickered at Joan's sleeve, and leaned into his ear and whispered, "See if there is no. The grey bird will take care of the child more than you, otherwise you will ask her be a nanny." Joan scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing Ruby, the little traitor, and the grey bird just met, a sister called her intimacy, chasing others to be attentive. He couldn't help but feel a little sour. In order to ease the embarrassment, Joan took the initiative to digress. The grey bird's strength is greater than the big flytrap, which is a bit unexpected. Greybird is a 12-level barbaric warrior, but when he broke free of the leaf pods, he did not start rage, and he completely relied on his own strength. This is even more incredible. Is the strength of the stone-blind barbarian greater than the ogre? Joan frowned, but this was not the case in the literature. Was there something wrong with the literature or another reason? Medea shook her head with a smile, and the next answer verified Joan's guess about the grey bird. Ordinary stone-blind barbarians don't have such a lot of strength. The grey bird is special because she is an experimental product of the mind-changing demon who studies the transformation of the human body. The surface looks like a beautiful girl, but the body is actually implanted a lot of messy genes, such as the Tyrannosaurus on the surface world. Have you noticed that there are a pair of grayscale wings behind the grey bird? That is a gene derived from the giant moth, and it is also a product of human experiment. Brand new humanoid species with flying capabilities. In general, the series of experiments carried out by the mind grabbers on the grey bird was quite successful. Even the name Greybird was given to her by the mind grabber, because she has a pale complexion and can fly freely like a bird. Greybird doesn't really like this name because she is blind. She has never seen a real bird in her life, and she doesn't know what is grey. In her perception world, there is no other color except black and white. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1275 Blood Honey. Medea quietly tells the story of the grey bird, and the tone of sympathy is revealed in her tone. After hearing her story, Joan felt strange. Medea, since the grey bird is a very important experimental body for the Mind Slayers, why did she let her leave Odes and live a free life here? That was because the original owner of the grey bird and his clan, a heart-fighting demon lord living in Odes, was involved in the war between Odes and the Eye Devil's Nest City many years ago and was killed by a demon eye. The master's hand. After the Lord of Heart Demon dies, the slaves under his command, including the stone-blind barbarians, automatically rid themselves of the spiritual restraints imposed on them by the Lord's life and fled. The Greybird's family is one of the refugees who escaped from the heart-wrenching city of Rhodes. I was sheltered and have since settled in the Silent Palace. It is said that the flayers have not forgotten these fleeing slaves. They have been searching for their whereabouts for many years. The Greybird and her clan do not want to endure the vicious torment of the flayer, so they have not dared to stay away from the abyss and mud in these years, for fear of being arrested back to Rhodes. These things are not clear in a sentence or two. It's not good to speak in front of the Greybird. When we have time, let's talk in private. Joan nodded, pointed to the big flytrap that had been seriously injured by a Greybird kick, and asked Medea, "What are you going to do with this guy? If it's too troublesome, I will throw it back into the swamp." Medea grinned and asked in amazement, "Isn't this big flytrap a gift you gave me?" Joan was stunned and suddenly realized that he should be a guest when he went to the guest house. He should have brought a gift to the owner, and he had never thought of this before, which was too rude. Medea finally grinned out loud when he saw his embarrassed face. "Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I've seen it for a long time. You are a little nerd who doesn't understand the human world. Let's not talk about that vain set. As for this big flytrap, plant it here. Just I need to collect big catches. The honey juice of Moscow is used to make a kind of wine." "What wine?" Joan asked, unable to restrain himself. "It is a recipe I learned from an ancient book called Blood Honey Wine." It is said that this recipe originated in the ancient times when the giants and the Azagods fought for hegemony. Medea put away her smile and looked very solemn. "There are many ingredients for blood honey wine, and the honey juice of the giant flytrap is the easiest to obtain. Most of the ingredients are not only rare, but even extinct. They have to leave the world of veils and go to the outer layer. Plain search. What's the use of blood honey wine with such hard-to-find ingredients?" Joan asked in surprise. "If it's just a good wine, no matter how good it is, it won't be worth so much. I don't know how the blood honey wine tastes. However, it is said that those who drink this magical medicinal wine for the first time will have 3 spiritual attributes forever," Medea said with a frown. Joan couldn't help moving. Medicines or drinks that can permanently enhance their properties are all invaluable treasures. For example, the smart spring water that he drank deep in the roots of the mythical old tree Old White improved the 5-point intelligence attribute. If blood honey wine is really like what Medea said, it can simultaneously increase the 3 spiritual attributes of intelligence, perception, and charm. Even if each attribute is only a little, it is also a quasi-legendary magic potion. "Joan, the recipe for blood honey wine. If you are interested, I can make a copy for you," Medea said. Joan looked at her in surprise and couldn't believe the generosity of the snake-haired sorceress. Medea saw his thoughts and shrugged with a bitter smile. "You will know when you see the recipe. If you rely on my own strength, you will not be able to gather half of the materials in your life. If you are willing to help, there may be so. Tenths in our lifetime. One's hope succeeded in gathering all the materials and brewing honey." "It's really frustrating to hear you say this." "I'm sorry, it's all blaming me for being too honest." At this time, the Greybird came over, uprooting the giant flytrap, carrying it on his shoulder, and walking straight forward, as Medea instructed. Medea waved his hand and allowed the group of stone-blind barbarian guards to continue patrolling, leading Joan and Ruby to follow the Greybird. The 4 of them walked not far away in the wetland, and a ridged island appeared in front of them. Rocky hills stood on the island. Both the naturally formed caves and the artificially excavated traces could be seen. There are some large mushrooms and light repellent plants growing around the island. The well-kept underground garden reminds Joan Lian of the garden town of the Blood Tundra. Although the 2 places are separated by hundreds of miles, they have a similar peaceful atmosphere. The Greybird placed the big flytrap in the wetland near the island, and there were no fewer than 10 big flytraps planted nearby, which were also transplanted from other places, specifically for Medea to collect honey juice. Although the Dionymuscipula has a low intellectual property of almost 0, It is a keen survival instinct. It seems to have sensed its own situation, gave up the idea of escape and obediently took root in this new home. Joan followed Medea to the island and saw many stone statues with different postures outside the cave door. Out of curiosity, Joan slowed down to observe the stone statues, first surprised by the exquisite carvings and vivid details. Suddenly, I realized that these stone statues were not real sculptures, but that Medea created artworks using petrochemical gaze with living flesh and blood as the material. All the sculptures show a frightened look, which shows in what kind of situation they turned into stone statues. The total number of stone statues displayed outside the gate of the Silent Temple is not less than 50, including 7 dwarves, 9 underground dwarfs, and the rest are all half-human and half-snake monsters, the latter of which particularly caused Joan's curiosity. Judging from the shape of the sculpture, this half-human and half-snake creature can be divided into 2 categories. One of the bodies and limbs resembles a human, except that a fine scale is attached to the surface of the skin, but a flat spoon-shaped head is on the neck, like a cobra head with an enlarged size. Some statues with open mouths can vaguely see the fangs in the corner of the mouth and the forked snake letter. There is also a kind of stone statue, which not only has a skull like a snake, but also transforms into a round and slender snake body below the waist. Only the middle trunk and arms maintain the humanoid form. Obviously, the second kind of stone statue has more snake-like characteristics than the first kind of stone statue. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1276 Snake Men. Medea noticed that Joan was fascinated by the statues displayed outside the cave door, and stopped, introducing him to the origin of these artworks. The guy I turned into a stone statue is nothing good. The 7 dwarfs, claiming to be miners, are actually a group of thieves, trying to dig a tunnel and sneak into my cave to steal. There are also those clever underground gnomes who thought they could sneak in with a few rough illusions and take away money that did not belong to them. Now they know they are wrong, but it is too late to wake up. Medea crossed her arms across her chest, her lips sneered, and turned to look at a half-human, half-snake stone statue. As for the snake men, they are the gangsters of the old black dragon Janus who tried to invade the Silent Palace. Of course, I did not let them succeed. It turns out that this is the snakeman. Joan nodded in comprehension. I have seen the illustration of the snakeman in the school library literature. It is said that this half-human and half-snake monster is divided into 3 subcategories. Among them, the person with the snake head is the hybrid snake man, and the one with only the human torso and arms is called the devil snake man. Yes, there is also a pure-blooded snake person, which looks almost exactly like yours, but if you look closely, you can still see the subtle characteristics of the snake, such as a longitudinal crack in the pupil, a split tongue, and a root in the ear. A few scales. Medea went on to say, these 3 serpents have different lineages and endowments. The pure-blood snake man is the most cunning, full of ghost ideas, and has a stronger talent for casting spells than the other 2 snake men. Hybrid snake people are not as clever as pure-blood snake people, and their spellcasting talents are inferior, but stronger than pure-blood snake people. The demon snake man is the foolishest among the 3 kinds of snake men, the savage near beast. The worst spellcasting talent, the strength is strong, fierce and aggressive. Medea, you seem to know the snakeman very well. Joan glanced at the head of the sorceress, and countless white snakes fell down like silver hair. Both the snake man and the snake-haired banshee are humanoid monsters. Joan suspects that there is a pedigree connection between the 2, and it is likely that they have a common ancestor. Joan, don't connect me to the snakeman. We are 2 completely different creatures. Seeing the mind of the young mage, Medea gave him a weird look, apparently disdain to climb relatives with the snake man. In the most northern part of this abyss, near the great rift valley of Jotunheim, a group of serpents settled, claiming to be the heir of an ancient empire. and the cowhide was annoyingly nasty. Medea said angrily. It's not a snakeman bragging. In fact, as early as the prehistoric era of the Velice world, before humans, dragons and giants have become the rulers of this world, the snakemen are indeed the oldest aborigines on this land. One of them, indeed, once built a powerful snakeman empire. Joan stroked his chin and recalled the historical documents he had read in the library. However, with the changes of the times, the snakeman empire has also turned from prosperity to decay, and finally collapsed and disintegrated. Today, we can only examine the empire's glorious civilization in the few surviving ancient ruins. The two things that the serpents are most proud of are, first, that their ancestors were strong. They conquered vast territory, and built a huge empire, and second, they were born with arcane blood, and have several spells that have been handed down to this day. It was invented by the ancient master of the serpent. Some extremely arrogant snakeman scholars even claim that our human ancestors initially followed the snakeman to learn spellcasting skills and inherited the magical heritage of the snakeman empire. Therefore, today's human civilization will be born. From this perspective, all human arcane spellcasters are considered spiritual successors of ancient snakeman scholars. Of course, there is no convincing evidence for this statement. The current mainstream view in academia is more inclined to think that elves are the mentors who lead human contact and systematic learning of arcane knowledge. Perhaps our ancestors also asked the snake people. I have studied arcane, but certainly not as much influence on humans as elves. Medea listened with interest to Joan about the history of the snakemen, and later made a rather sharp evaluation. The ancestors of the serpents may be brilliant, but their children and grandchildren have fallen long ago, and even the proud heritage of magic has mostly been lost. I really don't understand where they come from. Listening to what you said, the snake people of the north of the abyss are hostile to the Temple of Silence? Joan asked Medea. This is complicated. Medea's complexion became a bit gloomy. A long time ago, when the place where the snake people settled was still called Abyss Snake Cave, the behavior was still relatively low. Although these guys are not very flattering, they will not take the initiative to come and find me trouble. Unfortunately, such a good day is gone. Since the old black dragon Yanis Bloodstone and his idiot son Leaksini broke into the Abyss Snake Cave, conquered the snake race, and renamed the Abyss Snake Cave as Abyss Dragon Nest, this force has become more and more overbearing, and the threat to the surrounding areas is also increasing. I do hate the snakemen, but if there is no black dragon backing behind the snakemen would not dare to come to me for trouble. So in the final analysis, the pair that I hate the most is the father and son Yanis and Lysini. Speaking of which, a strange blush suddenly appeared on Medea's face, and Joan whispered in his ear, whispering, "The father and the son have asked me to marry each other, and they both know this matter and publicly stated that don't mind." Joan was dumbfounded. If the father and son fall in love with a woman at the same time, it is justified. But listening to Medea's meaning, the father and son seem to be greedy for her beauty, and there is no true feeling at all. Forcing her to be a mistress is already very excessively. The father and son didn't even mind sharing mistresses, and it was almost morally destructive. Medea snorted, and he said bitterly, "So, every time I think of the couple of sons and daughters, I can't help but feel sick." Joan looked sympathetically at the warlock, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Medea grinned reluctantly and took his hand. "Forget it, not to mention these annoying things. Do you remember the pair of petrified lizards that we caught in the navel of the mining area? Greybirds are responsible for feeding them and taking good care of them. The female lizard has laid a few eggs and is hatching, so I will take you to see it." "Okay." Joan couldn't bear to see Medea's face covered with sadness, so he stopped asking about the black dragon father and son, and accompanied her to visit the petrified lizard. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1277 Medical Examination. Joan followed Medea through the grotto hall, turned the hallway, pushed a stone door, and entered Medea's special room for petrified lizards. "Little brother, Sister Medea, you are coming too." As soon as Joan entered the door, he heard a familiar laugh. Ruby followed the grey bird to the hatchery and was feeding the petrified lizard to the grey bird. Joan greeted the grey bird, touched Ruby's head, and walked to the iron cage. 2 petrified lizards were lying down in the cage. The female lizard is covered with a layer of soft vines. Through the ventral side, several large speckled eggs can be seen vaguely, which looks a bit like the eggs laid by turkeys. Joan also noticed that both petrified lizards wore blindfolds, which was supposed to be specially put on by the breeder to avoid being accidentally injured by their sight and turned into stones. The blindfolds are all sewed by grey birds. Although they are not visible from the outside, she is actually a gentle and careful girl, Medea said with a smile. The grey bird touched the ribbon covering his eyes. His cheeks flushed slightly. Joan could see that the pretense calmness of the grey bird couldn't conceal his embarrassment. He was obviously not used to being praised face to face, especially in front of strange visitors. Joan himself is also an introverted shy person, so he can understand the grey bird's embarrassment at the moment, so he takes the initiative to digress. "Medea, I'm curious about the dark-toned blind monster. Could you discuss it with Belle? Let me do an individual examination, and take some blood and test it." "Of course, there is no problem." Medea took the posture of the hostess and made arrangements readily. "Grey bird, wait a minute for you to bring Belle, and when Joan gives Belle a medical check, you will be watching next to it to avoid Belle's wild attack and hurting my VIP. Don't run first. Let's eat first, and then work when we are full." "Ruby, I heard Joan say that you like to drink the honey juice secreted by the big fly trap." "My sister, I have a sweet wine here, which is made from the big fly trap honey juice. It tastes better than the ingredients. Do you want to try it?" "Taste it?" Miss you, Ruby, who was in lorry form, raised her hands and cheered. "Thank you, Sister Medea." "Great sister." "Wow, my little sister is so cute." "Come and let my sister hug and kiss." On Medea's table, there was indeed a large bottle of sweet wine brewed with honey. Ruby drank 2 big glasses in one go, first full of praise, and then made a big yawn, got into Joan's arms skillfully, and fell asleep on his knees. "Mr. Vader, leave Ruby with me to take care of it," Grey Bird said softly. Joan hesitated for a moment, but still accepted her kindness, gently picked up the drunk little ally and handed it to the Grey Bird. Grey Bird took Ruby in both hands, hugged her in her arms, and shook it gently, as if humming a lullaby in a low voice. Joan, accompanied by Medea, enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, and then led by 2 ladies to her room. The bedroom is tidy, with a matching bathroom, and there is a stone room next door, with tables and chairs and stationery, which can be used as his study. Joan took Ruby's favorite child's bed with him, took it out of the storage bag, and placed it in the bedroom. Grey Bird hugged the sleeping Miss Ruby and put her into the crib lightly. Medea told Joan to take a good rest and recuperate. It's not too late to discuss the topic of the cooperation between the two after meeting tomorrow morning. Joan sent the 2 ladies away, washed her face first, sorted out her belongings, and went back to the bedroom to see Ruby. The little girl slept soundly. Joan hadn't fallen asleep, so he took a cup of tears of God soaked in potion to dissipate the tiredness accumulated throughout the day, came to the room next to the bedroom, sat at the desk, spread out the spell book and concentrated on studying. After about 10 minutes, Joan heard footsteps in the hallway outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Joan got up and opened the door, and unexpectedly saw the Grey Bird standing outside the door, followed by the blind monster Belle. The Grey Bird touched the ribbon that covered his eyes, and seemed to relieve tension by this habitual action. "Mr. Vader, I brought Belle. Didn't it bother you to rest?" "I always slept late. Please come in." The space of this study is wide enough, and the blind blame can easily enter and exit. Joan pulled a chair and asked the Grey Bird to sit down. The blind-eyed lady softly thanked her, but didn't mean to sit down. She stood beside Joan and raised her ears curiously, as if she wanted to look on how he would check Belle. Joan held a notebook and a pen, and first performed higher endoscopy to check the physical attributes of the dark-toned blind monster. Detection target: blind monster, large strange monster. Attributes: strength 20, dexterity 13, constitution 18, intelligence 7, wisdom 18, charisma 12. In terms of attributes, the dark-toned blind monster is slightly inferior in strength, agility and physique compared to the raptor dragon of similar size, but the three spiritual attributes are more developed, especially the intelligence level, which is a lot stronger than the dinosaurs. Joan recorded Belle's body data in a notebook, and then carried out a detailed examination of it from head to toe with the assistance of the grey bird, especially the construction of strange ears and mouth. After this, Joan took a large needle from the storage bag and planned to take a blood sample. Although Belle couldn't see his eyes, he could perceive the sharp object held in Joan's hands, and instinctively stepped back 2 steps, revealing an alert look. Joan saw that the dark voice blindness was a little nervous, worried that it would resist blood drawing, and after thinking about it, he turned to the grey bird and said, "Can you please do me a favor and use this needle to collect blood samples from Belle?" "Of course I will be at your service, Mr. Vader. Please put the needle in my hand and tell me what to do." Grey bird raised his right hand and spread his palms upward. Joan stared at the black ribbon covering her eyes, and couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. The grey bird has no vision. How do you show her how to use the syringe? After a little thought, Joan turned the needle tube, put the end of the needle tube in her palm, and then held her left hand, leading her to touch the syringe, while carefully avoiding her hand being pricked by the needle. The grey bird not only has developed hearing and smell, but also has a sharper sense of touch than people with sound vision. Under Joan's guidance, he gently stroked the syringe from beginning to end to understand the structure of this device and know how to use it. 2. Kian let go of her hand and watched her walk by the needle tube to the dark voice blind monster. She raised her hand and patted the monster's neck. After a little appeasement, she successfully took a tube of plasma. Joan took the needle from the grey bird and thanked her gratefully. The blind lady shook her head and smiled. "Mr. Vader, what else can I do for you?" Joan wanted to say nothing else. She and Belle could go, but when they thought about it, the opportunity was rare, so they asked the grey bird, "If you don't mind, I will help you check it out." Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1278 Doom Resonance. This won't bother you. The grey bird shook his head again and again, his cheeks flushed. Kian looked at her in surprise, and it took a while to understand why she was blushing, and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to check your physical attributes and biological categories with magic, without measuring your bust weight." The grey bird was relieved, and then asked, "Do you not need to draw my blood?" "If blood can be drawn, it would be better," Joan answered frankly. Grey bird grinned and handed him in front of him. "Give me the needle, I will do it myself." "The needle just now is for animals, it's too big to be used on you." Joan changed a small syringe and turned it upside down on her palm. The grey bird heard him say the word animal and couldn't help laughing. He touched the needle tube and needle, and then proficiently pierced the needle into his wrist vein to take a blood sample. Joan watched nervously for her. It's hard to imagine that a person with congenital blindness can find the location of the needle so quickly and accurately. After admiring it, Joan was not idle, and he started higher endoscopy to check the physical condition of the grey bird. Detection target: female insect fossil blind barbarian 12 humanoid monster, Lepidopteran subspecies. Attributes: strength 27, dexterity 18, constitution 22, intelligence 11, wisdom 14, charisma 15. Having seen the physical attributes of the grey bird, Joan was shocked by the smallness despite his psychological preparation. The grey bird is worthy of the crystallization of the metamorphosis of the Lord of the Heart Demon. the masterpiece of the human experiment. The beautiful appearance is just an illusion. Its physical strength is far stronger than the ogre's, and the giant hills have exploded." Joan turned and cast a sympathetic glance at the dark voice blind monster, secretly vomiting. Belle, your boy is as big as a white man. Even if your brain is not as smart as the grey bird, even the strength, agility and physical attributes are much worse than others, which is really shameful." Belle seemed to be aware of his sight, turned his head and looked over, groaning innocently with two faces, like a big silly cock. "Grey bird, thank you for your assistance. Now that I have nothing to do, you go back to rest," Joan said gratefully to the blind lady. "Okay, Mr. Vader, then I won't bother you to rest. My bedroom is next to you. If you and Ruby have any needs, you can ring me at any time and call me to serve you. Good night." The grey bird bowed slightly to him, and after leaving, led the blind voice to leave. Joan closed the door and returned to the desk. He took out the Kingbing blood storage box, pipette, test tube rack and a pile of bottles and cans neatly on the table. Joan took a small portion of the blood samples of Greybird and Belle, and dropped them into 2 test tubes for later analysis. The remaining plasma was bottled and sealed, and stored in the blood storage box. Joan first analyzed Belle's blood sample. Interpretation of mythical blood plus number 4 rune ensues. Successfully transformed the blood drops in the test tube into a blush cloud containing golden runes. Joan separated the runes in the blood cloud, translated them into magic marks, then unscrewed the cap of the pen and copied it to his spellbook. Judging from the structure of this magic mark, its corresponding supernatural ability is much like the 2-ring spell Smashing Sound Waves, but it is more complicated and consumes a higher level of magic energy. Based on past analytical experience, Joan estimates that the supernatural ability corresponding to this set of magic marks, namely the destroying resonance of blind tone monsters, is equivalent to a 3 or 4 ring sonic spell of the school of plastic energy. The magic mark of resonance of destruction is divided into 3 relatively independent units, corresponding to 3 different attack modes. The first unit is physical destruction mode. The frequency of the magic sound wave excited is the same as the natural frequency of the biological blood and bones. In the case of resonance, the creatures bombarded by the sound wave will suffer 5 energy levels of damage. If the creature stays within the bombardment range of Destroy Sonic for a long time, it will continue to receive oscillation damage until the flesh breaks and the body disintegrates. The second unit corresponds to the sensory destruction mode. In this mode, the destructive resonance issued by the blind tone monster does not kill the target, but launches an attack on the hearing organs and instantly deafens the other party. If the physique is not strong enough, it may even be stunned by the direct shock. When Joan first met Belle this afternoon, the other party used this attack mode to demonstrate to him and Ruby, trying to use this harsh sound to drive away the stranger. The last attack mode of Destroy Resonance is the most destructive, with up to 15 energy levels, but it is only effective against inanimate objects such as wood, ore, metal, and buildings. It is called Material Smashing Mode. Most substances in nature have a fixed internal frequency. The dark sound blind monster can adjust the frequency of the magic sound wave emitted by itself to agree with the natural frequency of the hard object, and then the magic resonance occurs, causing maximum damage to the object, and it can be shattered instantly. Combining the 3 attack modes, it is not difficult to find the destructive resonance issued by the dark sound blind monster. The killing caused by living creatures is ordinary, which is similar to that of the second ring of crushing sound waves, but the damage to inanimate objects is very high. This is not a difference unique to Destroy Resonance. In fact, sonic spells including Crush Sonic have similar characteristics. Used to hit people with less force and destroy objects, especially those with crystal structures, efficiency is much higher. Not long ago, when Joan and the fellows of the prospecting team dealt with Crystal Python, Conventional offensive spells such as Fireball Lightning didn't work very well. In the end, they still had to rely on smashing sound waves to output damage. The supernatural ability of the blind monster Destroy Resonance is actually an upgraded version of Crushing Sound Wave. The application scope of the object crushing mode is no longer limited to crystals, and it can also cause crushing damage to non-crystalline materials, which makes Joan feel bright. If it is necessary to upgrade Smash Sonic in the future, or learn higher level Sonic spells like Roar, Resonance of Destruction is a good reference model. Finally, it is worth mentioning that no matter which attack mode you choose, the Destroy Resonance attack range is the same. You can spread and oscillate around your own 30-foot radius, or you can beam bombard a 60-foot cone in front of you. Obviously, the Destroy Resonance attack range is not only larger than the Smash Sonic, but also more flexible, which is one of the reasons why Destroy Resonance needs to occupy a higher magic energy level. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1279, 7 Kinds of Experimental Bodies. 1. In addition, considering that the shadowed blind monster is a kind of weird, Joan himself also has a peculiar pedigree. He can use the mythical transformation and Belle's blood-modulated awakening agent to transform into a blinded blind monster and gain the supernatural ability of Destroy Resonance. In some special circumstances, such as the need to demolish a solid rock bunker or be locked in a steel casting cell, Joan can use this transformation mode to continue to issue a Resonance of Destruction, which can easily destroy the stone barriers, punctured the iron wall. After copying the magic mark of Resonance of Destruction, Joan then analyzed the blood sample of the grey bird and found several supernatural magic marks, which were closely related to the professional ability of the grey bird Furious. As an arcane spellcaster, Joan has no way to learn from these supernatural abilities derived from Rage for the time being. He can only copy down his long-term insights, and study them later if necessary. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the surface time, Joan was awakened on time by the biological clock. Swallowing a meditation capsule, Joan sat on the bed, spent half an hour preparing for today's spell, and then went to the next door to Washington. When he returned to the bedroom, he found that the Miss Ruby of the hangover was awake, sitting in a crib like a little duck, yawning and exaggerating his mouth. "Yo, good morning, Brother Joan." Ruby waved his hand sleepily, opened his storage bag, and wondered which dress to wear today. When Ruby got it right and cleaned up, Joan took her to the restaurant to find Medea. After meeting, the three said good morning to each other and enjoyed a rich breakfast under the service of the Grey Bird. After breakfast, the Grey Bird took Ruby to go hunting on the island, and Joan followed the Snake Warlock into her study room to discuss the scientific research topic of the two. According to Medea's previous letter, Joan consulted a large number of documents about supernatural petrochemicals in the school library and excerpted materials that he found useful. He showed a thick copy of the notes to Medea, while writing and drawing, to explain to her. As far as the world of Veils is concerned, there are no fewer than 10 types of supernatural petrochemicals in the literature. Excluding samples that have been extinct or questionable in authenticity, there are 7 remaining types for us to study, which are unicorns, rabbit, chicken, snake, beast, petrified lizard, snake hair, banshee, sister, petrified ox, and eye demon. Petrochemical lizards. We already have a pair of experimental samples here, and more will be hatched soon. As for the snake-haired banshee, I will just use myself as the experimental body. If this is not enough, I will give my cousin, aunt, relatives like auntie, write letters and ask them to volunteer. Speaking of which, there was a look of sadness in Medea's eyebrows. Unless you have to do it, we better not ask my relatives to help. Those women, not the bad things I say from my family, are all unprofitable guys. It is almost impossible to let them help for free. Joan nodded, deeply touched. Experiments with their own dry food and voluntary devotion to scientific research are like pure angels. but they are hard to come by. If you spend money to recruit volunteers, the funds will explode. In short, he is consistent with media's ideas on funding. Everyone is not very generous. The money can be saved. The money should be spent on the blade. If you can, White Sister, then of course it is best to drop. In addition to the petrified lizard and the snake-haired banshee, we also need to obtain at least 5 different experimental bodies as research samples. What do you think? Joan looked at Miss Snake. Medea bit her lip and stared at the candidate test subjects listed on her notebook, her face more distressed. Joan, to be honest, these 5 kinds of experimental bodies, one for each race, are rare. I haven't even heard of some of them. Where do you ask me to find? I have considered this point. I have searched the habitat of each candidate experiment. 3 of them have exact locations to follow. However, petrochemical cattle and eye demons lack habitat information. I don't know where to go hunting. Petrochemical cattle I don't know. As for the demon, Medea's face became a little weird, and she pondered for a long time before speaking. In fact, of the 5 petrochemical creatures you listed, I don't know the other 4, but I know where to find the eye demons. That place, by coincidence, is in a dark area. This is great. Joan couldn't help but get excited. Then let's start catching the eye demons. Forget it. Medea shook her head and smiled bitterly. I'm not too tired yet. Give me 2 more guts and don't dare to provoke the giant-eyed tyrant. If you can't say that, the eye demons are powerful, but we are not weak. You and I, together with Ruby, Greybird and Belle, joined hands, and I can't believe why demonic. Joan was not convinced. Say, my dear Mr. Master, listen to me. If it is a single eye demons, of course we can do it. The problem is, where I am talking, there are more than 1 or 2 eye demons. Medea shrugged helplessly. Joan froze for a moment and asked curiously, where is the eye demonic habitat you are talking about? Well, that place is a labyrinthine underground city called Magic Eye Nest City. It is not a quasi-legendary monster such as Elder Eye and Magic Eye Grandmother. Ordinary adult eye demons are probably not less than more than 100. Medea answered blankly. Magic Eye Nest City? Joan couldn't help but take a breath, his voice trembling slightly. It's the Eye Nest City that has been fighting the heart-killing demon cityids for hundreds of years, and the 2 sides have been difficult to win or lose. Yes, that's the Devil's Eye Nest City. Medea nodded bitterly. Then forget it. When I never mentioned it. Joan wiped off his cold sweat and gave up the idea of the eye-witting devil. Let's exclude the eye demons first, and let's get to the other subjects. Scientific research is indeed valuable, but it is not worth it. Let's talk about the unicorn rabbit first. This is a rare magical beast living in a swamp area. It looks like an ordinary white rabbit, but a sharp bone horn grows on the forehead, which can be used as a weapon to attack prey. Joan said. Attack on prey? Medea raised her eyebrows in surprise. According to what you said, this horned rabbit is quite aggressive. Does this rabbit not eat greens and carrots, but love meat? Joan nodded. Yes. Don't look at the unicorn rabbit. Looks like a rabbit. In fact, it is a kind of fierce carnivore. They will even actively attack larger beasts than themselves, such as pythons or even crocodiles. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1287 Kinds of Experimental Bodies 2. I guess the horned rabbit's petrification ability is related to the sharp horn growing on its forehead, Medea asserted decisively. The facts are indeed as she guessed. The horned rabbit's horns are not only extremely hard and sharp, they can easily pierce the scales of crocodiles. They can also secrete a supernatural toxin, which penetrates into the blood through the wounds of prey and flows all over the body. A creature stabbed by an horned rabbit can resist petrochemical toxin infection if it is strong enough. Conversely, if it is not strong enough, the flesh and blood will gradually calcify under the stimulation of toxins. The body becomes more and more dull, and within an hour, all the flesh and blood will be calcified and become a stone statue. Joan introduced Medea's petrochemical capabilities to Medea based on records in the literature. Infection of toxins through the wound causes calcification of the muscles, which indirectly achieves the petrochemical effect. Medea muttered to herself, thinking about making an assessment. First of all, I have to admit that the petrification ability of the unicorn is very interesting, but the petrochemical gaze that I am familiar with is not a way at all, and from your description, this petrification process is too slow, far inferior. The gaze attack of the petrified lizard or our snake-haired banshee is more efficient and practical. Joan, what do you think? It is because of the different modes of action that we need to study the unicorn, otherwise our work will not be complete and universal. As for you, the horned rabbit's petrochemical magic horn is too slow to be practical. I only agree with the first half. Indeed, this petrochemical attack is not as efficient as your petrochemical gaze, but it is more suitable for unicorn rabbits and is a reasonable result of natural evolution. Why? Medea asked inexplicably. The unicorn rabbit is a supernatural mammalian rabbit-shaped animal. Although they are carnivores, their teeth are not as strong as petrified lizards to bite stones, and they do not have the metamorphic digestion ability to extract nutrients from rocks. Can eat soft and juicy fresh meat. You think about it. If the petrification ability of the unicorn rabbit is too fast, the stabbed creature will become a stone statue in an instant. Won't the unicorn rabbit have to eat it? Medea froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded, acknowledging that Joan made sense. After the hunting, the unicorn rabbit will always eat the uncalcified blood of the prey as soon as possible, and fill the stomach before the corpse is completely petrified. Finally, Joan summarized the predatory characteristics of the unicorn. Okay, Joanne, tell me where I can get the unicorn rabbit. I want to catch a few more and keep them at home as pets, Medea said cheerfully. Horned rabbits live in moist swamps. Oh, we are also swamps here, but I have never seen a trace of this little animal. Medea spread her hands in regret. Joan waved her hand, beckoning her to be patient and listening to him. Horned rabbits can't adapt to the lack of light, and of course they won't inhabit the swamps in dark areas. According to the eyewitness reports recorded in the literature, the Baden wetland is close to the saltwater marshes of the estuary. Markov. Joan smiled and then said, it also happened that I had a period of treatment at Baden Spa this spring, and I am still familiar with the local environment. Medea, if you can perform the teleportation, I can take you to the Baden wetlands to search for the trail of the unicorn. Of course it's okay. I can take you to any Baden wetland at any time. Let's catch the rabbit first and then take a hot spring bath by the way. There were longings in Medea's eyes, and the little snake twisted excitedly. Don't think about beauty first. The horned rabbit is not so easy to capture. Joan spread out his notebook and pointed to a section of excerpts to show her. Most sighting reports on unicorn rabbits provide a similar detail, that is, there will always be a mysterious character dressed as a witch next to the unicorn rabbit. It can be seen that the unicorn rabbits seen by the witnesses are not wild and more likely it's the witch's favorite. In fact, the legend of the unicorn rabbit is always closely connected with the witches. Some scholars even believe that the world's first unicorn rabbit was created by the witches. Witches need to use the magic pet as a medium to establish a spiritual bond with the mysterious asylum lord they admire, and then gain the ability to cast spells. For warlocks, the importance is self-evident. We must prepare for both hands before we leave for the Baden wetlands. If you can catch wild unicorn rabbits, of course the best result, but this possibility is very low. If we can't find the wild unicorn, we can only retreat and seek the second, the witch hidden in the swamp, and ask the other party for help, which is very troublesome. Joan sighed. Medea's eyes flickered and slowly said, most witches are eccentric and moody. Good witches are rare, but evil witches are more. I wish there was a bad witch in Baden wetlands, so that we can kill the bad witch and take away her horned rabbit without any psychological burden. Joan glared at her angrily. Medea, your thoughts are dangerous. Just think about it, and I never said I was a good person. The serpent warlock whispered a protest, and then changed the subject. Joan, the inner-horned rabbit is already in sight. You can talk about other petrochemical creatures. Where are you going to hunt? Slightly more difficult than the inner-horned rabbit is the chicken and snake. This magical beast is said to have the body of a chicken, the wings of a bat and the tail of a viper. The petrification ability of chickens, snakes and beasts is similar to the inner-horned rabbit. It pecks its prey with a hard beak and infects toxins, so that the blood of the prey quickly calcifies and eventually turns into a stone figure. I found 7 sighting reports on chickens, snakes, and beasts. Only 2 of them were within 5 years, and the sightings were all located on the old continent, far away from us. As long as you're still in the world of Velice, it doesn't matter how far you are. Anyway, we can use teleportation to get our way. Medea twisted her slender neck, and a confident smile hung from the corners of her lips. Joan nodded and continued, comparing all the sightings. I think that the virgin forests in the northern part of the far east of the old continent are most likely to find chickens and snakes. Primary forest? This range is too large. Can you be more precise? Medea was dissatisfied. The sightings recorded in the literature are located near the Misty Swamp in the far northeast. There is a human settlement called Goody Village by the swamp. We can first transfer to the Goody Village, and then ask the local hunters about the emergence of chickens and snakes. Joan said the planned itinerary had been planned. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1281. Return to Baden Wetlands. Medea nodded in agreement, and then asked him where he was going to look for 2 other petrochemical creatures, Sistu and petrochemical cow. Sistu is the only marine creature among all petrochemicals we know so far. It is said that this strange creature looks like a huge sea snake. The front part of the trunk is bifurcated, extending 2 snake heads, and at the bifurcated node, there is a human-like face. This face in the center of the body. If you open your eyes, you can shoot out the sight that makes people instantly become rocks, Joan said. It sounds like another version of petrochemical gaze, Medea whispered, stroking the snake. Joan nodded and said, although Sister looks very vicious, he is not considered an evil creature. Someone has seen it in a nearby harbor called Eagle Island in the North Bay area of the old continent. The Trail of Sister, North Bay, is located in the northernmost part of the Far East. Let's go to Goody Village to find out the habitat of chickens, snakes, and beasts, and then transfer to North Bay to try our luck. Medea has no objection to Joan's planned travel route. As for the last experimental body, petrochemical bull, also known as bronze bull or steel bull, it is said that it is a powerful monster resembling a bull, covered with metal armor, and emits green smoke from the mouth. Contains potent toxins. The creature that inhales this poisonous smoke, if the body is not strong enough, after a few seconds, it will become hardened and become a stone statue. Petrochemical cattle attack is different from other petrochemical creatures. It neither causes petrification through wounds, nor transmits magic through sight. It sounds like respiratory infection. But in general, it is closer to unicorn rabbits and chickens. After all, the petrochemical mode of snakes and beasts is a toxin attack. Petrified cattle usually live in desolate mountains or plateaus, but unfortunately there is no exact sighting location in the literature, and I don't know where to go to find this very rare magical beast. Joan closed her notebook helplessly. Medea was rather optimistic and said with a smile, let's get the unicorn rabbits, chickens and snakes and Sister with clear sightings first. As for the petrochemical cattle, we will slowly find out later, and we will always find it. Joan nodded silently. There are only so many clues currently available, and he can only take one step at a time. In the midsummer of August, under the scorching sun, the vast Baden marsh was shrouded in smoke and misty moisture. Through the translucent lute, lush juniper grass and reed bushes can be seen everywhere. The accumulated water in the wetland slowly flows eastward. The closer it is to the estuary where the Azabe is located, the higher the salinity in the wetland. and the local vegetation will change accordingly. Freshwater shrubs will become scarce and replaced by large patches mangrove forest intertwined. Surface time, August 8th, 10:30 am. In the hinterland of the swamp, which was always inaccessible on weekdays, a bright beam of light was suddenly raised, and 4 figures appeared from it. Performing teleportation is a slim girl wearing a green slim robe and a white headscarf. Immediately following the pretty warlock out of the teleportation beam was a stone-blind barbarian female warrior with light grey skin and a black ribbon on her eyes, and a blind voice blind monster wearing an obsidian collar on her head and neck. The last one appeared was a handsome young man, wearing a black cloak-style robe with silver borders, indicating that he was a student of the Austrian Academy of Mage University. Joan, here is the Baden wetland. Medea looked around with interest, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The wetland of the surface world is really different from our abyss. The light is brighter, and the types of plants are also bright. More. Joan rearranged the cloak hood. A red mosquito fluttered out of the hood with a low murmur, the small body swelled in the sky, and in a blink of an eye, it became a mixed form of mosquito head and back wings. Brother Joan, this place is very familiar. If Ruby remembers me, I flew more than 60 miles northwest from here, which is the resort town of the hot spring town. We can go to the bubble hot spring of the Happy Palace Hotel. Eat a big watermelon to get rid of it. Miss Ruby shone brightly in her eyes. We didn't come for a holiday. Now that we don't have a hot spring, it still matters to do the right thing, Joan said to Ruby. The grey bird stood behind Ruby with a trance and a confused expression. Since she was born, this is the first time she has left the dark area, set foot on the surface world, bathed in the summer sun, warmed by the scorching sun from head to toe, and traced the outside world through smell and hearing, and she is used to the underground environment is completely different, so that it feels very unreal, as if in a dream. At this moment, Ruby's cry of surprise came from the ear of the grey bird. Sister Grey Bird, look at Grey Bird. The grey bird was at a loss and didn't understand what Ruby meant. Could it be that he was joking with himself using homophonic sounds? In an instant, she heard a clear cry from her ear. In the memory of the grey bird, no creature in the underground world will make such a tweet. This may be the kind of surface bird named Bird mentioned by Ruby just now. The grey bird held its breath and used its own sense of hearing and smell to feel the little bird standing about 20 feet away from him, standing on the branches of the bushes, tweeting and chirping. Using the echo positioning, the bird's shape was traced in the consciousness space contour. The bird in reality is not very consistent with her previous imagination, but the grey bird is still very happy. After all, this is the first time she has seen a living bird for the first time in her life, and she has a brand new name for her name, Grey Bird. Understanding. Joan looked at the little bird on the branch and recognized it as a grey magpie with a little observation. No wonder Lubit reminded the grey bird to pay attention to the grey bird. What a beautiful little magpie. The color of the feathers on the back is the same as the skin color of the grey bird's sister. It is soft and light grey. The feathers on the head are dark brown, and the feathers on the wings are bright steel blue. Say. Medea glanced at the grey magpie and smiled bitterly. Ruby, you described it vividly, but unfortunately the grey bird can't understand the colors you said. Whether relying on smell, hearing, or tremor perception to replace vision, blind sight abilities have an insurmountable disadvantage. They can only outline the outline of objects, but they cannot distinguish rich and vivid colors like healthy eyes. When Ruby just described the grey magpie feathers, what were the colors of dark brown and steel blue? The grey bird couldn't imagine it. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1282. Color. In fact, the grey bird doesn't even know what the grey color in his name is, but only knows that grey is a transitional color between black and white. Joan glanced at the grey magpie on the branch, and then turned to the blind lady standing silently, and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. He thought about it and whispered to Medea, Although the grey bird has the ability to blind sight, but the perception range is too narrow, it will be very disadvantageous in the surface world. I know a spell that can share vision with her and make her see the surrounding environment clearly. That's good. Joanne, you can cast a spell to help the grey bird reshape the vision now. Medea smiled. Joan scratched her head and whispered, I don't know if she would like to establish a sensory link with me. You can help me ask her. Do you want me to ask you too? Medea raised her hand and scratched his cheek. Your boy, is your skin so thin? Having said that, she still eagerly ran to find the grey bird biting ear. The two women whispered for a while. The grey bird seemed to be moved by Medea and nodded to accept Joan's kindness. There are more than one vision-sharing spells. Both the second ring visual link and the third ring synesthesia can achieve this effect, but Joan also has a better choice. That is, not long ago, he was promoted to the third level mythological master. Comprehend the ability of the Weymouth link. Joan inspires a mythical power, reaches out and gently baits on the back of the grey bird, establishes a mythological link with her, and sets her vision to share with her. The grey bird still has a ribbon on her face, but now she can observe the world around her through Joan's eyes. Joan deliberately turned his head to look at the bush in front of the grey bird, and carefully observed the grey magpie jumping around for food in the bush, so that she could see clearly. It was like opening a window in a tightly closed room. The grey bird felt a bright light, and finally saw the true colors, as if the whole world had changed. She was shaking with excitement, and it took a long time to calm down. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. She seemed to be able to borrow the vision of Joan's left eye, and the right eye was still dark. What made her even more puzzled was that she could see the scene behind her as if she had an eye behind her head. How is this going? Shouldn't a normal person have only a pair of eyes symmetrically arranged on the face? Why does Joan have one right eye less than the normal person, but there is another eye behind his head that should not exist? The grey bird frowned in confusion. It was not certain for a time that Joan's eye structure was different from ordinary people, or this was just a special effect caused by the spell. She was unfamiliar with eyes and vision, and could not answer this question. She did not have the confidence to assert that Joan's eyes were indeed different from ordinary people. She simply didn't think about it anymore. Tossing his head, the grey bird turned to look at Joan, and said thank you with gratitude. This swamp looks very vast and is densely covered with grass and shrubs. It is as difficult to search for a little horned rabbit in this strange and complex environment as it is to catch pearls in the sea. Medea looked at the water-filled, endless wetlands, and was a bit worried. Joan had already considered this problem, opened the storage bag, and took out 2 reels. He first untied the first scroll, and a picture was presented on the paper, depicting a white rabbit with horns and vivid details. This is an illustration of the horned rabbit I copied from Monster of Vales. Joan introduced the picture to his companion. The painting is good, but this painting does not help to solve the dilemma we face. Even if we know what the unicorn looks like, it is still difficult to find their tracks. Medea shook her head gently. This picture is actually a spellcasting material. Joan heard that Medea did not understand his intentions and unfolded another scroll to show her. This is a for-loop biolocation scroll. After casting, you can search for the specified creature. The more familiar you are with the search target, the higher the spell search efficiency and the lower the chance of confusion. If you are really unfamiliar with the target you want to search for and have not seen the other person's true appearance, you can also create a picture of the other party as a reference, and you can barely launch this spell. After listening to Joan's introduction, Medea nodded suddenly, and then asked 2 questions. What is the maximum search radius of biolocation? And what is the duration of the spell? The search radius and spell time limit are determined by the caster's level. Joan glanced at the scroll in his hand. It was a 7th level mage who made this scroll, so the maximum search radius is centered on itself, covering 680 feet around. When the caster moves, this search radius also moves synchronously, and the spell lasts up to 70 minutes. Joan, Biolocation can indeed help us improve the efficiency of searching for unicorn rabbits, but I have to point out that compared to the vast wetlands covering hundreds of square miles, the search radius and duration of this spell are too limited. How many of these scrolls have you brought with you? Count this one in my hand. There are a total of 3 biolocation scrolls. Joan told Medea truthfully. He is a senior member of the Austrian law shop affiliated with the University of Mage University Library, and can buy discounts on spell scrolls. But even counting the discounts, it cost him 1800 gold dagger to pay for these 3 4-ring spell reels. The good news is that after buying the reels, Joan incidentally copied the biological positioning technique into his spellbook. As long as he raises one more mage's level, he can learn this 4-ring spell. There are only 3 scrolls, and the total search time is 210 minutes. Medea frowned slightly. Joan, give you a suggestion. After casting, conduct a low-altitude search at the fastest flight speed. The faster you fly, the greater the search range in a limited time. If we are lucky enough, we might be able to find a unicorn rabbit before the 3 reels burn out. Medea's concerns are reasonable. Fortunately, a mind with an intelligence of up to 33 is not a decoration. The problem she thought of, Joanne had long thought of it, and she has designed a set of more efficient search schemes than the suggestions she gave in advance. Joan opened the casting kit and took out a light blue feather. This is the feather of land swift. The blue-backed swift inhabiting the seaside area is best known for its high flight speed of 400 miles per hour, which is equivalent to 1/3 of the speed of sound. It is one of the fastest birds in nature. Joan is going to use this feather as a casting material to cast the 2-ring spell Flying Beast. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1283 Yankunyal. Joan chanted the start spell, and the feathers in his hands disappeared in a brilliant magical brilliance. Then, chirping birds chirped in the air, and a large group of blue-backed swallows appeared out of nowhere, circling and dancing around the young mage like blue clouds. The spell Flying Beast can usually only be used to summon insects and bats. However, as long as the elements of the spell are slightly changed and the casting material is changed from a red cloth to the feathers of a certain bird, the corresponding bird group can be summoned. Of course, due to the magic energy level of the 2nd ring spell, this modified version of the Flying Beast can only be used to summon very small birds, such as the swiftlet bird of the bird form. If you want to summon the bird of Falcon Order M out of power, with Joan's current mage level, plus the 3 additional caster levels of mythical mana, you can give full play to the power of flying insects and beasts, summoning 900 blueback swifts in one go. The flock of birds summoned by magic, just like the swarm, comes with its mother nest will. It is difficult for Joan to communicate with a certain swallow in the bird group, but he can mentally sense the will of the mother nest formed by nearly 1,000 swallows. In fact, the intelligence level formed by the common will of the bird group is surprisingly high, even to exceed the average human intelligence level. Joan inspired a mythical power to establish a mythical link with Yankun's mother nest will. This step is still normal, and the next operation is more irritating. In addition to sharing my senses, Mythology Link has a special usage, that is, Joan can use the link object as a starting point to cast spells. He maintains a close connection with the will of the swarm of swallows with spiritual power, and at the same time stimulates the sub-mystery. The pupil of the left eye contracts slightly, tearing his consciousness, forming a temporary deputy personality, and actively entering a kind of schizophrenia status. Kiaon maintains the flying insects and beasts casting focus with the master personality. The deputy personality unfolds the scroll in his hand, and uses the swallow's will as the origin to perform biolocation. Just 3 seconds later, the sheepskin scroll in Joan's hands turned into dust, and the bio-positioning technique successfully blessed the swallow's wills, and the image of the unicorn rabbit was firmly imprinted through the picture as the casting material entered the will of swallows. This is not true. Yankun's will is a pure spiritual body, with no flesh and no organs dedicated to thinking. The brain of the swallow's will is actually composed of the brains of all blue-backed swifts, forming a distributed multi-core computing system. Joan enters the search for unicorn rabbit into the swallow's will, and this command is also mapped to the minds of all the individuals that make up the swallow. In the same way, Qiaoan's biolocation technique applied to the swallows will also simultaneously bless all blue-backed swifts. This is like a caster blessing himself with human magnification. From the micro level, every cell that constitutes his body grows synchronously. The change in the height and weight of the caster is just the change in cell clusters at the macro level. On the realization, now, the 900 blue-backed swifts flying around Joan are all blessed with biolocation, and all are implanted with the command of search for unicorn rabbits. However, Qiaoan couldn't immediately let Yanku perform the search task. The key to biological clusters is the word set. If the individuals that make up the cluster are too scattered among each other, they cannot be called clusters. The mother's will be weakened with the evacuation of the cluster until it disappears completely. All swallows will be disconnected from Joan. On the contrary, it is not good to keep the cluster too tight. The geometric space traversed per unit time is too narrow, which will seriously reduce the search efficiency. When Joan formulated this search plan, he conducted rigorous experiments in advance. According to his test, the number of swallows that can maintain a common will cannot be less than 50. According to this minimum standard, Joan divided 900 blue-backed swift into 18 subgroups. Each subgroup will maintain a spiritual link with himself, while maintaining the magical effect of biolocation. Joan gave instructions to all 18 subgroups so that all swallow groups would be distributed with maximum dispersion without damaging the will of the mother nest. Each subgroup would be separated by 20 degrees from each other, forming exactly a circle and synchronously moving at the fastest speed. Advance forward and search for an area. After the swarms reached the edge of the swamp, they moved clockwise by 2 degrees, then turned around and turned back towards the starting point. In this reciprocating cycle, a literal carpet search is carried out until the entire Baden wetland is searched. 18 groups of swallows, following Joan's will, spread out along the circumference and flutter their wings in groups. If you look down from the height, you will find that the swallows take Joan's standing position as the center of the circle, like the ripples stimulated by the water surface, and are rapidly spreading to the periphery. The flight speed of swallows is maintained at about 300 miles per hour. The biolocation technique can last up to 70 minutes. The search radius is 680 feet, and the swallows move. Through simple calculations, it is not difficult for Qiaoan to find the maximum range that the 18 groups of swallows can search within the spell period. Although there may be some errors between the theoretical data and the actual situation, it has no effect on the conclusion. Joan maintained the flying bug's cast focus, took out his pocket watch, and glanced around. It's 10:50 in the morning. Joan said to his companions, unless Baden wetlands has no wild and horned rabbits at all, or our luck is at its extreme, otherwise the swifts will bring us good news before 12 noon. Medea, Greybird and Ruby looked at each other silently, their eyes blank. They didn't even understand Joan's bells and whistles, which seemed to be very powerful anyway. Joan, with our brains, I really can't understand what you are doing. Anyway, you think it's okay. The only thing we can do now is wait, Medea said with a wry smile. It took a lot of thought to calculate the mathematical expectations that did not disappoint Joan. He waited less than 10 minutes with his companions, and received good news from a group of swifts. It is about 50 miles southeast of our current location, on the edge of the wetland. When the 7th group of swallows is about to return, we find a small animal that looks like a unicorn rabbit. Joan's eyes widened, his tone hard to hide his excitement. Oh, found it so soon? Miss Ruby could not wait to fly. Brother Joan, let's fly over to catch the rabbit. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 1284. What else do we fly? We can't fly faster than the blue-backed swift. Besides, it's not so easy to talk about 50 miles at full speed. It's strange not to get tired of you, stupid girl. Medea laughed and teased Ruby, then stretched out her hands and said to the companions around her, "Come and come." Everyone is holding hands and connecting with me in a circle. I will take you directly to the past. Joan waved his hand to stop Medea from casting spells, and signaled his companions not to rush. I switch my perspective to the seventh group of swallows. Take a look at the local environment, and by the way, confirm whether the little animal that the swallows just found is a real horned rabbit. If there is no problem, we will send it in the past, not late. Whether the landing point of the fifth ring teleportation is accurate depends mainly on how familiar the caster is to the environment of the destination. Medea has no idea of the area where the seventh group of swallows are located. If you just use such a brazen cast of teleportation, there may be an error, and the distance of this deviation may even exceed 50 miles. In case, after the transmission, the landing point is farther away from the destination, if you don't talk about it, you will waste a 5-ring spell slot, which is very embarrassing. In order to avoid transmission errors, Joan had to conduct some investigations in advance, familiarize himself with the geographical environment of the transmission site, and then establish a myth link with Medea to share the terrain conditions she saw with her. Then Medea casts a teleport to ensure that it reaches its destination accurately. Joan briefly explained to Medea, Ruby and the Grey Bird their plans, and quickly switched the viewing angle to the seventh group of swallows. After a short trance, Joan felt his eyes light up, and the mountains and rivers had a panoramic view. Now his observation angle, located at an altitude of nearly 100 yards from the ground, is closely integrated with the will of the swallows, and is accompanied by a cluster of 50 blue-backed swallows flying in the sky. At this moment, Joan's vision is actually a collection of the visions of 50 blue-backed swifts. Any scene seen by any blue-backed swift will be faithfully reflected in his eyes. The blue-backed swift has a very sharp vision, and can see a grasshopper in the grass on the ground from high altitude, and easily lock the dragonfly that fluttered its wings, which is not inferior to the falcon. 50 swifts' visions combined. The wide and clear perspective surprised Joan, as if opening a door to reveal the new world in front of his eyes, overlooking from the heights. The grass and trees on the wetland were all seen be clear. Just under the eyes of Yankun, a chubby white rabbit was bouncing around on the muddy ground. Joan observed a little, and found that this white rabbit had a half-foot-long pearl-colored horn on the forehead. The thick root was closely connected to the skull, and the end was sharp like a cone. No need to look at it for a second time. Joan is convinced that this little guy is a fake unicorn rabbit. However, it is not a happy time. Joan soon noticed that there was a weird figure not far in front of the horned rabbit. At first glance, it looked like a plump female back, about 5 feet tall, wearing a yellow robe, and like a rabbit, hopping forward. Joan observed the figure with curiosity, and found that her hands and feet had frog webs, a stubby neck, a round head, and big bulging eyes, all of which reflected the characteristics of amphibians. Joan is no stranger to this kind of half-human and half-toad creature. It was the marsh toad man who had dealt with when he was on vacation in Hot Springs, a humanoid monster living deep in the wetland. However, Joan had only been in contact with a male marsh toad before, and the one in front of him was obviously a mother. In addition, she was wearing a robe and followed by a unicorn rabbit. Joan naturally thought of the legend about the swamp witch. Unsurprisingly, this female marsh toad should be a witch, and the horned rabbit is her favorite pet. Realizing this, Joan's mood was a bit tangled. If Yankun discovered a wild unicorn rabbit, just go straight to catch it. But unfortunately this unicorn rabbit has a master, and it is likely to be the favorite of the marsh toad witch. Things become troublesome. For mages and warlocks, magic pets are just pets. For example, Joan, due to his lonely personality and other factors, has never summoned a magical pet so far, which does not hinder his spell practice. The witch is different. This special arcanist class is inextricably linked to the magic pet. If a witch loses her pet, it is like a mage losing her spell book. She can neither prepare spells nor learn new spells. The consequences are very serious. After all, magic pets are just fragile animals, and it is inevitable that they will die unexpectedly. After the witch has lost her pet, she can also summon her pet through a special ceremony at a certain price. However, no witch is willing to withstand such sacrifices, and it is even less likely that they will give their precious dear pets to others as research materials. Joan felt that it would probably not be good to go to the Toad Witch to discuss borrowing the horned rabbit. However, if he dares his face directly and forcibly snatches the opponent's favorite pet, this kind of unreasonable robber behavior, he really can't do it. First of all, he can't pass the threshold in his heart. Just when he was hesitant, the marsh toad witch on the ground suddenly stopped and turned to beckon at the unicorn rabbit. The horned rabbit shook his long ears hanging on both sides of his forehead, and jumped into the witch's arms very well. The marsh toad caressed the back of the white rabbit, whispered a few words, and then took out a crystal ball as big as a goose egg from the pocket of the robe, shaking his head and shaking his head, thinking. The horned rabbit squatted on the witch's shoulder, imitating the master's appearance, shaking his head, looking a little funny. Not long after, the crystal ball in the palm of the marsh toad appeared a magical glory, showing a three-dimensional picture. Joan recognized that the marsh toad witch was holding a detection crystal, and it seemed to be using this magic guide to spy on someone in the distance. The marsh toad witch didn't pay attention to the birds hovering above her head, staring at the crystal ball intently. Qian peered into the crystal ball through Yan Kun's eyes, and soon saw a clear figure. Couldn't help wondering. The background shown in the crystal ball is located in the wetland of Barton. The witch's perspective is locked on a male marsh toad warrior wearing leather armor and a broad-backed machete. Joan vaguely felt that the warrior of the marsh toad looked familiar, and it seemed that he had seen this person before, and he remembered it with a little memory. This guy was a young nobleman from the Gugger tribe, named Gudra. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1285. 3 months ago, when Joan followed Professor Moriarty in the spa town, he coincided with a series of serial murders. Qiao Anan was wrongly involved, and later assisted Detective Ted Pinkerton to solve the case. The inside story of the murder is more complicated, involving the grudges of Kaufman and his son, and the brutal adult trials of the Pneumatode people. The Pneumatode aristocratic youth Gadra and his uncle, Pneumatode shaman Gomodo Elder, also played a disgraceful role in the murder. Of course, Uncle J's nephews are not necessarily willing to admit this. After all, there is a deep cultural divide between the Pneumatode tribe and human society. After J. Della was arrested, he was imprisoned, and Joan was puzzled when he saw the old acquaintance. The murder had only been 3 months after the detection of the murder. Why was the kid named J. Della released? Was it escaped from prison, or was he attempted a murder with less conviction, and was fortunately sentenced to probation by the court? In an instant, Joan thought of a series of questions again. As a famous noble of the Gugger tribe, Wydra was wandering alone in this wild country with a big sword. The situation looked rather bleak. There was also the marsh toad witch who was peeping at Gudra with a crystal ball, and looking at her sneaky eye. It seemed that she had been discovered by Gudra, that she was following the peep in secret. What was the plot? Questions that popped up in his mind prompted Joan to be curious and turn his attention to the crystal ball again. In the crystal ball, Gandra pulled a large knife and knelt halfway in a bush. His expression was cold, his murderous eyes stared into the distance, as if he was waiting for his prey. Joan also noticed that there were many blood-stained scars on J. Della's body. It seemed that he had been fighting fiercely with people during this time. What attracted Joan's attention in particular was a leather cord slanted on the body by Gud Ella, wearing a series of wrist-cut palms on the leather lock, some of which were still blood-stained, and some had been dried, clearly from the prey. The cut loot. This and savage scene made Joan nausea, but in the end, curiosity prevailed, prompting him to continue to observe the string of broken hands collected by Ghidra. Joan initially thought it was a human palm. But when you look closely, there are only 4 fingers in the palm of your hand. There are sucker-shaped organs in the fingertips. There is a thin and flexible webbed membrane between the fingers, which looks more like a marsh toad. Human forelimb. Gudla, this kid, could he betray the Gugger tribe and be assassinating his own people? Joan secretly suspiciously. At this time, a new figure appeared in the picture reflected in the crystal ball. Just in front of the draped shrubbery, a figure jumped out of the mangrove thicket, carrying an obsidian spear on his shoulder. The man's jumping power was amazing. His legs kicked the ground, and he easily jumped 10 yards away. His figure was also half human and half frog. Joan initially thought that the newcomer was also a kind of Gordra, a marsh warrior, but it soon became apparent that there was a significant difference in appearance between the other party and Gordra. Compared with the marsh toad man, the guy has a slimmer figure, lighter skin, bright green, black stripes on the back, and his skin is smoother, unlike the marsh toad man who has many tumor-like warts. If the derby is like a man in 7 points and a toad in 3 points, the newcomer is like a man in 7 points and a frog in 3 points. Although the two have similar amphibious angiosperms, they belong to 2 completely different species. Joan recalled the humanoid monster subvolume of the Vers monster book, especially those species similar to the marsh toad, and also associated with the indigenous history and folklore of the Baden region, and a sudden color appeared in his eyes. The half-human half-frog monster must be the legendary Crazy Frogman. Many years ago, there was a mad frogman tribe in the Baden wetlands. Due to the fierce conflict with the marsh toad people, a fierce conflict broke out. Later, it was defeated by the marsh toad people and was forced to flee their homes. Since then, there has been no news. After a lapse of many years, the wild frogman returned to the Baden wetland, which is not good news for the marsh toad. Joan's eyes returned to Ghidra again. The fierce sharp flashes in the eyes of the marsh toad nobles showed that he had already killed the wild frogman. To be more precise, Jadella stayed here hard, just to wait for such an opportunity to hunt down the single mad frogman. Realizing this, Joan realized that the series of broken palms that Ghidra carried with him were all cut from the mad frogman. The frogman with a spear on his shoulders, unaware of the crisis in front of him, looked down at the pond next to him, saw ripples on the water surface, and there was a trace of joy on his face. He crept to the pond. Quietly King picked up the spear equipped with the obsidian spearhead and pierced the water surface. Puff! The muffled sound of the blade passing through the flesh came from below the surface of the water, and the splashing splash carried a touch of blood. The frogman lifted his spear, and the tip of the spear pierced a fat fish, still struggling to twist. The frogman grinned proudly, throwing out a long and flexible tongue, entangled the fat carp, pulling it off the spear blade, retracting the tongue, and by the way swallowing the carp into a wide, large mouth, with scales and bones chewing greedily. Here he just bury his head to eat fish, and in the bushes behind him, Gudla quietly touched it with a big knife. Gudla could have taken the mad frogman unprepared and stabbed him to death with a knife in the back. However, this knight-like young man of the marsh toad did not attack at once, and stopped 10 feet away behind the mad frogman, and suddenly made an angry cry. The frogman was shuddered by the roar that came after him, and his spear dropped to the ground, turning his head in a panic and looking around. Jdella's reaction to his panic was very disdainful, sneered, pointed at the spear that fell on the ground with a knife, and said in a deep voice, "Coward, pick up your weapon and fight with me." Joan heard that Ghidra did not speak the ethnic language of the marsh toad, but used aquarium language, which is the universal language of aquatic and amphibious intelligent creatures. The frogman listened to Ghidra's scolding. His eyes suddenly swelled, looking at the murderous awe-inspiring samurai warrior across the face with horror, and asked hoarsely, "Cuckoo, your kid, Is that killer who often wanders around this area recently? Gudla waved his knife impatiently. Less nonsense. Green-skinned seed can die under my Gudela's knife. You should feel honored to be right. Goo, damn toad, so loud. The crazy frogman grabbed the spear in a hurry, and took a big step forward. His hands raised the obsidian hair, and with anger in his mouth, he pierced Victor's chest. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1286. Mad Frogman. Gadra was expressionless, staring coldly at the Mad Frogman, who sprang up with a spear, suddenly wielding the machete, and a bright flash of Yinxia flashed in the air. The spear in the frogman's hand was cut off with a knife, and the right arm holding the spear was also cut off with his wrists. The palms followed by a cut-off spear. Seeing this scene, Joan couldn't help but praise the knife. He was not good at martial arts, and he could not judge the level of Kadra's swordsmanship, but he was good at forging magic weapons. From Joan's professional point of view, the thick heavy knife held by Jadra is at least a +2 enchanted weapon, and the blade is also attached to sharp edge. The Mad Frogman didn't even support a single move, and was cut off by Jedra with his sword, and he wailed with pain, and turned his head around his broken arm and fled. Gudla drew his knife into the sheath, picked up the broken hand that was still slightly cramped, and skillfully put it on the pisso, then strode forward and chased in the direction of the Mad Frogman's escape. Joan was so absorbed that he suddenly felt that someone was pulling his sleeve, and there was a call from Medea in his ear. Joan, don't worry. What do you say to yourself? Joan suddenly recovered, and found that both Medea and Ruby were staring at themselves, with concern and confusion in their eyes. Brother Joan, have you ever seen the horned rabbit? Ruby asked eagerly. I saw it, but it's a bit complicated. Joan tried to describe to his companions what he had just seen through Yankun's eyes. However, his eloquence is really not good, and things are too complicated. It is difficult to make clear in a few words. Brother Joan, Ruby, I am more confused after hearing your explanation. Miss Ruby complained bitterly. Medea nodded again and again, feeling the same. The grey bird is the only one of the three who understands the causes and consequences, but it is also difficult for her to describe everything she saw with Joan's eyes to Medea and Ruby. After a little thought, the grey bird walked to Joan and said softly, Mr. Vader, these things are difficult to explain clearly in words. It is better to establish a sensory link with Medea and Ruby. In this way, they can directly see the situation on the scene and save your effort to explain. This is a good idea. Joan inspired two mythical powers one after another, establishing mythological links with Medea and Ruby, respectively. In this way, Medea and Ruby can use him as a transit point to project their perspective on the swallows in the distance, see the marsh toad witch holding the magic crystal ball, and then see the reflection in the crystal ball out of sight. After this setback, 10 minutes have passed and the situation on the fringe of the wetland has changed. During this time, Gudla had already caught up with the Mad Frogman, forcing the opponent to turn around to desperately fight him. The frogman only had half a spear, and he couldn't stop Gadra's sharp sword. Under desperation, he suddenly spit out his long tongue and tried to stick the back of the knife with the tongue with the sucker, and grabbed it from Gadra's hand. Handle sharp blade. This move came suddenly. If the opponent is another race, the frogman's strange move is likely to succeed. However, at the moment, he is facing a warrior with rich combat experience, and all of them are supernatural aimeras. They are also good at catching tongues and catching high-speed moving prey. The raid of the crazy frogman will not work. Just as he opened his mouth wide, Gudla had already guessed his plan. He also spit out a long tongue and intercepted the tongue that the frogman ejected in midair. Two slender and pliable tongues were entangled with each other. Both Jidara and the Mad Frog pulled the tongue forcefully. Their tongues were stretched straight in the air, and they were 15 feet long together. Wow! The two men are kissing in the tongue. Good. So powerful. The scene in front of me was too exciting. shocking Ruby's young heart. Wow! It's a rare passion to see seen. This trip is not in vain. Medea was also flushed with cheeks and her eyes were bright. Joan looked back at them and couldn't figure out how excited they were. Shaking his head inexplicably, Joan continued to pay attention to the duel between Gudra and the Mad Frogman. The marsh toad obviously outperformed the Mad Frogman. Gudla struggled, staggering the frog, flicking the machete, splitting the opponent's head in half, blood-stained with a red blade. The frogman's body fell at the foot of Jeddah and his tongue relaxed. Gudla sucked his tongue back and stepped forward to examine the body. At this time footsteps were heard from across the grass, and 3 wild frogmen with spears approached. Gudla hesitated for a few seconds, finally struggling to get rid of the idea, courageously, and greeted him with a big knife. The 3 mad frogmen in the distance, smelling the blood in the wind, were all alert, quickly dispersed, and began to surround Jeddah. Joan couldn't help worrying about Gudla. With 1 enemy and 3, this kid's situation is a bit dangerous. In fact, he is not alone with the same concerns. The marsh toad peeping through the crystal ball and found that the figures of the 3 frogmen appeared in the crystal ball at the same time, and his face immediately became very nervous. He quickly put away the crystal ball and jumped holding the unicorn rabbit. When he got up, Kong Kong chanted the spellcasting spell, and in a blink of an eye he disappeared in an arbitrary door. Joan quickly contacted Yankum through telepathy and ordered them to track the marsh toad as soon as possible. The witch used the any door to teleport to the area where the Gudra and the Mad Frogmen were located, carefully avoiding alerting both sides. They shrank and hid in the bushes, making a series of casting gestures. On the ground in front of the magic array, a strong giant crocodile emerged from the center of the array. Level 3 monster summoning technique. Joan secretly said. The marsh toad which completed the summoning ceremony and immediately gave instructions to the 10-foot crocodile from head to toe. The crocodile nodded slightly, jumped into the pond, crossed the pool water underwater, and landed in the bushes after landing. Quickly approaching a mad frogman who was threatening Gudra with a gun, the crocodile couldn't help but swooped up from behind, opened his toothy mouth, bit the frog's calf violently, and rolled on the spot, tipping the screaming frogman to the ground. Gudla heard the screams and looked around, discovering that one of the enemies disappeared in the reeds for some reason, not thinking about it, and rushed to the other 2 mad frogmen who had surrounded him. Really weird. Ruby's small face was full of confusion. The marsh toad which can obviously cast a spell to destroy all the mad frogmen. Why should he hide in the distance to summon the crocodile? Where does she help? Joan had similar confusion. He was convinced that the marsh toad witch was on the Gordra side, but he couldn't figure out why she refused to openly shoot, instead hiding in the dark and secretly helping the Gordra against the frogman. The presents. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1287. Paola Medea was also considering this issue, turning her eyes slightly, and a smirk smiled at the corner of her lips. I roughly guessed the thought of that marsh toad witch. Sister Medea, what the is going on? Ruby asked curiously. The snake hair warlock smiled and touched her head. The witch's mentality is very delicate. You are still young. Even if I say it, it is difficult for you to understand. When you grow up, you will naturally understand. Joan also wanted to ask Medea about the motives behind the strange behavior of Marsh Toad Witch, but when she heard what she said to Ruby, she was not embarrassed to open her mouth, so as not to appear that her and pure-minded little Lori were in on the same level. At this time, the war situation in the swamp has changed. The crocodile summoned by the marsh toad drags a mad frogman into the mire, and the other two frogs, when they join hands, are no match for Gudra, but after fighting for a few rounds, they are cut cleanly turn. Jedla's own situation is also not optimistic. The left thigh was hit by a spear, the obsidian head was broken in the depth of the wound. The blood flow continued, accompanied by bursts of pain. It forced him to sit in the grass and endure pain. Wound. The obsidian polished head is hard and brittle, crushed by the cramped thigh muscles, and sharpened small fragments embedded in the flesh, just like a shot. The wound is difficult to clean. Gardella endured painful use of a dagger to dig out the gravel from the wound, barely supporting to clean it up. The entire left leg was stained with blood, and slumped in the grass, unable to move, as if he could pass out at any time. The marsh toad which hides in the dark and observes Gadra, his eyes full of worry. She touched the storage bag. A medicine bottle appeared in her hand, and she seemed to be hesitating whether to come to help Gadra to heal. Seeing this scene, Medea nodded thoughtfully, holding Joan and Greybird's hands respectively. Now there is a good opportunity. We will pass it on. I want to talk to the witch Numa to face. Joan didn't understand what she meant by good opportunity, and she couldn't figure out how she planned to negotiate with the marsh toad. Then hands. Ruby reached out his left hand and took Belle's paw. Belle also cleverly grabbed the hand from the Greybird. The four people plus a blind voice monster, holding hands to form a circle. Medea chanted a mantra, spreading a circle of luminous circles under her feet, covering all the people and turning them into a beam of light. After a few seconds, the crowd teleported collectively to 50 miles away, and the landing point was right behind the marsh toad witch. The witch sensed the strong magic waves coming from behind, and hurriedly turned to look, her eyes full of alertness. Medea took the lead out of the teleportation beam and nodded and smiled at her, looking very friendly. The marsh toad froze for a moment, then came forward carefully, nodded his head, and tentatively asked, "Who are you?" "Don't worry, we are just explorers passing by here, looking for a magical beast called a unicorn," Medea said calmly. The marsh toad witch was taken aback and quickly hugged the horned rabbit, looking nervously, and said, "Xiaobai is my dearest pet. You better not fight it." Medea smiled and said quietly, "If we really want to hit it, we will not greet you politely, girl. Do you know what I mean?" The marsh toad witch nodded. She has long seen that this pretty woman with a headscarf is a warlock, and she has a greater ability to cast spells than herself. The companions beside the opponent, the female warrior carrying the giant axe, the young mage dressed like a college student, and the monster that looks like a dinosaur, and the giant blood mosquito that fluttered in the air, all looked very different. So annoying. Obviously, this expedition team is very strong. If they have bad intentions, they don't need to talk to themselves to kill themselves directly, and forcefully the unicorn rabbit. It is not difficult. Medea saw that the young marsh toad had been intimidated by herself, and opened the door to ask her where to find the wild unicorn rabbit. The witch hesitated and replied bitterly, "Dear lady, wild horned rabbits are very rare, and I don't know where they are hiding. As for the rabbit in my arms, my aunt gave it to me. He is good at raising and domesticating unicorn rabbits. There are several cages at home." Medea and Joan looked at each other and turned their heads to ask the witch marsh toad, "Girl, my name is Medea. What do you call it?" "It's not convenient for me and my companion to visit your aunt." "Oh, my name is Godola, and my aunt is the most powerful big witch in the entire Baden wetlands, and the most prestigious elder of the Gugger tribe, named Gosling. Aunt Gaslin, also my magic tutor. Her temper is very hot. We are all afraid of her, but we dare not take strangers to see her," Jadora said in a dilemma. "Gazilin? I've heard the name." Joan suddenly inserted a sentence, "Miss Dora, may I ask your aunt if there is a brother named Gemoduo? Not long ago the homicide was arrested by the police in Hot Springs. She also has a son named Jadra. My mum is my dad." How do you know these things?" Gatora's eyes widened in surprise and looked at Joan up and down. "Mr. Master, do you recognize my aunt?" "I don't know Miss Gosling, but I have dealt with her son, Gordra," Joan answered truthfully. "As you say, you are a friend of my cousin Gordra?" Gadola suddenly looked overwhelmed with joy. "This is really great." "Mr. Master, Jura is in a dangerous situation now. If you can help me give him this bottle of healing potion, and I will take you back to the tribe to find Aunt Gosling, and try to persuade your aunt to give you a pair of unicorn rabbits." How is this deal worth it? Joan wanted to tell her that he had misunderstood his relationship with Gadla. In fact, He had no friendship with Gadler. Instead, he had a fierce conflict. He also helped Ted Pinkerton to arrest Gadler. Entered the cell. But thinking about it again, he swallowed back the explanation that came to his mouth. If you clarify the facts now, Godola will definitely suspend the deal just mentioned, and even hate herself and her companions, and would like to ask her to help get the horned rabbit. When Joan was in a conflicted mood, Ruby couldn't help but ask Godola, "Sister Witch, you have a healing potion in your hand, why don't you give that injured toad brother in person?" Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1288. The Test of Gandra. Facing Ruby's questioning, a gloomy expression emerged from Jidora's face. Things have to start from 3 months ago, when my cousin Gordra was just a grown-up and followed my dad Gomodo to a trial town in Hot Springs. Only after successfully killing the selected prey would it pass. Trials are accepted by our tribe. If the trial fails, they will be stripped of their surnames and expelled from the tribe. Unfortunately, Jedra was unlucky. An accident happened during the trial. The sheriff of the Hot Spring town broke into the trial site, ruined my cousin's trial, and arrested him and my dad in prison. The laws of human society, we marsh people cannot understand. On the contrary, humans do not agree with our marsh people traditions. My dad and cousin tried to defend themselves in court, but a jury composed entirely of humans unanimously found them guilty. My poor dad was finally convicted in the name of abetting to kill, and his cousin's charge was attempting to kill. Later, thanks to Aunt Gosling's invitation to her friend Mrs. Josephine, who is said to be a female aristocrat who is well known in human society, to mediate and finally win a light sentence, my dad was sentenced to 10 years of labor and was sent to the mines of the Swire Abyss by the judicial police to serve his sentence. Fortunately, Mrs. Josephine helped dredge and relieve him of the labor of going down to mine. He served his sentence at the mine hospital and treated the miners for free. If you perform well, you will have the opportunity to fight for commutation in the future. My cousin Gordra, who was relatively convicted, spent more than 2 months in the detention facility. Later, Aunt Gosling paid a lot of money to ease the relationship, and he was released on bail only 2 weeks ago. Gudler returned to freedom, but his troubles are not over yet. Because the adult trial was interrupted halfway, Gadler failed to kill his prey, which means that the test failed. According to the tradition of our Gugger tribe, Gadler will be stripped of his surname and expelled from his family. Gduola sighed, exuding sympathy from the heart. My poor cousin is a stubborn fool who can't stand the shame of being exiled, and asks the elders to give him another chance to sacrifice his life and to wash away the shame. Aunt Gaslin could have said some good words for her son to help relieve the pressure on Gordra, but she was also a weirdo. Not only did she not think about her son, she also offered a cruelty that almost forced him to die. Remedy. Jidora has a bitter grudge. What is the remedy? Medio asked curiously. Aunt Gaslin said that the Frogman family who was expelled from the Barden area by our Gugger tribe many years ago has recently made a comeback. It is said that there is a strong backer behind the Frogman. The arrogance is very arrogant and must be severely suppressed. Aunt Gosling asked Gordra to infiltrate the territory occupied by the Frog alone, and hunt the Frog by his own power. If Jadra could kill at least 16 frogmen before the full moon night, that is, August 15th, it would be possible for him to take back his deprived surname and be accepted by the tribe even if he passed the test. Jidora sighed again and couldn't help complaining about Aunt's cruelty. Gudler is indeed a warrior, but it is too reluctant to let him hunt at least 16 frogmen alone, which is equivalent to forcing him to die. I can't agree with my aunt's ruthless approach, quarreled with her, and then sneaked out, trying to help cousin to complete this difficult test. But my stupid cousin has the same stubborn temper as his mother. I kindly helped him. He not only did not appreciate, but also drove me away with anger, warning me not to intervene to destroy his trial. I am mad, Paola said, more and more annoyed, and put his handkerchief into his mouth to bite hard. as if this handkerchief she used as a pump was her stubborn cousin who didn't know well. Medea smiled deliberately and asked her, "Although you are angry, but you can't let go of your family, so you secretly follow behind your cousin and secretly help him deal with the mad frogman. Don't you dare to make him aware." Joan bit her handkerchief with grievances and nodded frequently. Joan listened to the dialogue between Medea and Godola, and finally woke up that Godola wanted to help his cousin to complete this difficult test, and at the same time did not want to stimulate the sensitive self-esteem of Gordra. So he quietly followed behind Gordra. Casting spells to help each other in secret is really hard work. At this moment, Kiawan suddenly sensed the mental fluctuations from Yan Kunzwil and seemed to be calling the police. He quickly switched the viewing angle to the air, borrowed the eyes of the swallows to overlook the earth, and then reminded Godola, a large group of wild frogmen are following the bloodstains to search for the place where Gordra hides. The first two groups, a total of 10 people, after a maximum of 5 minutes, they will find Jedra. 10 wild frogmen? This is dangerous. Gasola jumped up in shock at the bad news, and eagerly requested Joan to rescue Gordra quickly. She herself took the time to cast spells to block the pace of the mad frogman as much as possible. Medea took the healing potion from the marsh toad and said to Joan, "I'll go to help the Gudra to heal. You take the grey bird and bell to help the Doro against the group of crazy frogmen." Of course, no problem. Joan nodded, immediately turned into a bee-like form, fluttered his wings, and chased Godola, who had left first. The grey bird realized that Ruby was going to follow Joan and quickly stopped her. "Just stay with Medea. Joan is too dangerous for children to go." With Ruby's strength, it is very easy to deal with a mad frogman. However, frogs are after all the natural enemies of mosquitoes. Ruby can't help but tremble and obey when thinking of the long and flexible tongue that is like a lightning bolt in the frog population. Accepted the grey bird's advice and stayed in a safe place. After reassuring Ruby, the grey bird unfolded the pair of large moth wings behind him, flew into the air, and chased Joan. The blind blame bell also stepped on 2 strong hind limbs, followed Joan's breath, and stepped away. When they arrived, Godola had finished preparing for the cast, and waved out a handful of peas. "Oi, I am here." The marsh toad chanted a spell symbolizing fog. A large group of grey mists came to call, covering all 6 frogmen carrying spears across the bush. The frogman couldn't help but was blocked by the fog and blocked his vision. He was so startled that he jumped in a hurry and tried to get out of the area covered by the fog as soon as possible. However, the dense fog spreading around them is different from the naturally occurring fog. The thick and heavy is like glue. It wraps them tightly. It is very difficult to move every step forward, and it cannot jump at all. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1289. Heavy fog. Joan spread his wings in the air, overlooking the battlefield. At first, he thought that Chidora cast 2 rings of cloud fog, but he soon discovered that the mist summoned by the witch was grey and thick, and the texture was thick and heavy. The mad frogman trapped in it was forced to exert all his strength. The fog was creeping forward, like a group of turtles crawling slowly. The anomalous sight seen in front of us indicates that what Godola had just performed is probably the enhanced version of the 4th ring of haze and the 2nd ring of clouds. The fog created by this spell is extremely thick and sticky, not only blocking the enemy's field of vision, but also delaying the movement speed and resisting arrows and bullets. While the crazy frogman was trapped by the dense fog technique, it was difficult for him to get out of it for a while, and Joan quickly made a series of casting gestures, blasting a frost star into the area covered by the heavy fog. Ringer. The extreme cold magic turned into a pale disc-shaped cyclone, bursting against the ground, and the cold quickly spread to all sides. The 6 crazy frogmen who were struggling forward in the heavy fog were swallowed by the cold, and their wet skin was instantly frozen, and a thick layer of ice shell was attached to the whole body. The heavy fog and the freezing made the frogman completely lose his ability to move, just like a group of ice sculptures with different postures. At this moment, the blind Blame Bell flew over, turned his head and sniffed in the direction where the frogs gathered, and suddenly opened his mouth wide, sending out a high-pitched shriek. The magic sonic wave with strong destructive power quickly spread to the area shrouded by dense fog and continuously bombarded the 6 wild frogmen. Just a few seconds later, the flesh and blood of the frogman frozen by frost resonated with the devastating sound waves from Bell and collapsed from head to toe. With a crackling sound, it turned into 6 piles of mixed ice in a blink of an eye. Broken flesh. A little further away, 4 other crazy frogmen were hurried to hear the terrifying roar from Bell, all terrified and stopped on the spot. The grey birds flew straight over their heads, gathered their wings and swooped down, raised their long-handed tomahawks in their hands, and jumped with the inertia of the dive, and split the scented frogman in half with one axe. The wild frogmen living on the left and right sides watched their companions being corpse, their faces splashed with blood, and they were so scared that they all flew. They didn't even dare to look at the murderous blind lady and turned to run away. The grey bird landed on both feet and took a step forward, throwing a battle axe like a steel whirlwind, cutting off the 2 mad frogmen who had not yet had time to escape, as easy as cutting melons and cutting vegetables. The last mad frogman fell behind, luckily avoiding the domineering whirlwind of the grey bird, and dropped his spear and turned to run wildly. Fleeing 100 steps away at once, the frogman glanced back in fear, and realized that the female devil with a giant axe and scales on her back did not mean to kill herself. Then she turned back and gave out her courage, a curse full of resentment. "Goo-oo-oo, despicable humans," this old man took note. "Cuck, my hostess, 7 beautiful and kind magic girls, will one day avenge their tragic brothers and throw you all into the pot to cook." The grey bird heard the mad frogman shouting, but he didn't understand it. So he didn't bother to take him back to Joan, and repeated the cruel words that the mad frogman dropped. Those cursed and swearing words are not worth mentioning, but the magic girl mentioned by the mad frog aroused Joan's curiosity, so he went to ask Dora to ask what the mistress said by the mad frog. 7 beautiful and kind magic girls. Dora listened to Joan's retelling and couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Master, you don't know. The tradition of the mad frogman is bullying and fearing toughness. When you encounter the weak, you brag about it. If you meet the strong, you will immediately become another face, and the flattering each other, at all. Not nasty. Crazy frogmen can't believe even a punctuation mark. The so-called magic girl is the backer of the frogman family. It is with their support that this group of mourning dogs dare to return to the Baden wetlands and stride to the territory of our Gugger tribe. The 7 women who support the frogmen are neither beautiful nor kind. It is the opposite of the shameless praising of the frogmen. In fact, they are all ugly and evil green ghosts. These things can't be finished in 2 or 3 sentences. Let's go back and find Dra first, and then I will take you back to the Gugger tribe as a guest. If you are interested in the 7 sisters of the ghost wife, you can ask my Aunt Gosling. She knows the group of old witches better than I do. After listening to the story of Dora, Joan felt a bit heavy. A green hag alone is nothing. He can do it easily. However, more than 3 green ghosts gathered to form a ghost assembly. The problem became serious. Joan had a premonition that this trip to Baden wetland might have many accidents. Following Godola back to Godla, Joan found that the young man of the marsh toad had healed and was talking to Medea. Godella had learned the cause and effect of the matter from Medea. When she saw her cousin's appearance, she didn't look surprised. She just complained in a low voice. "I've already said that you don't need to intervene. What else are you going to do?" What a troublesome woman. Dora seems to be accustomed to her cousin's stubborn temper, smiles carelessly, and follows beside him. He first carefully examines the wound on his leg to make sure that there is no major problem. Then he became interested in the leather cord slung over his shoulder, and a serious inventory of the frogmen wearing it broke his palm. A total of 17 mad frogmen have been killed, 1 more than the amount requested by my aunt. Cadla, congratulations on completing this difficult test. And now you can finally go home. Gadla could not help being moved when she saw her cousin's happy smile and shook her hand hard. Yeah, I can finally go home. Oh, Jedra, these are my new friends. Thanks to them for helping me deal with the crazy frogman. I will take them back to the tribe and meet Aunt Gosling. The new friend knows his cousin. Gadla greeted Medea, Greybird and Ruby one by one. When Joan's turn came, he couldn't help but froze. Joan feared that Gadla recognized herself, and in front of his cousin, it was a bit embarrassing to talk about the conflict that had taken place in Hot Springs. Gadla looked up and down at Joan several times, wondering if he didn't recognize him, or thinking about the life-saving grace just now, and finally just greeted him politely, and did not reiterate the unpleasantness between the two. The past. Joan relieved himself secretly, and his long-suspended heart finally fell into his belly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1290. Gugger Tribe. The marsh toads of the Gugger Tribe living in the hinterland of the Barden Swamps have a living environment that is completely commensurate with the characteristics of their amphibian species. However, the elders of the marsh toad tribe who are knowledgeable and magical are exceptions. In order to preserve expensive alchemy materials and spell scrolls for a long time, the elders are inconvenienced to live in damp caves, and must be away from the water to build a dry and ventilated room. Joan and his party visited the Gugger tribe following Ghidorah and Jedra's younger brothers. When they first entered the settlement, they saw several strange-looking buildings standing in the swamp. These buildings are divided into upper and lower floors. The upper floor is an ordinary wooden building, and the lower floor is very rudimentary. Only 4 thick wooden piles are deeply nailed into the accumulated water to serve as load-bearing columns. There is a rope ladder leading to the second floor in the center. Even the walls are emitted, like a giant beast with 4 long legs plunging into the water, supporting the wooden building above. After listening to the introduction of Godola, Joan learned that this unique style of building is called Hangjiao wooden building, which is a special room for the elders of the clan. A wooden building in the middle of the marsh toad camp is the residence of the great witch Gosling. Gadla propped up the raft with a penny, and sent her cousin and visitors to her mother's wooden building. Ghidorah asked Joan to sit on the raft and wait for a while before going upstairs to inform themselves. Gadla, follow me. I won't go. Jedra fiddled with the penny, his face reluctant. Your kid, what's so awkward about your mother? You are wandering outside these days. Aunt Gosling must be very worried about you. Go and greet me. Godola advised his cousin. Will she worry about me? It's weird. Jedra snorted and complained indignantly. My mother would only disgust me for shaming her, wishing I would die outside. Hey, in front of your guests, what is your kid talking about? Give me enough to stop. Ghidorah glared at her cousin angrily, and forcibly dragged the middle-aged young man off the raft. The sister and brother stepped on the muddy water and jumped up and down the wooden building. Joan, they waited for about 10 minutes, and Sister Kai's jumped off the stairs again. Obedience was obviously just sternly taught by his mother, listless, like a frosted eggplant. Ghidorah was full of joy, happily greeted the guests upstairs. Gadla propped up the penny and moved the raft directly below the Diogeulu. Joan stood up, grabbed the rope ladder, climbed up, and quickly reached the second floor. He turned and took Ruby's hand, pulling the little girl up, followed by Medea and the Greybird. Belle was too big and not good at climbing the ladder, so the Greybird kept it underneath to accompany the sisters. Finally, Dora also went upstairs. The rope ladder is specially prepared for visitors, and the marsh toads don't need it. Don't look at Cadola's chubby length, but his jumping power is quite amazing. He kicked his legs and whirled into the air 20 feet high, easily on the second floor. Dora opened the door, and the rich breath of various herbs came out. Joan followed Godola into the house and saw a chubby female marsh toad in a yellow robe facing the door, sitting cross-legged on a plaid carpet made of reeds, squinting a pair of puffy eyes, looking at the young visitors with great interest. The mother marsh toad was so small that it was almost imperceptible to hang a pair of large golden earrings, and a 2-foot pipe in his hand. The brass pipe pot was as big as a fist, making Joan wonder. In fact, it is a weapon. The appearance of the mother marsh toad is 4 or 5 points similar to Ghordra, apparently his mother, Gosling, the great witch of the Gugger tribe. Yo, little guys, they all look pretty good. Welcome to be my guest. The fat witch smiled and her voice was surprisingly loud, showing a strong personality. Paolo introduced the identity of the visitors to the aunt and mentor, and then retreated to the corner of the room, skillfully teasing the tea set and making herbal tea for the visitors. Xylin narrowed her eyes, looked at the visitors one by one, snapped her fingers, and her fingertips burst into flames. She licked the pipe, took a deep breath, opened her wide mouth, and spit out a string of smoke rings. Ghidorah brought the hot herbal tea to the crowd, and then brought a tray with a quirky device resembling a small pump for guests to enjoy. Joan asked her curiously, and learned that this strange device was actually a hookah. According to the customs of the Gugger tribe, only expensive tea and tobacco are taken out when entertaining the most distinguished visitors, because neither of these things can be grown in a wetland environment. You must use gold and silver jewelry or magic crystals to go to the human market. Redemption. In the Gugger tribe, tea and tobacco are also status symbols. A teapot is placed in a person's house, indicating that he is a noble. If there is still a tobacco box on the table, it indicates that he is probably more elder than the ordinary nobles. The status of Gosling in the Gugger tribe is higher than that of the other 4 elders in the tribe, which is the so-called Dharma king of the Nematode. The volley of hospitality is of course the highest specification. Joan doesn't smoke, and the grey bird waved his hand in rejection. Ruby was curious about the hookah, but wanted to try it, but was stopped by Medea. She picked up the hookah on her own, and skillfully sprayed clouds and mists, and she looked comfortable. Joan looked at Medea a little unexpectedly. She didn't expect her not only to drink alcohol, but also to have a hobby of smoking. How to say, Joan doesn't smoke himself, but he has to admit that Medea is very handsome in spitting out the smoke ring, and her sister Faina is full. Cigarette and D narrowed the distance between the host and the guest. Medea had a pleasant conversation with Gosling, but when she made her intention, the fat face of the aunt witch opposite suddenly appeared a smile. Expression. An horned rabbits, I did raise some here, but these little things are hard-won and can't be given to you in vain. Medea was not surprised by her attitude, holding a hookah with a smile and said, Auntie, of course we can take your rabbit. How much is one? You make a price. Jesslyn shook her head. It's too hurtful to talk about money between friends. So, please help me a little. I'll send you 3 pairs of unicorn rabbits when things are done. How? Medea exchanged glances with Joan, and carefully asked Gosling, what are you talking about first? If we are able to help, we will never refuse. Xylin nodded her head gently. The smile on her chubby face was condensed, and became very solemn. Very good, my friend. I hope that your promise is not just a polite word. I will tell you now that the Gugger tribe is currently in trouble. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1291. Green Hag. Young man, you probably heard about it from Godola. Our vendetta of the Gugger tribe is the Mad Frogmen. This group of shameless green-skinned villains was expelled from our Barden wetlands by our tribe many years ago and fled to the waterfront. Wandering around after so many years, the frogman not only did not die, but also hooked up with the 7 green ghosts, and at the instigation of the ghosts, he killed the Barden wetland again, and braved the ghosts behind them, killing my family unscrupulously. Son, seize the territory of the Gugger tribe, hateful. Gaslin knocked on the pipe in anger. Auntie, I probably guessed what you meant. Do you want us to help you deal with the crazy frogmen? Asked Medea. Vaslin shook her head gently. There are only 200 wild frogmen who broke into the wetland. which is equivalent to the number of warriors of my family. In addition to the 4 elders including me in the tribe, it is not difficult to eliminate the bandits of the Wild Frogmen. Outsiders ask for help. What we really fear is not the crazy frogmen, but the backing behind the group of green-skinned gangsters, the 7 sisters of the ghost woman. Aunt Fat, Ruby, I can't figure it out. You have 4 elders who are proficient in spells. Can't you deal with the 7 green ghosts? Miss Ruby looked confused. Among the romance novels that Joan bought for her, there is a tragic story of thriller and suspense. The protagonist of the novel is a noble youth, who went to a country manor by the swamp for a summer vacation. One day on the way to hunting, a beautiful villager was rescued from the mouth of a crocodile, and he fell in love. The storyline is actually very cliché. Ruby saw that the heroine appeared, and guessed that she was a monster, but the result was not unexpected. The woman was actually an evil green hag. Unfortunately, the heroine was stunned by love until at the end of the story, when the woman he loved was Caesarean and heartbroken, he realized the true face of the other party. According to the description in the novel, together with Joan's science, Ruby's impression of the green hag is an ugly and shriveled old lady living in a swamp or woods. The green ghost has a strong hatred of all beautiful and pure people and things, and is passionate about slaughtering innocent lives, distorting noble thoughts and trampling pure hearts. Green hags often use spells to disguise themselves as charming young girls, lure beautiful women to leave their lovers and families, and pursue false love at all costs. The green ghost and the men who were seduced by them frantically had fun until they squeezed each other out, and then revealed their true face to their lover, making the other party crazy with horror and shame. In the end, the luckiest of these men will be eaten by the green hag. As for the more unfortunate guys, waiting for their final destiny will be worse, because the green ghost woman's mind is full of cruel pranks, and is willing to torture the life of the former lover is better than death. But having said that, the green ghost woman described in the novel is indeed insidious and scheming, but the real strength is not so strong. Ruby flipped through the entire book, and did not see any powerful spells cast by green hags. He often casts all kinds of low-level illusions, such as transformation, illusion, dancing light, stealth and the like. These spells are suitable for pretending to be ghosts, fooling civilians, and creating an atmosphere of terror, but they have little lethality. As long as they are prepared, it is not difficult to crack. Ruby felt that, with her own strength, it was not difficult to hang 2 green hags. Aslin, a prestigious big witch in the Baden region, squeezed and killed a green hag like it would be like playing. Why not so nervous? Facing the question of Miss Ruby, Gaslin grinned and reached out to caress Ruby's long red hair. Little girl, you have such doubts if you don't understand ghosts. A single green hag? I don't really care, aunt, and I can shoot dead with a slap. However, monsters like hags have a very abnormal talent. 3 or more hags can form a meeting together, inspires a much stronger ability to cast spells than all the members who make up the assembly. The more ghosts that make up the rally, the higher the level of spells that can be cast and the more spell slots. How strong is the rally of 7 green ghosts? Just tell you that, half a month ago, I led all the elders in the clan to fight with the 7 sisters of the ghost girl. I am a level 10 witch, and there are 3 male elders in the clan. Their extraordinary professions are all druids. The ability to cast spells is not much worse than mine. It stands to reason that our paper strength is a lot stronger than the ghosts. But the result of this fight is ended with our fiasco. In that battle, all the elders, including myself, were seriously injured, and I have recovered well. As for the other 3 poor old men, the rest has not yet fully recovered. Gaslin sighed, her face hard to hide. According to the experience of the last battle, a rally composed of 7 green ghosts can cast up to 8 rings of spells. All ghosts participating in the rally are equivalent to 16th level magicians, 16th level sorcerer ... and 7. Medea wiped the cold sweat, and the polite smile did not continue. Cough. Aunt Gosling, your enemy is too powerful. I am afraid we are unable to help. We are really embarrassed. I will say goodbye today. Little girl, don't rush to run. I haven't finished my words yet. Vaseline waved her long pipe and gently tapped on Medea's shoulder to stop her from pulling away. The assembly of the 7 Sisters of Green Ghost is indeed very strong, but there are also weaknesses available to us. Vaseline refilled a bag of cigarettes while spraying clouds and mists, and continued to tell visitors the secrets of the hag meeting. I just talked about the 7 ghosts rallies. Each of them is equivalent to a 16th level warlock. You must have been scared. Actually, don't be afraid. Although the hags have the ability to cast spells of 16th level sorceries at the rally, there are very few high-level spells that they are good at. For example, the highest level 8th level spell has only a psychic barrier. The psychic barrier is not strong enough. Medea couldn't help but protest. The 7 ghosts each blessed the psychic barrier and were immune to all spiritual attacks. Then, wouldn't our confusing control system spells be given in vain? Give it. What's so complaining about? You don't just confuse the spell, use your brain. There will always be a way to solve the problem. The fat witch said calmly. Although the witch can learn and cast as many spells as the wizard, but there are always more than the magician. Coupled with the unique witchcraft of the witch, the casting style is flexible and not easy to be restrained. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1292. The Mystery of Assembly 1. You said lightly. Medea sighed sadly. As a warlock, Medea can only develop spells from her bloodline. Of course, she can't compare the number of spells she masters with the intellectual spellcasting profession. And she is good at spells. Most of them really belong to the school of control, and I can't tell the bitterness. In addition to the psychic barrier, what other gathering spells do ghosts have? Joan asked Jesslyn. The spells he mastered, although only up to 3 rings, fortunately cover the 8 schools of arcane art. As Pislin said, it is not a big deal for him to abolish a confused control school. There are still many ways to avoid the unbalanced state of mind like Medea. During the last fight, the 7 Sisters of the Ghost Poet also cast 2 rings of web spiders, 3 rings of lightning beams, 4 rings of withered, 6 rings of attractive eyes, and frozen orbs. There are 7 rings office field prison. Before that conflict, the hags also teamed up to launch the 7th level spell Control the Weather, which called for storms and storms, which caused great damage to the buildings of our tribe. Gaslin knocked on the floor with the bagpot. My original dwelling was destroyed by a storm. This wooden building was built later. Unfortunately, my alchemy cauldron did not have time to be rescued. It was blown away by the typhoon. Now I think about it. Of course, this is not all the rallying spells. And what other ghosts are there? I don't know. After listening to Gosling, Joanne couldn't help but have a headache. Gaslin noticed the change in his look and smiled and comforted. Boy, the spells I just said, ghosts can only be cast in the state of assembly. Don't be scared. If you want to form a rally, the ghosts must keep a distance of no more than 30 feet from each other, gather together to hold a rally ceremony, maintain a high concentration, and thus connect the spirit of all rally members to form a public magic pool. If a hag participating in the rally is too far away from other companions, it will break the spiritual connection and can no longer call the spell in the public magic pool. The hag rally will also be weakened by the reduction of 1 member. Joan nodded, thinking about it. Since the ghost congregation will have such restrictions, the 7 Sisters of the Green Hag must also avoid dispersion as much as possible, and it is very unrealistic to find opportunities for them to place orders. Celine nodded her head gently. It is true that, as you said, the 7 green hags living in the swamp mangrove forest never separated, and even gathered together to eat and sleep. Fortunately, no matter how careful they are, nor can we always maintain a highly focused assembly state, which will always leave us an opportunity. For example, when the ghosts fall asleep, launch a sudden attack. Greybird proposed a strategy. Gaslin shrugged non-committally. We tried this, but it didn't work well. Ghosts always take turns to rest, and at least 3 people stay awake. In addition, there are large groups of frogman guards patrolling around their residences. making it difficult to launch sneak attacks without disturbing them. It's really difficult, but it's not impossible. Joan thought about it. We can use eagle eyes for long-range reconnaissance. After getting familiar with the local environment, we all bless stealth and use flying or teleporting spells. Bypass the guard belt of the Mad Frogman and sneak into the haunted house where the ghosts are located in the forest. You are very smart, little mage. This is exactly what I want you to try to do. If you can solve the 7 sisters of the ghost woman through a successful raid, I will give you 3 male and female unicorn rabbits for free. Our Gugga tribe will also form a friendship that will never fade with you, and will be useful to me in the future, and will never refuse to say anything. Vaslin looked at Joan with bright eyes, and her eyes were full of expectation. Medea tugs Joan's sleeve, reminding him not to be fooled by Gosling. Auntie, you handed us a mission of 9 lives and only 3 pairs of horned rabbits for remuneration. It's too kind, Medea said angrily. Gaslin also knew that the risks and rewards were indeed not equal. She smiled and asked Medea, little girl, what else do you want from me? Let me talk about it. I will try my best to meet your requirements. With 3 pairs of unicorn rabbits, Medea can raise and breed more young rabbits on her own, providing sufficient experimental bodies for her and Joan's cooperation projects. Besides, she has nothing to do with the marsh toads, and turned to look at Joan to see what he asked. The marsh toads are far less civilized than human society, and Joan hasn't seen any rare treasures or magical equipment that he can't make himself. If he asks for money or magic crystals directly from Gosling, it's too much. Joan meditated for a while and made up her mind, and said to Gosling, in addition to the 3 pairs of unicorns, I also need to draw a pint of blood from you and Godola. Gosling listened to his request and suddenly panicked, looking up and down at the young master, his eyes full of alertness. Little master, do you want me and the blood of Godola? Do you want to cast a spell on us, confuse our sanity, and make us fall in love with you? Of course not. Joan was angry and funny, and quickly clarified her misunderstanding. I just want to use your blood as a research sample to analyze the magic contained in the blood. Really? Jesslyn stared at Joan suspiciously. I said, Auntie, you don't need to worry. Even if she really wants to curse Sumion's love, she will also choose young and beautiful girls' preferences. It's superfluous to think about it. Medea still couldn't resist the urge to madly vomit. Gaslin gave her an angry look. As you say, the little mage will only cast a curse on a woman like you. You might not like it. Maybe he likes the girl in Nexiud better. But I don't see where your old man is showing off. Medea continued to output firepower. Jesslyn grunted sorrowfully, and ignored her and turned to Joan. Little master, my blood can be given to you. Aunt, I am also a person who has experienced storms and waves. Even if you want to be ashamed of me, I'm not intolerable of bad things. Even if Dora can't do it, she's still a naive and pure little girl. In case of any beachy storms, I can't explain to her stupid dad who is still serving his sentence. Joanne saw that Gosling couldn't fully trust herself, but it was justified. The witch profession itself is very good at cursing spells, and blood is the most commonly used material for casting curses. Jesslyn pushes herself and others. It is inevitable that she will have to worry about providing blood samples to others. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1293. The Mystery of Assembly 2. Joan remembered that Dora had said that Gosling was her mentor, and the spells she was good at were taught by Gosling. Godoro is just a 7th level witch, and her spellcasting ability is far inferior to her mentor, Jesrin. It can be seen that the spells and witchcrafts passed out in Gosling's blood must contain all the spells and witchcrafts mastered by Gostola. To obtain Gosling's blood sample, Joan does not need to collect Gostola's. The blood sample is gone. With such a thought, Joan readily accepted the price tag offered by Gosling. The two sides reached a cooperation, and Jesslyn reappeared with a smile on her face, slowly spitting out a bunch of smoke rings. and said to Joan and Medea, "The mangrove forest where the 7 green ghosts live is about 30 miles away. I will send you over, but before you start the operation, you need to formulate a thorough combat plan." "Aunt Fat, can you give us some advice?" Ruby asked Vasily very wisely. Silent touched the little girl's head with a smile, said softly, "Well, little girl, since you asked my aunt sincerely, then I will say a few more words. Don't you think him nagging? You make a good battle plan. Remember to tell me the time to do it in advance. I will lead the warriors of the tribe, including my uncomfortable stupid son, attack the mangrove from the front, help you lead most of the crazy frogmen, so you can dive deeper into the woods more easily and reduce many obstacles. If all goes well, you can rush to attack before the ghosts are alert. The destruction of the 7 sisters of the ghosts is of course the best result, but I have to remind you this is simply not realistic. Children, if I ask you young people to solve all the green hags in one surprise attack, it is to make trouble for you. Aunt and I are reasonable people, and I will not force you to do things that I cannot do. You don't have to kill all ghosts, as long as one of them is kidnapped back. It's a mission. If you still have the power, it is best to take back the ghost eye incidentally, which is very helpful for our follow-up plan." "Fat Aunt, what is the ghost eye?" Ruby asked curiously. "Oh, this is a magic gem created by the ghosts. The surface looks like a cat's eye. As for the material for making the ghost's eye, I won't elaborate, lest you feel sick after hearing it. The ghost's eye is usually worn on a chain as a pendant for a necklace, and it is worn on the necks of the 7 sisters of the ghost in turns. Each person rotates once a week. When ghosts hold rallies, they usually summon a raptor like a bald eagle, take off the necklace with the eye of the ghost, wrap it around the neck of the raptor, and then give the big bird invisibility, order it flew over enemy positions and acted as a scout. All the ghost women participating in the rally can share their vision with the invisible sentry carrying the eye of the ghost woman and see everything seen in the other party's eyes, so that the ghost women in the rally can always grasp the actions of the enemy and do it in advance, prepare for it. After listening to Gosling's explanation, Ruby was still confused, and Medea and the grey bird looked at each other, not knowing the purpose of Gosling. "Auntie, why did you specifically ask us to kidnap a green hag?" Ruby asked inexplicably. "Instead of trying to kidnap, killing the hag directly isn't it easier?" "Little girl, you don't understand." Goslin slowly exhaled a thick smoke, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "As long as you catch a green hag alive and bring her back intact, I can cast a charm spell on the green hag and then use her to form our own assembly. In addition to the green hag, Godola and I can also join the rally. Establishing this witch rally will greatly enhance our ability to cast spells, and even confront the ghost rally head-on. Real or fake? Is there such an operation? Exclamation mark. Ruby, Medea and Greybird were all stunned. Faced with the companion's eyes, Joan nodded gently to prove that Gosling's words were true. "That's right, witch really has this magical operation. Compared with the mainstream spellcasting professions such as mage and warlock, in addition to spells, the witch profession can also learn a variety of witchcraft as its level increases. From the perspective of utility, most witchcraft can find similar versions of spells, such as enchantment, hypnosis, prayer, curse and so on. Judging from the way of calling magic power, witchcraft is classified as supernatural ability, and most witchcraft has no limit on the number of times it can be used, and can be used casually. This is the biggest advantage of the witch. The profession of witches does not have as much knowledge and spells as the wizards. The method of casting needs to be prepared in advance and the number of spell slots are inferior to that of warlocks. It is precisely because of the existence of witches that this profession has become especially strong. Among all the witchcraft, the most special one is a witchcraft called assembly, or translated into a more straightforward language, which is called mixed into it. The magic of this witchcraft is that the conditions of activation are very harsh, and it is useless in most cases. However, when the conditions of activation are met, This witchcraft can improve the strength of the witch by a large amount. Advanced spells impossible to master. Specifically, the role of witchcraft in assembly is to treat the witch as a hag, join the ghost rally, increase the capacity of the public magic pool, enhance the ability of all members of the rally to cast spells, and have the right to share spells provided by the public magic pool. In this way, the witch who masters the gathering witchcraft, regardless of her own moral tendencies good or evil, strength is strong or weak, only in terms of holding and participating in the ghost rally. It seems to be different from the real ghost woman. No difference? Unfortunately, this is not the case. Godola and I have mastered the assembly witchcraft and can participate in the assembly of ghosts, but we are not real ghosts after all, and we cannot organize the assembly on our own. Jesslyn explained dejectedly. Oh, Ruby, I understand a little bit. Miss Ruby nodded suddenly. If you compare the gathering ceremony of the hags to a party, the witch is like a guest invited to the party, can participate in the event held in the venue, and enjoy the meals and drinks provided by the organizer, but it cannot replace the status of the party host. Fat Ant, is that right? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1294 Witchcraft. Yes, the clever little girl. To hold a ghost rally, at least 3 members are needed, and Quodora and I can replace 2 ghost places, but neither of us can be the host of the rally. So we have to try to kidnap a real hag and force her to start the rally ritual. Guadola and I can join the rally and greatly improve the ability to cast spells. In addition to our own witch spells, we will also get special spells for hag rally, including the spells I just mentioned. Of course, the witch rally must also follow the rules of the ghost rally. Those who participate in the opportunity must maintain a high concentration and the distance between them must not exceed 30 feet, otherwise they will be disconnected from the public magic pool. Contact. Since the rally we envision has only 3 members, which happens to be the minimum number of people holding the rally, any one member leaving the rally will cause the entire rally to collapse. After listening to the patient explanation of Gosling, everyone had a deeper understanding of the witch's gathering witchcraft, and thus understood why Gosling asked them to try to kidnap a ghost woman back. A ghost woman is like a key. Without this key, the witches cannot open the door to the meeting place. Aunt Gaslin, even if we successfully kidnap a green hag and come back, only you and Gadola will take part in the rally, and there will be only 3 hags in the enemy. There is a rally of 3 of you. Sees the rally of 6 hags against each other? Joanne asked seriously. Little Mage, if you simply compare the strength of the 2 assemblies, the one with the smaller number is indeed at a disadvantage, but the individual strength of the participants in the assembly is also very important. In addition to the assembly spell, Ghidorah and I can also exert our own control. Magic and witchcraft, the ability to continue fighting is much stronger than the ghost. As for the green ghosts of the enemy, their own ability to cast spells is not worth mentioning. Once they have used up the spells of assembly, their strength will plummet, and only the neck will be stretched to wait for our slaughter. So the key to this fight lies in the initial stage. As long as we can withstand the most fierce offensives of the first few rounds of the hag rally, and consume their high-level spells, the longer the time is later, the greater our chances of winning. Vaslin sprayed a cloud of smoke, and then said, we are indeed at a disadvantage in the rally confrontation. Fortunately, there are young people like you. If you can cause more trouble to the green ghosts on the battlefield, it's like helping me and Godola reduce stress. Joan meditated for a while, and then asked Gosling, is the witch rally in our party? The greater the number of participants, the better. That is of course. But the entire Gugga tribe is the only one who and I have mastered the assembly witchcraft. Unless you can kidnap more than 1 green hag on this trip, it would be useless to think about it. Lynn answered casually. Joan shook his head without saying a word. In fact, he didn't agree with Gosling's conclusion. Even if no other witch suitable for the rally can be found, even if he cannot kidnap more green hags, Joan still has a way to increase the size of his own witch rally. However, His assumptions require the abduction of at least one green hag as a prerequisite. Before this condition is reached, Joan does not want to blow out the cowhide first, lest the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the summer evening, the tide rises, and the mist-covered wetland is submerged by the seawater that is piled up one after another. A large raft, through the fog, quietly paddled on the water stained by the sunset. The grey bird held the penny in both hands, propped up the raft under the guidance of Chidora, and drifted under the cover of twilight and mist to the mangrove forest where the 7 sisters of the ghost girl and the mad frogman were entrenched. Medea and Joan were sitting in the middle of the raft, behind the blind tone Belle, and Miss Ruby sitting on Belle's back, enjoying the scenery on both sides of the river bank. Joan has sent a blood mosquito scout created by higher mosquito finger surgery to stealth the way. Through the eyes of the blood mosquito, Joan saw 2 wild frogmen crouching in the reed bushes in front of him, as if they were specially sentinels here. Are we going round the road, or are we flying over and killing the crazy frogman? Hearing Joan's warning, the grey bird asked back, don't be so troublesome, just follow the planned itinerary. Medea said lightly, as for the 2 sentries, let me deal with it. The grey bird nodded and continued to move forward. Joan and Godola looked at each other and saw that there was some worry in each other's eyes. Both of them were worried that Media Pacific was too big, so they made preparations to prevent unexpected events. The raft sailed into the overgrown river, scratching the reeds at the edges and making a slight noise. Hearing the movement, a frogman jumped out of the grass, squinted a pair of bulging eyes, and watched the entrance of the river with vigilance. Mad frogmen, like their distant relatives in amphibians in nature, have developed dynamic vision but a narrow field of vision. If measured according to human standards, all crazy frogmen are born with myopic eyes and cannot see objects 30 feet away. In order to more clearly observe the source of the abnormal movement, the mad frogman kicked a pair of muscular thick hind legs, jumped forward, and jumped to the raft. When it finally saw the strange faces on the raft, it was also exposed to the eyes of the snake-haired banshee. Hi handsome guy, good evening. Medea sat on her knees on the raft and waved to the frightened frogman sentry with a hint of ridicule in her smile. The frogman stunned slightly, and was about to grab the spear behind his back with a backhand. He suddenly felt stiff and lost consciousness in a blink of an eye. Under the gaze of Medea, he turned into a grey stone statue and quickly sank to the surface. Deep in the mud, no trace. At this time, the grass on the river bank shook violently, and another frogman sentry probe came out to watch. Hearing the movement, Medea was about to turn his head to cast petrochemical gaze. The pre-prepared Godola shot first and glared at the frogman who probed the brain. The other party immediately tranced, yawned with a wide mouth, and fell head to the trees, making a snoring sound. So deep sleep. The grey bird's hands raised the penny, as a spear pierced the sleeping frogman. There was a muffled sound, and the tip of the penny penetrated the chest of the frogman, killing the hapless ghost in his sleep. Joan turned to look at Godola. When she hypnotized the frogman just now, she didn't have any spellcasting or chanting spells. But Joan clearly felt that the distribution of the magic net around Godola had changed drastically. It can be seen that what she just used to hypnotize the frogman, the trick, is a kind of supernatural ability. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1295 Witchcraft 2 Godola. Did you just perform voodoo? Joan asked curiously. Yes, it's a witchcraft called hypnosis. The chubby cheeks of Marsh Toad emerged with a pair of dimples. Although this witchcraft is not as powerful as Sister Medea's petrochemical gaze, it can directly turn people into stones, but it is enough to deal with stupid green-skinned villains. Godola, your witchcraft looks a bit like 3 Rings of Deep Sleep. Is there any difference between the two? Medea is also very interested in witchcraft. Well, I have also learned deep sleep. These two hypnotic methods are quite different in detail, Ghidorah thought. The advantage of deep sleep is that it has a longer range, easily spans hundreds of feet, and can hypnotize multiple targets at the same time, but it can only be used against weak creatures. If the subject's vitality exceeds 10 energy levels, depth sleep will not work. The maximum range of hypnotic witchcraft is only 30 feet, and only one target can be hypnotized at a time. The advantage is that there is no upper limit of magic level. The higher my witch level, the better the hypnotic effect of this witchcraft. In addition to this, witchcraft has two major advantages over magic with similar functions. The first is that it does not require preparation for casting. What gestures, spells, and casting materials are not needed. The idea can be excited by a move. An even bigger advantage is that there is no limit to the number of times hypnotic witchcraft can be used, so since I learned this witchcraft, I will say goodbye to deep sleep. It is better to free up precious 3rd level spell slots and prepare for those who cannot magic replaced with witchcraft. Wow! Listening to what you said, witchcraft is simply too strong. I regret the fact that I chose the warlock occupation. Dora, can I still have time to change my career? Medea was envious and jealous. Jadora, of course, heard that she was joking, and gave the snake-hair warlock an angry look. Sister, don't make me happy, okay? As a super talented 11th level warlock, your spellcasting ability is even better than my aunt. You have nothing to do when you are idle. What should you do? You envy my witchcraft, and I envy you a lot more spells than me. Moreover, you do not need to prepare in advance to cast spells. Where do you know the sufferings of our witches and wizards? Joan, you say yes, not the truth. Joan nodded sympathetically. Witches and wizards are both intellectual casters. The first thing they get up every morning is to match their spells with the corresponding spells one by one. It is difficult to change them after pairing. There is no need for the warlock to pay for this. In actual combat, the spellcasting is more flexible than the wizard and the witch, and the spell position is more, so it is called the arcane fort. Joan soon thought of another question, including hypnosis, most of which witchcraft belong to supernatural ability. If Joan obtains a blood sample of a witch, he can follow the original method, use the awakening agent prepared by the witch's blood to perform mythical transformation and turn himself into a witch. This way of transformation cannot obtain the professional ability of the changed object. Based on this principle, even if Joan becomes a witch, he cannot obtain the magic and witchcraft mastered by the other party. But from another point of view, Joan's perfect transformation can also simulate the supernatural ability of the transformed object, which creates a contradiction. Can it simulate the witch's witchcraft? Looking at this issue from different angles, and based on different principles, the conclusions drawn are diametrically opposed. The two ideas are logical when viewed individually, so the crux of the problem is that when these two ideas are mixed, which principle has a higher priority? Unless some blood of a witch is obtained and tested in person, Joanne cannot make an assertion. He recovered, and found that the dispute between Medea and Godola continued. Although the witch's spellcasting ability has shortcomings, I still think that the witch is stronger than the warlock. No matter how many warlocks there are spells, when there is always light, the warlock without the spell slot is equal to a waste. Even if the witch runs out of spell slots, at least there is witchcraft available. The combat power is more durable. Medea said. Godora partly agrees with Medea's analysis of the two spellcasting professions, but there are also objections. Sister Medea, in fact witchcraft is not as perfect as you think. The witchcraft that the witch can master is very small, and not all witchcraft can be performed without limit. For example, as a level 7 witch, I only learned 4 witchcrafts in total. Except for the special voodoo that is not useful in most cases, assembly, there are also 3 voodoo, charming, hypnotic and flying. The effect of enchanting witchcraft is equivalent to 1 ring of arcane enchanting humans plus 1 ring of natural magic enchanting animals. There is no limit to this witchcraft, and it can be used at will. But flying witchcraft is different. There is a time limit like the 3rd ring flying skill. At my current level, I can only fly up to 7 minutes a day. There are some restrictions on witchcraft like flying witchcraft, and the more powerful witchcraft, the more restrictions on the witchcraft, which cannot be cast at will. In the end, Chuola showed a strange smile. Of course, the biggest limitation of the profession, which is gender. Usually only a woman can become a witch. As for the witch, I have heard it from my aunt, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. Kian heard her words. Is there any gender restriction in witch? If we use spells to change gender, can we overcome this limitation? He was about to ask Godola to ask about this issue, and suddenly he felt a wave of mental fluctuations. It was the blood mosquito detective who was looking for the way ahead. She had sneaked into the depths of the mangrove forest and found traces of green ghosts. Joan raised his hand to touch the prosthetic eye, inspiring eagle eyes, and set up an invisible observation point at the location provided by the blood mosquito scout, before telling the news to his companions. Has already found 7 sisters of ghosts. Great. Medea excitedly grabbed Joan's hand and urged, come and establish a sensory link with me so that I can borrow your eagle eye technique to see what the group of green hags look like. Don't you know how to do Hawkeye? Kian asked in surprise. They want to save a 3rd level spell slot. Medea hugged Joan's arm and dangled it, and actually spoiled her. Besides, Eagle Eyes is just a fixed observation point. It is better to share your vision with you, so that I can borrow your blood mosquitoes. Even if the ghosts are out of the monitoring range of Eagle Eyes, it can be tracked and monitored through the eyes of a blood mosquito. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1296 Magic Girl in the Forest. When it comes to taking advantage of small things, Medea, you are really a genius. Joan Tucow returned to Tucow, but could not resist the coquettishness of the snake-hair warlock. So he had to inspire a power of myth to establish a myth link with Medea. Brother Joan, Ruby, I would also like to see the green hag. Miss Ruby was full of eagerness. Speaking of coquetries lethal, Medea is a sister compared to Ruby. Of course, Joanne couldn't resist little Laura's request, and took a myth link to her. Now that he has started this, Joan is not good for others, and then inspires 3 mythical powers to establish a mythical link with the Grey Bird, Codora and Belle, and all the team members. In this way, Joan actually becomes a human flesh relay station. Any member of the team can use his relay to instantly communicate with other members and share their senses. The formation of this myth-link network fully consumed Joan's 5 mythical powers. Fortunately, there are still 30 mythic energy stocks in Tears of Gods. Joan draws energy from God's tears to replenish his mythical power to prepare for the next surprise attack, and then switches his vision to the invisible observation point created by Eagle Eyes, cast his sights 3 miles away, deep in the mangrove forest. At this time the tide has receded, and the well-developed roots of the mangrove forest are out of the water, intertwined and intertwined, forming a maze. In the depths of the dense forest, under the influence of magic power, many roots intertwined with each other are raised up and down, and the center is sunken, resembling a natural stovetop. At the center of the stove made of interwoven roots, a magic bonfire was raised at this moment. For some reason, this hot flame could burn on the water without scorching the surrounding tree roots. A large black iron pot was placed in the middle of the fire. The steaming steam from the pot was gurgling and it seemed to be cooking something. With the help of blood mosquito sniffing, Joan vaguely smelled the aroma of boiled meat floating in the pot, and the singing of the girl echoed in the ear. Joan switched the angle of view back to the eagle eye observation point, looking down from the height of 100 feet directly above the iron pan, with a panoramic view of the forest. The 7 little girls in verdant dresses are no more than 10 years old. They all look pink and lovely. They are singing and dancing happily around the rumbling and boiling saucepan. Isn't it that the 7 green ghosts live in the forest? How did they become 7 little girls? Ruby, who shares Joan's vision through a myth link, can't help but question. The frogmen we met before revealed that their mistresses are 7 beautiful and lovely magic girls. If the so-called magic girls refer to these 7 little girls, the frogmen haven't really bragged, the grey bird said softly. The beautiful girl you see in front of you is actually an illusion disguised by the green hag using illusion. Only stupid frog talents will be fooled. We can't be fooled, Dora quickly reminded her companion. Joanne also saw that the magical aura of the illusion school flashed faintly on the group of singing and dancing girls in the forest. Moreover, in this desolate and dark place, how can there be serious girls haunting? If you think about it a little bit, it will be very abnormal. Joan's focus soon shifted from the appearance of the little girls in the forest to their singing. The 7 little girls speak human common language and are singing a nursery rhyme. The big rabbit is sick, the second rabbit looks. 3 rabbits buy medicine, and 4 rabbits boil. 5 rabbits were dead, and 6 rabbits carried it. 7 rabbits dug and 8 rabbits buried. 9 rabbits sit on the ground and cry. 10 rabbit asked him why he was crying. 9 rabbits said, 5 rabbits will not come back. The lyrics sounded childish at first, but the more thoughtful, the more creepy. Hello, did you hear the songs sung by the little girls? Medea frowned slightly and asked Joanne, why is the big rabbit sick, but the 5 rabbits died? Is this illogical? Joanne glanced at her and replied in a low voice, the horror of this nursery rhyme is that it seems illogical on the surface. If you want to give a reasonable explanation to the nursery rhyme, it is tantamount to frightening yourself with a ghost story. We have no time to do this kinds of games. He turned back, extracted 3 Sid mana, replaced a 3-ring spell slot, cast secondary true knowledge, and simultaneously mapped the spell effect to his blood-fleshed blood mosquito agent. The moment the spell came into effect, Joan seemed to dismiss a layer of invisible fog, and then saw the transfiguration technique applied by the ghosts to himself. Medea and others also got the benefit of secondary true knowledge through the myth link, and also saw through the true face of the 7 little girls. Stripped of the illusion of illusion, the 7 beautiful girls in pink and jade were transformed into ugly and horrible figures. The shriveled and deformed body was naked, and the bark-like green skin covered with rough warts was exposed. The old face was covered with wrinkles, the sunken eye sockets shone with the shadows of the birds of prey, the huge eagle hook nose and the fangs with full teeth and fangs made their faces ugly, and the dirty and tangled grey hair spread out, as they danced furiously flicking. Wow, Ruby, I regret to see the true face of this group of old hags. After it's over, we will have nightmares tonight. Miss Ruby covered her eyes and dared not look at the ugly and scary group of green ghosts. This group of green hags are indeed a little bit, spicy eyes. Medea couldn't help but look away, and said to the companions beside her, you certainly don't want to know that hags are in the cauldron. What the heck is cooking? What good can these cruel old witches do? Cadola disdained. I don't need to look at it. I know that most of the stews in the pot are children kidnapped or kidnapped by ghosts from nearby human villages. Please stop talking. We have children here. Don't freak out, Ruby. The grey bird quickly interrupted the witch's words. Ruby's small face paled slightly, but she barely pretended to be casual. I'm not scared. Ruby, I have read stories of green ghosts eating children in the novel. Nothing to be afraid of. Most of the stories in the novel are fictitious. The next thing we have to deal with is the living cannibalism. Are you really afraid? Medea asked Ruby. Of course not afraid. It seemed to prove her courage. Miss Ruby offered to say, when the attack is launched, Ruby, I will rush to the front. Toughly teach the horrid group of ghosts to the poor in the pot, revenge the children. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1297. Ghost Eye. Joan touched Ruby's head and turned to ask Medea, I have something to keep asking you. Are you succubus? Do you eat people? Oh, this is an interesting question. Medea asked a bunch of snakes hanging down from the temples to his ears, and then smiled and asked, before I answer, Joan, You answer me first. Question: are you humans, eating snake-haired banshees? Joan thought about it and replied cautiously, someone may not mind, but I don't eat, not just snake-haired banshee. I don't want to eat other creatures that look like humancy. Can't pass the threshold in my heart. Medea smiled slightly. That's exactly what I want to tell you. It's getting dark. Now it's not time for chatting. Auntie is still waiting for our news. Hurry up and do it, Paola urged. Joan nodded and said the battle plan he had already thought about. Goodola, you can now send a letter to Aunt Goslin, and let her lead their warriors of the Gugger tribe to attack the mangrove forest from the west side, as far as possible to attract the wild frogmen stationed in the forest. Paola quickly made a spellcasting gesture and issued a short message. Joan went on to say, after the fighting on the west side, we divided into two groups and acted separately. Ruby has mythical invisibility and Grey Birds have invisible leather armor, and they all fly. Wait a minute to follow me into the depths of the jungle and launch a surprise attack on the Seven Sisters of Ghosts to prevent them from forming a rally. Medea, you open thin visible law ball, and cover Godola and Belle from the ground to dive into the forest. If there are still wild frogmen left in the forest, solve them as soon as possible, and then join our team. Teamed up against the Seven Sisters of Ghosts. If the battle goes well, we will kill all 7 green hags. If it is difficult to achieve this goal, we will try to kidnap a hag and evacuate the mangroves as soon as possible. The most important thing is to avoid casualties. Medea and others discussed it in a whisper, and finally accepted the combat plan proposed by Joan. Just as they discussed combat operations, thunder and thunder came from the west of the woods, followed by the powerful roar of the nematodes. It can be seen that Gosling has received the SMS and led the pneumo according to the plan agreed in advance. Toad attacked. Joan quickly shifted his perspective to the eagle-eye observation point and looked down from the heights. There was chaos in the forest. The frogs awakened from their sleep, picked up their spears, and swarmed to the west of the forest. Defend against the enemy's offensive launched by the nightmare nematode. Kiawan also noticed that the 7 Sisters of the Ghost Woman were also disturbed by the fighting sounds, and could not sing and dance. A wild frogman jumped to the front of the battle, but there were still no less than 20 fully equipped wild frogmen left in place, which seemed to be the guards of the hags. According to the plan just made, Joan and others split their heads in groups of 3. Medea and Ghidorah both rode on the back of the dark voice blind monster. The serpent warlock casts a spell of invisible sphere, the marsh toad casts an any door, and the 3 figures disappear into the magical brilliance, teleporting to the depths of the jungle in the next instant, facing the nervous frogman guard sneaking past behind. At the same time, Joan photographed an invisibility technique on himself and turned into a beeman form, leading Ruby and the Grey Bird, who also entered the invisible state, to fly at full speed to the forest glade where the 7 Sisters of Guipo. It took less than 3 minutes for Joan and they flew over the ghosts without knowing it. The ghost frogman guards that the Haunts had sent out to inquire about the news had not returned until this time. The 7 green hags had already waited impatiently, and they did not want to personally go to the front of the battlefield to check it out. They discussed in a circle for a while, and finally reached consensus. One of the ghosts cast a spellcasting gesture, chanting words in his mouth, and a summoning circle appeared in front of him, and the outline of a big bird appeared from the center of the array. With a little identification, Joan could tell that the hag was casting a level 1 monster summoning technique, trying to summon an eagle falcon. The combat effectiveness of ordinary falcon is not worth mentioning. The biggest use is aerial reconnaissance. Joanne also noticed that the ghost woman who was casting the summoning spell had a gold necklace hanging around her neck and a jewel attached to the end of the necklace. The rounded gem is as big as a pigeon egg, and the overall color is golden brown. Only the center of the gem has a thick green dripping vertical line, which looks like the eyes of a cat. Seeing this jewel, Joan immediately recalled Gosling's instructions and guessed that the jewel that resembled a cat's eye was the so-called ghost eye, which could provide remote vision for ghost women. The green hag summoned an eagle with black feathers, reached for the necklace on the neck, and seemed to want to wrap this necklace with the ghost eye around the eagle's neck, and then order the eagle to fly to the front for air scouting, with the help of the ghost's eye, to see the front line of battle. Joan immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to the ghost's eye. Now he has two options. Either allow the eagle to take away the ghost's eye, and then send a letter to Gosling, let her pay attention to the movement in the air, try to catch the eagle, and seize the ghost's eye incidentally. Either launch an attack now, catch the green ghost woman wearing the ghost's eye, and complete the two missions of kidnapping the ghost and capturing the ghost's eye. With Joan character, he is more willing to take the initiative in his hands than expecting others to solve problems, so he naturally chose the second strategy. After making up his mind, Joan took out a small ball of sulfur odor from the cast material bag and prepared to release Fireball. At the juncture of releasing the spell, he thought of a detail, and sent a telepathy to Ruby through the myth link, and then used Ruby as the starting point of the spell. Ruby is under the protection of mythical invisibility, and neither attack nor casting will cause her to escape from invisibility. Through the myth link, Joan handed over the prepared Fireball technique to Ruby, and released by Ruby, he could also obtain the refuge of mythical invisibility. In this way, after casting the spell, Ruby and Joan can maintain their invisible state and maintain the advantage of enemy and enemy. This series of complex considerations are all completed between transfers. In the forest on the ground, the green ghost woman had just held the necklace hanging around her neck, and she hadn't had time to take off the eye of the ghost woman. The sudden heat wave came from above her head. Sensing the rapid and bending magical fluctuations above the head, the seven sisters of the ghost girl looked up at the sky almost simultaneously, and their eyes instantly changed from doubt to horror. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1298 Earth Strike Boom. The blazing big fireball fell among the ghosts and immediately exploded violently. The raging flame first burned the eagle that had just been summoned by the ghost, and redecomposed it into disordered magic, and then counted the 7 green ghosts that surrounded the eagle. Swallowed in the flames. Although the green ghost woman is withered and dry, like an old lady with a weak wind, her physical spirit is much stronger than the surface, and the vitality is tough. It is not easy to kill with a fireball. After Joan released Fireball through Ruby's transfer, without delay for 1 second, he immediately prepared to perform 2 rings of firework. Lumber. When Joan chanted the spellcasting spell, the hags had just struggled to escape from the fire, trying to jump into the mud with deep water between the roots of the mangroves and extinguish the burning flames. At this moment, Joan used the flames of Fireball as a casting material to create a thick cloud of smoke, and surrounded the 7 sisters of the ghost woman who had just gotten rid of the flames in the rolling black smoke. He stopped coughing, and his eyes were soaked with tears, and his vision was severely restricted. After releasing 2 spells in succession, Joan consumed a lot of energy and felt a headache, but he did not hesitate at all. He also chanted a mantra and opened the mist sight attached to the prosthetic eye, looking through the dense forest smoke. See the ghost's every move. All the magic effects used to enhance the senses can be shared with companions through the myth link. At the same time that Joan inspired the misty sight, Ruby's and Greybird's vision became particularly clear. Ruby saw the ghosts coerce the smoke and fire together, as if to perform a meeting ritual, break a branch from the tree next to him, bless 2 rings of silence against the branch, and hold tight. The branches fluttered down. With the branch in her hand as the center, a spherical silent enchantment with a radius of 20 feet was opened, which not only blocked the sound of the wings when flying at high speed, but also included the ghosts and interrupted the spell they were singing. The ceremony was interrupted. Ruby was still under the protection of mythical invisibility. The ghosts realized that they were unable to speak a mantra and immediately realized that someone had cast a silence on them, but they couldn't see where the enemy was. Back away, trying to escape the space enveloped by the silent enchantment. Miss Ruby saw the ghost's every move, holding the branch of silence and fluttering her wings to prevent the ghosts from getting out of silence. The hags ran out of the distance. They were surprised to find that they still couldn't make a sound, and gradually realized that someone was following them invisibly. The 7 green hags gathered together all year round, exchanged their hearts, exchanged their eyes, and suddenly divided into 2 groups. 4 of them turned around and ran to the left, and the other 3 ran to the right. Ruby froze for a moment when he saw the scene. The 7 hags were divided into 2 groups and escaped separately. Ruby could only choose the group that chased the 4. As for the other 3 hags, they couldn't care about it. The 3 green hags got rid of the control of silence and found that they were finally able to speak, all showing their joy, and quickly gathered together to form a ghost rally. The grey bird with its wings spread in the air has been paying attention to the movements of the ghosts, and found that they tried to perform the assembly ritual, and opened the big rage without thinking. The light grey skin showed a halo, and the whole person doubled in an instant, become a giant girl over 12 feet tall. This supernatural ability is called Blood of the Abyss and is automatically activated in a violent state. The effect is similar to Growing Giant, increasing the size and increasing the strength of 2 points. The grey bird itself has a strength attribute of up to 27 points, including the 6 strength increased by the big rage, plus the additional 2 strength increased by the Blood of the Abyss. At this moment, the strength attribute reaches 35, and every inch of muscle is covered. Like alchemy gunpowder, it is full of devastating destructive power. The slaughtering dragon battle axe in Greybird's hand also doubled with her body shape change. The volley fell, and the sharp axe ripped through the air and gave a harsh scream. The 3 green hags below heard the sharp wind-breaking sound from their heads, and they all changed their faces in awe. They could not maintain the assembly ceremony and hurriedly dodged the attacks from the air. The retreating footsteps hadn't waited for the ground, and the grey bird swung the giant axe on the open space in the center of the hags. This blow seemed to have failed, but it was actually intentional. The ghosts hadn't had time to fortunately escape the giant axe, and the tangled trees and vines at the foot had been shattered by the powerful shockwave stimulated by the dragon axe. The earth oscillated under the grey bird axe, and muddy water rose like a fountain. The 3 ghosts in the earthquake zone were all toppled to the ground by the shockwave from their feet, rolling in a muddle of boiling mud. This trick earth strike is also a powerful martial art that the grey bird can only perform in a violent state. A heavy blow caused a local earthquake, knocking down the gathered ghosts and breaking them apart, making them unable to join forces to start the ghost rally. When Joan analyzed the grey bird's blood before, she already knew the supernatural martial arts she was good at. However, she could not help being shocked when she witnessed the power of Earth Strike. The female super professionals he has contacted, including a paladin like Audrey and a magic swordsman like Hyla, have more or less ability to cast spells. Joan is a female mad warrior like Greybird who fights purely on physical strength. Joan is still a lifelong, extremely violent fighting style, comparable to Frost Fury Clark Hinner. Withdrawing his thoughts, Joan looked down at the chaotic battlefield in the woods, and found that among the 3 green ghosts that had been slammed by the grey birds, one of them had a necklace of ghost eyes hung on the neck. Joan opened the storage bag, took out the spirit net and threw it out, while chanting a spell. The cluster of spider silk that had just detached from his palm gleamed with magical brilliance, and instantly turned into a large web of gold and silver intertwined, covering the green ghost woman wearing the eye of the ghost woman, and wrapped it firmly. Joan waved the mage's nether palm, remotely controlled the black giant palm to grab the net, and gave a 5-finger grip to pinch the green ghost woman who was still trying to struggle in the net. Joan remotely dragged the mage nether palm back to the spirit net, carrying the green hag like a dead dog, and looked back towards the outside of the woods. Bell stretched his neck and was chanting loudly, sending waves of destruction, and the frogman shook his ears and wailed in pain. As for the mad frogmen who were turned into stone statues by Medea's eyes, the shock hit by the sound wave was shattered. Ghidorah raised her hand to cast 4 rings of ice storm. Blizzard wrapped in hail and fell from the sky, like countless cold leather whips, splitting her head and covering her face to beat the mad frogmen who were still trying to resist. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1299. Dark Tentacle. Joan overlooked the battlefield. His tense nerves relaxed slightly. At least so far, this raid is proceeding very smoothly, and our own side firmly controls the initiative on the battlefield. The superior situation on the battlefield prompted Joan to naturally have an idea. It's better to take this opportunity to wipe out all the green ghosts together, and never suffer from future troubles. The same thought with him as the grey bird, who is holding up a battle axe to hunt down a single green hag. In the case of unable to form a rally, the magic spells that the green ghost can cast are very limited, and mainly some low-level illusions. There is no natural vision for the grey bird, and of course, they will not be confused by illusions. No effect. The green ghost woman was forced to retreat by the grey bird, suddenly grinning, throwing a handkerchief with a silver light. The grey bird noticed the fluctuation of magic power and quickly stopped guarding. The light handkerchief fell on the ground and automatically opened a dimensional cave leading to the outside world. Several dark tentacles wriggled out of the dimensional cave wall. Grey bird stepped back cautiously, and soon discovered that more disgusting tentacles were crawling out of the dimension hole, extending rapidly towards her location. The blind lady frowned and waved her tomahawk to cut off a black tentacle trying to wrap her ankle. The tentacles broke under the sharp blade of the axe, and spluttered with muddy and smelly mucus. The pungent smell made the sharp-scented grey bird uncomfortable, fluttered into the air, and planned to cross the black tentacle monster and continue to kill the green ghost. In the front dimension hole, a large jelly-like black colloid appeared, which seemed to be the head of a tentacle. In addition to a wide and deformed mouth, there was a huge and eyed eye. The black tentacle blamed the small half of the body and climbed out of the dimension hole, staring up at the blind lady who was suspended in the air, and a scarlet single eye suddenly shot a cyan beam. Grey bird couldn't help being hit by this blue light, and suddenly felt stiff and fell uncontrollably. A giant black hand stretched out in time, spread his palms, and caught the falling grey bird. Joan remotely controlled the mage nether palm to hold the grey bird, and when she saw her body stiff, she immediately guessed that she had won the spell. The grey bird is not a humanoid creature. The three-ring human fixation is invalid for her. Isn't the tentacle monster crawling out of the dimensional hole just played the five-ring monster fixation? Joan looked down at the tentacle monster. This guy was still creeping out of the cave. More tentacles were exposed. The total number was no less than 20 or 30. Some of the tentacles were holding weapons. The sharp swords shone under the forest fire. Cold light. Joan is still not sure whether this monster was summoned by the hag, or was it originally inhabited in the dimension cave, and was it murderous after being awakened by the hag. In the Vare's monster book, there seems to be no record of this kind of monster with both nausea and terror. Joan had to be more careful and made a spellcasting gesture to blast a lightning beam to the monster to test its strength. The black tentacle monster seemed to perceive his spellcasting action. His one-eyed pupil contracted, and a translucent force field shield opened in front. The lightning beam shot by Joan with his hand was blocked by the force field protective wall that emerged out of thin air, bursting a dazzling electric light, but failed to hurt the black tentacle monster. This tentative attack made Joe feel sad, and felt the strength of the black tentacle monster unfathomable. Now he was only fortunate that the monster seemed to be unable to fly. Although he was covered with slender tentacles and dancing with sharp swords, he could not pose a threat to the dangling self. Before he could figure out the details of this monster, Joan didn't want to get close to it. God knew what weird spells it would have. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Joan received bad news from Ruby with a mythlink. The cunning green hag, while he and the grey bird are entangled by the black tentacle monster, has gotten rid of Ruby's chase, gathered together, and is opening the Ghost Rallies ceremony. "Brother Joan, what shall we do next?" Ruby asked eagerly. The situation on the battlefield has turned sharply, and Joan knows that if he continues to stay here, his situation will only get worse, and he will immediately give retreat instructions to all his companions through the mythlink. Ruby quickly flew back to Joan, took the grey bird still in paralysis from his hand, opened the any door, and brought the grey bird, Joan and the green hag bound by the spirit net to the collective to teleport to Woodland Periphery. The three of Joan first reconciled with Medea, Ghidorah, and Belle, and then quickly evacuated to the west side of the mangrove forest, and took the captured green hag and ghost eye to find Gosling. The battle on the west side of the woods continued, and the marsh toads attacked fiercely, defeating the wild frogmen. Vasselin received a magic message and learned that Joan had completed the raid mission, successfully kidnapped a green hag, and also snatched the ghost eye incidentally. All the members withdrew safely and gave the troops to his son Gadra to command, running happily. After meeting, Joan opened the net and gave Green Ghost and Ghost Eye to Gosling, and asked her, by the way, what was the monster with black tentacles from the handkerchief? Black tentacle monster? Gaslin fiddled with the brass pipe and thought about answering. The last time the 4 elders of our tribe joined forces with the 7 sisters of the ghost woman, they didn't see any tentacle monsters released by them, but listen to what you just described. I actually remembered one thing. Just northeast of the Baden wetland, near the entrance of the Gulf of Azza, there is a salty cement nugget. It is said that a mysterious monster named Dark Tentacle Monster is entrenched in the mud. That piece of mud is far away from the village and town, and the neighborhood is very desolate. Only beasts and waterbirds are active in that area, so almost no one understands what the Dark Tentacle Monster is, and how terrible. Listening to what you just described, I guess most of the green ghosts learned about the existence of the Dark Tentacle Monster from the mouth of the wandering frogman gangster. They ran to the salty cement net and managed to capture the strange monster and tame it to act fighter. As for the handkerchief used by the hags to house the dark tentacles, it sounds like a portable dimension hole, a magic device similar to a storage bag. Joan listened to Gosling talking about the portable dimension hole and moved her heart slightly. The portable dimension hole is said to be a storage magic guide made by spinning the embryonic material with the silk thread of the phase spider as the material, and then enchanting 2 rings of magic rope and 5 rings of outside teleportation. Portable dimensional hole. The surface looks like a silk parquet, tiled on the ground, chanting a start mantra. The handkerchief will become a dimensional hole connected to the half-plane. It looks like a black lacquer. The lacquered deep well can be used to store items. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 1300. Parasite is a portable dimensional hole. Provides limited storage space, but there is no weight limit, no matter how heavy the object. As long as it can be inserted into the dimensional hole, you can change the dimensional hole back to the shape of a handkerchief, and carry the contents with you. And compared with storage bags, this is a great advantage. The portable dimension hole can even be used to store living things, but after the hole is closed, its connected half-plane becomes a closed space. The internal air is limited, and the hole must be opened again before the air is exhausted, otherwise it will be contained. Creatures inside may die from suffocation. Of course, this problem is also easy to solve. As long as the creatures stored in the portable dimension hole are blessed with water breathing or similar oxygen supply spells in advance, they can ensure that they breathe normally in the dimension hole, so as to achieve the purpose of long-term storage. Joan doesn't know whether the dark tentacle monster needs to breathe to survive. If necessary, before the green hags put this monster into the portable dimensional hole, they mostly blessed it with water breathing and had to release it regularly. Come out to breathe, so as not to die in the dimension hole. Due to the appearance of the unexpected element of dark tentacle monster, Joan and their raid operations were hindered, and it was quite regrettable that they could not eliminate the rest of the green hags as expected. Celine looked very open. She hadn't expected these young men to kill all 7 ghost sisters in a single raid. She was able to kidnap a ghost woman and return to win the Eye of Ghost Woman, which was already a major victory. At this time, the green ghost woman who had been alive has awakened, and found that her hands and feet were all tied up. In addition to the strangers who had just attacked their 7 sisters, there was also a familiar female marsh toad who was holding a pipe and squinted a pair of swellings, dazzling his eyes. He was looking at himself with bad intentions, and suddenly screamed in shock. Jesslyn rubbed her ears stung by the hysterical screams of the green ghost, raised her cigarette pot like a warhammer, knocked her head, and warned the green ghost to shut up, or else pull her tongue out. The green ghost woman swelled a big bag on her forehead, and she was so scared that she closed her mouth and dared not make a sound. Ghastland snorted contemptuously, then handed the pipe to Gastora, made a series of casting gestures, and cast 4 magical charms of the enchantment system on the green ghost. According to Gosling's expectations, using magic to control the green ghost's consciousness, you can then convince her to obey her orders and start the assembly ceremony. She and Godola joined the rally to form a witch rally with the green hag to enhance their ability to cast spells, and they also have the capital to fight against the ghost rally. Tonight, the ghost sisters in the forest, together with their sheltered the gangster was completely eliminated. Jesslyn's plan is very good, but unfortunately, in the specific implementation, he encountered some technical obstacles. Charming monster was imposed on the green ghost woman, but failed to change the hostile attitude of the other party as Jesslyn wished. She still stared at her with resentment and ignored her request. I said, Aunt Gosling, you just beat the green ghost, and then you want to cast a charm spell on others. This is like someone and expecting the other person to fall in love with you. Unless the other person is a masochist, how could it be possible for you? Good face. Medea couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but to say a simple and rough way of casting. Gosling's face twitched, and she glanced back at the snake hair warlock angrily. Don't just talk cold. You think my approach is too simple and rude. It doesn't work. Then you try it. Medea's face stiffened, and she smiled pretendingly. Auntie, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to seduce monsters. I really can't help you. Oh, your sharp mouth, you can only succeed in your mouth, and you can't count on it when it's real. Celine did not miss the opportunity for revenge, ridiculed the snake hair warlock fiercely. Medea's cheeks flushed awkwardly, her mouth refused to admit defeat, and she replied sharply, Auntie, listen to me, the charm spell can only enhance the favor of the subject, but it can't force the other party to do something contrary to her own interests. The green ghost woman regards us as enemies. Even with the charm spell, it is difficult to persuade her to become an enemy. You also want to persuade her to help you form a rally to deal with her ghost sisters, which is too impractical. The enchantment failure is still good. In case the green hag pretends to be enchanted by you, first open the rally to lure you and Guadola to join in. On the front line, she suddenly disbanded the rally at the critical moment of fighting with the hags, making you and Quackdora lost the benefits of the assembly. And in the face of the attacks of the ghosts, I am afraid it is difficult to save her life. Have you considered this consequence? Gosling looked ugly, but had to admit that Medea's concerns were justified. She spread her hands together and couldn't conceal her frustration. Since my approach is risky, do you guys talk about it? Is there a safer way to control the green hag? The power of the charm spell is too low. If you switch to a more powerful dominating spell, you can absolutely control the green ghost's every move and ensure that she will not fight against the water. Joan walked over and said, Are you saying dominate the monster? Medea shook her head and smiled bitterly. This spell works, of course, but this is a 9-loop confusion control spell. Neither I nor Aunt Gosling can do it. To fully control the actions of green hag, it is not necessary to use 9 rings to dominate monsters. I know that a 4-ring spell has a similar function, and it is even more powerful than the control spell. The caster can change the subject, become a puppet at your discretion. Even if you order the subject to commit suicide, the other party can't resist, and you can only go to death. Joan said leisurely, "Little master, we all know that you are not the kind of bragging, but I have never heard of the abnormal spell you mentioned earlier." "What kind of spell is it?" "Fourth ring parasite," Joan answered truthfully. Silence scratched her head blankly, and then asked, "Little master, will you cast this spell?" "I won't, but Ruby will." Joan turned to look at Miss Ruby. "Aunt Fatty, if you don't object, Ruby, I can use parasitic technique to turn into germs and invade the green ghost woman, trying to turn her into a puppet at my mercy." The eyes of Miss Ruby were shining, and she was eager to try. Medea suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked Ruby, "Yesterday when you and Joan came to my house, you hid in a large fly trap, to control the big fly trap. Did you use it?" "Parasitism." "Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.